Chapter 412. With Yi Chen there, the guards of the Mo family team all relaxed a little. In the extreme place, as long as there were no Seas of Souls realm warriors, there was nothing to worry about. In their opinion, Yi Chen was at least an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. No, he was one of the top extreme astral reaching realm warriors. Even those top-ranked dark parties would have to respect an extreme astral reaching realm warrior, unless there was some kind of life and death hatred between the two. In the dusky evening, the team finally made it back to the Blackwater City. The Blackwater City was one of the border cities of the extreme place, with a population of millions. The city walls and most of the buildings were built with the unique black stones of the extreme place. It looked very cold, full of killing intent, like a beast crawling in the darkness. Mr. Yi, my Mo family is in the eastern part of the city. Emily blinked her eyes as she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen understood what she meant. She wanted to invite him to be her guest and express her gratitude. But for him it did not mean much. This was just a chance encounter in his life, and saving people was just a small effort. If he wasted his time on her thanking him, then he might as well not save her at all. Nah, I will stay in a hotel. Yi Chen jumped off the carriage and searched for the nearest hotel. Emily still wanted to say something, but the steward stopped her. Miss, we are not the same kind of people as him. You should have known it from the beginning. Hearing him, Emily stopped talking. Indeed, in his eyes, they were just a group of passers-by, and they would not have anything to do with each other in the future. Let's go back. It was the first time for Yi Chen to experience the chaos of the extreme place. In the short while of searching for the hotel, he had seen at least 3 murder cases. The first one was a group of people beating a young beggar to death in an alley. The second one was when a husband found out that his wife was cheating on him, so he killed his husband and tore his wife in half. The third one was in front of the hotel, where 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors drank too much, and their argument turned into a life and death battle. In the end, the whole hotel was destroyed, which pissed off an astral-reaching realm warrior, who destroyed their dantian and limbs, and hung them on the flagpole in front of the hotel. As for brawls, they were even more frequent and frightening. The entire Blackwater City was filled with a darkness that was even more eerie than the night, and the air was filled with a bloody smell that made one's blood boil. The first restaurant collapsed, and Yi Chen went to the second one. Young master, are you staying in the inn? It had to be said that in the extreme place, the one with the bigger fist was the boss. Seeing Yi Chen beat up an astral-reaching expert who had caused trouble, causing him to vomit blood and then casually throw him out of the restaurant, the shopkeeper's attitude changed from formal to respectful as he greeted Yi Chen with a smile. I'll stay here for a few nights. Yi Chen took out a big bag of low-rank soul stones from his storage ring, which was a whole 1,000 pieces, and threw it on the counter. Extreme place was different from the outside world. The cost of living here was ridiculously high, which was very abnormal. But, thinking about the environment of the extreme place, it was understandable. Apart from the big cities, the wilderness outside the cities was filled with all kinds of dangers. There were evil and murderous demonic beasts, robbers who would kill without blinking an eye. Without a certain level of self-protection, going out would be seeking death. All these kinds of dangers had led to a shortage of resources in the city. After all, the food in the stores and restaurants did not just fall from the sky. Emily's caravan was a good example. More than 20 astral-reaching experts and over 100 clasping Yuan martial artists had gone out to collect resources, but less than 50% had returned. The death rate was extremely high. Of course, there were pros and cons. Although the extreme place was so chaotic, the martial artists' cultivation base increased very quickly. Everyone had an intense sense of crisis, which forced them to crazily work hard to strengthen themselves. Once they became astral-reaching experts, the extreme place would no longer be dangerous for them. After all, the chances of encountering robbers were very low when moving alone, unless their luck was extremely bad. In which case they could not blame anyone. Even if they cultivated in seclusion, there was still a chance of them dying from cultivation deviation. Led by the shopkeeper, Yi Chen arrived at the guest room on the 2nd floor. After taking a bath and eating a sumptuous meal, it was already late at night. He didn't think much of the noise before, but now that he had calmed down, Yi Chen felt that it was a bit unbearable. Groans, curses, knocking on the door, and the sounds of people walking up and down the stairs were all mixed together. It was incomparably noisy. No wonder there were so few astral-reaching experts staying in this restaurant. It was simply too noisy. Shut up. With a low shout, the aura on Yi Chen's body suddenly erupted, filling the entire restaurant. The aura contained the will of the slaughter sword Tao, penetrating deep into the soul. That kind of frightening feeling of soul and spirit being cut apart made everyone in the restaurant quiet down. Finally, I can cultivate in peace. Shaking his head, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. In the extreme Yin place, reasoning was useless. At the crucial moment, violence was still needed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yi Chen put his hands together. The Zhenyuan inside his body revolved according to the Green Lotus Sword Art's 13th layer Zhenyuan route, continuously searching for a breakthrough point. Under the state of forgetting everything, one could see with the naked eye that Yi Chen's body and head were emitting green qi, like a layer of faint green flame. Pop. In the middle of the night, a faintly discernible popping sound came from Yi Chen's body. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura seemed to have strengthened a bit. 3 breakthroughs. I've finally broken through the first one. Slowly letting out a mouthful of impure qi, Yi Chen opened his eyes. The further one cultivated the Green Lotus Sword Arts, the harder it would be to break through. From the 13th layer to the 14th layer, there were 3 breakthroughs that needed to be broken through. During the journey, he had already seen the signs and now, he had indeed broken through the first one. With this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the 14th layer. At that time, he would be able to fight against Sea of Souls realm warriors who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts but had not reached completion. After a quiet night, Yi Chen purposely went to buy a map of the extreme Yin place. This map was extremely detailed with a total of 38 pages. Each of them was 2 meters in length and width, and marked with the most obvious topography of the extreme Yin place. The drawing was very vivid, and there was basically no need to worry about not being able to find the location. However, this map was not cheap either, costing Yi Chen 500 low-rank spirit stones. On the 3rd day, Yi Chen checked out of his room and left Blackwater City. There were no countries or sects in the extreme Yin place, only gangs and cities. Gangs were naturally black power gangs while cities were big and small. Among the numerous cities there were 4 giant cities. The one closest to Blackwater City was 3 Yin City, which had a population of over 100 million, more than 20 Sea of Souls realm experts overseeing it, and thousands of astral-reaching experts. In terms of comprehensive strength, even 2 or 3 ordinary 6th grade sects couldn't compare to it. If it could produce a life and death king, it would be able to enter the ranks of mid-5th grade sections. Every 3 months, 3 Yin City would hold a large-scale auction. At that time, some rare treasures that couldn't be seen in the outside world would appear in the auction. Of course, if one had any treasures worth auctioning, they could also hand them over to the auction. Whether it was clean or not, they would be able to take it all. Moreover, there was no need to worry about being chased, because the auction wouldn't reveal one's identity. Extreme Yin Place was equivalent to the super black market of Southern Sector, a breeding ground for chaos. On the land shrouded in black mist, a figure was flying at an extreme speed while maintaining a height of several hundred meters. Blackwater City is more than 200,000 li away from 3 Yin City. After taking a detour around the Blackstone Mountain Range, I'll be in 3 Yin City's territory. It had already been 5 days since he left Blackwater City. During this time, Yi Chen had encountered a bandit blocking his way. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary bandit, but a first-rate black power among the 5 black powers surrounding Blackwater City. Their comprehensive strength was more than 10 times that of the Black Wind bandits. Unfortunately, although they were powerful, Yi Chen was even more powerful. 1 man and 1 sword, he killed them all. 3 of the 5 leaders were killed, while the remaining 2 wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they fled. They were terrified to death. How could they have imagined that there would be such a frightening existence in the astral-reaching realm? Yi Chen could even be considered as the weakest Sea of Souls realm expert. The Blackstone Mountain Range was left behind, and ahead was a boundless Blackstone plain. It's Murong Qingqing. Dozens of li away, a large group of people was fighting. 2 people were surrounded. One was a young man wearing a silver robe. He had a tall and slender figure and wore a silver crown on his head. His handsome face seemed to have been carved out by a knife or axe, with distinct edges and corners. Below his sharp eyebrows, his pitch-black eyes gave off an exceptionally dangerous feeling. His gaze contained a bizarre charm that could disturb one's mind. His weapon was an azure dragon halberd. As he brandished it, azure light curled around it, making it seem like an azure dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It easily tore apart the bodies of the people surrounding him. On the other hand, the movements of the people surrounding him were clearly a lot slower, allowing them to be killed as they pleased. If Yi Chen's guess was right, the opponent cultivated an eye martial art, a bit like the God Eye King in the King Will statue. Of course, compared to the God Eye King, the opponent's eye martial art was simply child's play, not worth mentioning. At the astral-reaching realm, to be able to cultivate an eye martial art to the point of affecting experts of the same level. This person's strength is even stronger than Feng Yanro and Mysterious Moon Prince, and not just by a bit. I reckon that he's more or less the same as Feng Yanro's senior brother and Red Water Sect's Red Water Minor Master. If one didn't walk out of South Rudra region, one wouldn't know that there were absolute geniuses everywhere. The head disciple of the Drifting Snow Hall, the Red Water Minor Master of the Red Water Sect, and this incomparably handsome young man wearing a silver crown. Each and every one of them were well-known figures among absolute geniuses. Moreover, according to Senior Brother Wang of Dragon God Celestial Palace, Thunder Region's Thunder Princess was even more powerful. Yi Chen wondered to what extent. Shifting his gaze, Yi Chen's attention fell on the body of the absolute beauty beside the young man. She was still wearing a purple dress and her face was covered with a light veil. Who else could it be but Murong Qingqing? After not seeing her for a long time, Yi Chen didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but Murong Qingqing's temperament had become even more profound, and her appearance even more beautiful. If one were to say that the previous Murong Qingqing was a grade and a half above some of the absolute beauties Yi Chen had seen, then right now she was completely unrivaled, and could even be considered as a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities. The appearance of an angel, the temperament of a devil. It was nothing more than this. Compared to the slight changes in temperament and appearance, Murong Qingqing's strength had improved by a lot. She used the Great Sky Demon art, sweeping away numerous experts like rain. Soon after, a frightening force field cut shot out, blasting an extreme astral reaching expert to the point of vomiting blood. Peak late astral reaching realm cultivation base. Yi Chen could see through Murong Qingqing's background with a single glance. She had unexpectedly overtaken him in terms of cultivation base. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't too surprised. In terms of cultivation talent, Yi Chen wasn't particularly outstanding. He was inferior to Murong Qingqing in the first place. The reason why he could surpass the young generation of South Rudra region before was because of all kinds of opportunities. However, the competition between geniuses wasn't decided in a day or night. It was a long competition. Moreover, she was a disciple of a 6th grade sect, Sky Demon Sect after all. Chapter 413. Ignorant fools, you actually dared to gang up on me and Qingqing. The silver-crowned youngster addressed Murong Qingqing very intimately, as if he wanted to show off in her eyes. His eyes shone with a divine light, and a circle of invisible light spread out in a fan shape. Within the range of the light, the besiegers felt dizzy, and their battle prowess was greatly reduced. In the next moment, the frightening azure dragon Qi arrived, and those who were hit by it were torn into pieces. Blood rained down and the murderous aura filled the air. Murong Qingqing frowned but did not say anything. Retreat. Seeing that the two were really hard to deal with, and that they had lost more than 100 subordinates without even touching a hair of the other party, the leader of this group of bandits immediately thought of retreating, and decisively gave the order. So. The besiegers had long since lost the will to fight. Hearing the order, how could they continue to stay? All of them circulated their Zhen Yuan with all their might, and fled in all directions. The silver-crowned youngster still wanted to continue chasing, but Murong Qingqing said indifferently, "Don't chase." They ran fast enough. "Qingqing, are you alright?" The silver-crowned youngster stopped chasing, and flew to Murong Qingqing's side. Murong Qingqing shook her head. "Young Master Duan, just call me Murong." The silver-crowned youngster's expression slightly changed. He and Murong Qingqing were not old acquaintances, but met each other in the extreme Yin region. When he saw her for the first time, he could no longer move his eyes away. As the head disciple of the Soul-Sundering Sect, a 6th grade sect of Wavy Cloud region, his strength was comparable to the Red Water Little Taoist. The number of beauties that adored him was innumerable. However, compared to Murong Qingqing, they were simply not worth mentioning. It was hard for him to imagine how a small region like South Rudra region could produce such a heavenly being. Originally, he was going to another giant city, Great Yin City. However, after seeing Murong Qingqing, he changed his mind and said that his destination was 3 Yin City, so that he could use this opportunity to go together. Unfortunately, along the way, Murong Qingqing's attitude towards him was lukewarm, and it was hard for him to find a way to pursue her. Fortunately, the extreme Yin region was chaotic enough, and a group of powerful bandits had appeared. Although he was angry on the surface, inwardly he was happy. After going through thick and thin together, they might be able to get closer to each other. However, at this moment, Murong Qingqing's tone told him that he still had a long way to go before he could pursue her. Revealing a warm smile, the youth changed the topic. Great sky demon art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I'm afraid it's not below my soul-sundering divine eyes. Not at all. Soul-sundering divine eyes is a top-rank earth-grade art created by God I King. Wherever his gaze falls, even the soul will be affected. Murong Qingqing was not flattering him. Soul-sundering sect was just like floating mountain sect, having produced a few life and death kings. Among them the most famous was God I King. God I King's battle strength might be ordinary, but even those stronger than him would be apprehensive. His eyes were truly too strange. A vague complacency flickered in the youth's eyes. God I King was the pride of soul-sundering sect. He was confident that one day he would also become an existence like God I King. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Murong Qingqing's gaze was not on him. He couldn't help but follow her gaze. In his line of sight, a young man in blue was rushing over. His appearance was not as good as his, but what made him feel threatened was that this person's temperament was quite special. It was like a peerless sword hidden in a scabbard was about to be unsheathed. Qingqing no Murong, who is he? The youth subconsciously began to view the newcomer with hostility. Murong Qingqing faintly smiled, a friend of mine named Yi Chen. Yi Chen never heard of you. What kind of genius could a South Rudra region produce? The youth didn't put Yi Chen's strength in his eyes at all. On the contrary, the faint smile on Murong Qingqing's face and the friend made him very uncomfortable, causing his eyes to squint. Swish. A figure flickered, and Yi Chen landed near Murong Qingqing. Long time no see. Murong Qingqing flicked her hair that had been messed up by the wind and said, Indeed, long time no see. Allow me to introduce you. This is the head disciple of Soul-Sundering Sect, a 6th grade sect in Wavy Cloud region, Duan Lingyun. Duan Lingyun cleared his throat and looked straight at Yi Chen. I wonder which sect you're from? I don't seem to have heard of your name. With the sensitivity of a sword artist, Yi Chen could sense Duan Lingyun's hostility. However, he didn't put him in his heart. So what if I'm hostile? So what if I'm not hostile? In the end, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Against experts of the same level, he didn't need to care about anyone's face. My sect is not worth mentioning. With an indifferent expression, Yi Chen didn't reply to the opponent's question. Duan Lingyun's expression turned gloomy. If not for Murong Qingqing's presence, he wouldn't have minded teaching the opponent a lesson, letting him know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Yi Chen, are you going to Three City? Murong Qingqing wasn't trying to change the topic. In fact, she didn't believe that Duan Lingyun was Yi Chen's opponent. Moreover, she hadn't fallen to the point of being a mediator. She wanted to ask, so she asked. Every word and action of hers was directed at her heart. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. Duan Lingyun saw that the situation wasn't right. This Yi Chen seemed to want to go with them. Originally, he and Murong Qingqing were having a good time together. They had plenty of opportunities to be alone, so he didn't want anyone to interfere. His expression didn't look too good. With a face full of smiles, he said with an obscure tone, Brother Yi, your destination should be Sunin City. Isn't that right? Duan Lingyun intentionally emphasized the last 3 words. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. Brother Duan, please conduct yourself with dignity. I, Yi Chen, don't need you to ask where I want to go. You're not worthy. You. Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth, and the aura that leaked out from the gaps of his teeth contained a piercingly cold, killing intent. He was extremely furious. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll find an opportunity to let you know what regret is. Then let's go together. Murong Qingqing shot a glance at Duan Lingyun. She wanted him to leave. The two of them had nothing in common. However, if she let him leave now, he would definitely bear a grudge against Yi Chen. Duan Lingyun was nothing, and Yi Chen was more than enough to deal with him. However, Soul Sunder Sect couldn't be ignored. Soul Sunder Sect also had a sea of Soul Master existence, and was several times more powerful than Floating Mountain. I wonder what level Yi Chen has reached. No longer paying attention to Duan Lingyun, Murong Qingqing's true concern was Yi Chen. Every time she saw Yi Chen, she could feel that he had grown stronger. However, to what extent she couldn't tell. It was as if he had an undefeatable body, and had never tasted defeat among experts of the same level. Every time she thought she had caught up to him, she would realize that there was still a huge gap between them once they reached a new realm. This was a character hidden in the clouds. Among experts of the same level, Yi Chen had left the deepest impression on her. The 3's speed was extremely fast, galloping across the black stone plains. Swish. Abruptly, A figure that looked both real and fake drilled out from the ground of the Blackstone Plains and soared into the sky. Its speed was unimaginable, and even Duan Lingyun, who was born in Soul Sunder sect, was dumbfounded. The opponent's speed had already reached 18 times the speed of sound, and it could only be a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. Therefore, if there were no accidents, this person was either a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert with extraordinary speed, or a Sea of Soul Realm expert. There are actually 3 youngsters with decent strength here. My old lair in the Blackstone Plains should have been discovered by them. High in the sky, the figure's eyes were filled with killing intent. Forget it. As long as I can find the secret of the undying body, it doesn't matter if my lair is discovered. Killing them might cause a lot of trouble. It's better to have less trouble. I should hurry to the auction house and entrust the items to them. Increasing his speed, the figure soon disappeared. So this is a Sea of Soul Realm master. His aura is so powerful that it's even above Long Bai's. I simply can't use soul power to probe. At Astral Reaching Realm, Yi Chen could release his soul power without the slightest scruple without worrying about being discovered. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already use soul power. With just a slight probe they could discover his uniqueness. Not to mention a Sea of Soul Realm master with a radiant will. If he were to probe with soul power for no reason, he might even lose his life. Let's continue on our way. Murong Qingqing's brows smoothed out. Extreme Yin region was not South Rudra region. In terms of danger, Blood Demon Battlefield was not even 1/10 as dangerous. It was not a forbidden region, but it was more dangerous. Of course, in forbidden regions one could encounter danger at any moment. Extreme Yin region, on the other hand, didn't reach such a level. Therefore, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, one wouldn't have to worry about their lives being threatened. This was the difference between Extreme Yin region and Forbidden region. 2 days later, the 3 arrived at 3 Yin City. Rather than calling 3 Yin City a city, it would be better to call it a country surrounded by high walls. There were mountains, rivers, official roads, small roads, and even a small plain. All sorts of experts were flying in the air, flickering with gorgeous colors. Little Murong. In the distance, a white-haired old man transmitted his voice. Murong Qingqing said respectfully, "Supreme Elder is in good health. Yi, come over here." The old man revealed a smile. "Please wait a moment." Murong Qingqing greeted Yi Chen and Duan Lingyun, then flew in the old man's direction. A strange expression flickered in Duan Lingyun's eyes. Waiting for Murong Qingqing to leave, he blocked Yi Chen's path and released a frightening aura. "Yi Chen, we've arrived at 3 Yin City. Shouldn't you change places? Don't worry, I'll explain things to Qingqing. She won't embarrass you." Yi Chen raised his eyes and spat out a single word, "Scram." "Impudent. I've tolerated you for a long time. I'll ask you again. Are you leaving or not? Otherwise I'll make you lose all face. If you continue to pester me, I'll definitely kill you in the future." As he spoke, Duan Lingyun's eyes shot out a frightening divine light. This divine light seemed to be able to split one's soul. Even without looking, one could feel the dizziness, the fear of not knowing where one was, and the pain in one's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingyun pushed soul-splitting divine eyes to the limit. He believed that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to block it. Even Red Water Little Taoist wouldn't dare to get too close to him. Chapter 4:14. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yi Chen's expression calmed down as if he was planning to bury the hatchet. But when one saw his eyes, one would not think so. What kind of eyes were these? They were emotionless, colder than ice, more glaring than blood. The endless killing intent was like a volcano erupting, cracking the earth's crust, shooting out with a killing intent that seemed to be able to kill everything in its path. Clang. The 2 gazes were like 2 peerless ominous swords clashing in the air, clashing against Duan Lingyun's soul-splitting divine light. That was Yi Chen's slaughter sword intent. The soul-splitting divine light seemed to have met its nemesis, being sliced into millions of pieces. Their minds were connected and Duan Lingyun screamed. He covered his eyes and retreated rapidly. Dark red blood could be seen flowing down from the gaps between his fingers, wriggling like snakes. "Yi Chen, you dare injure my eyes? You're dead." Duan Lingyun roared. His shrill voice was filled with anger and killing intent, as well as a trace of fear. Yi Chen walked towards Duan Lingyun step by step. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy, like the countdown of the Grim Reaper, causing Duan Lingyun's soul to tremble. He said in horror, "What are you trying to do? This is 3 Yin City. If you kill me, my soul-splitting sect will definitely know. At that time, no one in this world will be able to save you. Duan Lingyun's confidence had already been crushed by Yi Chen. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid even if his eyes were injured. Moreover, he firmly believed that apart from a few famous peerless geniuses, he wouldn't lose to anyone. What was there to be afraid of? But now, other than anger, there was only fear in his heart. He couldn't muster the confidence to fight to the death with Yi Chen. I don't have the intention to kill you. At least not now. But don't challenge my bottom line. After brushing past Duan Lingyun, Yi Chen no longer paid him any attention. Duan Lingyun had an impulse to turn around and punch Yi Chen to death. Now was the best time and the most likely chance to succeed. However, he hesitated. For the first time in his life, he hesitated to kill someone. It wasn't that he hesitated to kill Yi Chen, but he didn't dare to. Damn it. Duan Lingyun knew that he'd completely failed, and his body and mind were defeated. His resentment towards Yi Chen couldn't be extinguished by the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, and it had already turned from resentment to resentment. Murong Qingqing and the Supreme Elder of the Sky Flying Devil sect noticed the situation. The elder frowned and asked, "That's your friend?" No. Murong Qingqing did not treat Duan Lingyun as a friend. It's good that he isn't. This person's temperament really isn't that good. The elder was not looking down on Duan Lingyun's failure and darkness, but he was looking down on his cowardice. If he could muster the courage to fight a great battle with Yi Chen, he would have a whole new level of respect for him. Unfortunately, a seemingly powerful person still had to be strong in a hopeless situation, to see if he was strong or not. Yi Chen had already forced Duan Lingyun into a hopeless situation, but he did not encounter a dying counterattack. 10 steps behind Duan Lingyun, Yi Chen shook his head as a cold smile appeared on his face. He was already prepared for a great battle, but it seemed that his opponent wasn't as strong as he seemed. "Young man, you're Yi Chen, right?" The elder suddenly transmitted his voice to Yi Chen. Yi Chen faintly nodded. "Senior, I am." "Not bad. For my South Rudra region to produce a genius like you, it's all because of luck. Keep it up." The elder was quite satisfied with Yi Chen. Of course, this was because he was calm and had no conflict with Yi Chen. If he were Yi Chen's enemy, he wouldn't have such thoughts. "Alright, you youngsters chat. I won't get involved." The elder said a few words to Murong Qingqing, then turned around and flew toward a 33-story building. His friend was waiting for him there. Retracting his gaze, Murong Qingqing looked at Yi Chen. "Let's go." Duan Lingyun had already left. His eyes were injured and he needed a few days to recover. Moreover, he didn't have the face to continue staying by Murong Qingqing's side. One could well imagine the hatred he had for Yi Chen. On the street, the two were walking side by side. There are many legends about Extreme Yin region. It's said that this land has always maintained the topography of the ancient era. There have never been any topographic changes or volcanic eruptions. There are still marks of the ancient era here, and some cultural relics have been preserved quite well. While strolling, Murong Qingqing introduced Extreme Yin region to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "The earth qi and yin qi here are too dense. It's too strange. Although there are no places on True Spirit continent that are lower than Extreme Yin region, there are some that are close. However, the earth qi here is not even 1/10 of Extreme Yin regions. An Extreme Yin region is called Extreme Yin region for a reason. In the ancient era, this place was the breeding ground of demons. 3 Yin city was unimaginably huge. The two walked for a long time but only covered a small area. In the end, the two checked into the same inn. 3 Yin city's western region. In the auction house's reception room. "What wind blew Yin demon ancestor here? Welcome." The auction house's president walked in with a smile and cupped his hands towards the newcomer. The figure with his back facing the president turned his head. It was clearly the suspected Sea of Soul Master who had appeared in Blackstone Plains. Of course, his true identity was indeed that of a Sea of Soul Master, and he was called Yin Demon Ancestor. To be able to use the word ancestor as a title, one could well imagine his strength. After all, ancestor usually represented a sect. Yin Demon Ancestor grinned. "I've come this time to entrust something to your auction house. Something that can make Yin Demon Ancestor take action is certainly not ordinary. I wonder what treasure it is?" The president was quite curious. Sea of Soul Masters usually bought things from auctions and rarely auctioned them. This was because ordinary things were beneath their notice, and they would rather give them away. Good things, even if they were useless, would still be kept. "It's not a treasure, it's a map." "Could it be a treasure map?" Hearing these words, the president blurted out. Since it was a treasure map, the other party wouldn't auction it. Wouldn't it be better to search for treasures themselves? It's an ancient map to search for the secrets of undying body. Demon Ancestor said slowly. What? Secrets of undying body? President Ren, who had seen many treasures, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Undying body. What was an undying body? It was absolutely impossible to kill, or at least extremely difficult to kill. Life and Death Kings were revered by others not only because of their strength, but also because they possessed undying bodies. Low-level Life and Death Kings could regrow limbs, and even if their heads were chopped off they wouldn't die and could easily regenerate. The only exception would be if they were chopped into pieces. High-level Life and Death Kings were even more frightening, as they could regenerate from a single drop of blood. Even if one were to beat them into a pulp, they would still be able to survive. As for what the undying body represented, the president believed it to be the kind of regrowth of limbs. There had been many rumors about undying body in history, but in the end, it proved that an undying body that could be obtained before reaching Life and Death realm was merely the same as an ordinary Life and Death King. It wouldn't attract the attention of Life and Death Kings, and they wouldn't have the leisure to pursue things they already had. Demon Ancestor said confidently, correct, it's precisely the secret of undying body. I wonder if I have the qualifications to let your auction house auction it on my behalf. If it's real, then of course I have the qualifications. But the secret of undying body is extraordinary. If the starting price is set too high, and it's ultimately determined to be fake, it would damage my auction house's reputation. The president didn't dare to be certain that the map Demon Ancestor took out was the real one. Perhaps it was a fake. Such a thing had happened before. Demon Ancestor said, this is simple. Set the starting price very low, and then declare that you can't confirm whether it's real or fake. Just sell it for as many spirit stones as you can. Very low. Creasing his brows, the president said, this method is feasible, but what do you think the starting price should be? The starting price was set, and he had to give Demon Ancestor half the starting price as a down payment. Therefore they had to discuss it properly. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Demon Ancestor said in shock. Demon Ancestor, you're joking, right? 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too low. Even 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be very low, very low. Of course I'm not joking. I've made 300 copies of the map. With a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones each, 300 copies would be at least 300,000. Exceeding 1 million wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Demon Ancestor's words, the president was a bit stunned. What did he mean by making 300 copies of the map? Was he lacking spirit stones? However, if he lacked spirit stones, he could easily sell one copy for a high price. He believed that with the gimmick of undying body, it wouldn't be a problem for one copy to reach millions of mid-grade spirit stones, or even higher. One shouldn't forget that there were many Sea of Soul Realm experts in Extreme region. Not to mention millions of mid-grade spirit stones, even if they had to take out hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, they would still fight for it. Of course, the premise was that they had to be prepared to be a sucker. And if it was divided into 300 copies, the price might rise to a high level, but it wouldn't be able to create a miracle. I've thought it through. Here are 300 copies of the map. I'll have to trouble your auction house. Demon Ancestor took out a chest from his storage ring and opened it. It was filled with beast skin scrolls with bizarre maps carved on them. All right. The president shook his head and put away the chest. He then paid Demon Ancestor 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He wasn't worried that Demon Ancestor would cheat. If he did, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones wouldn't be worth it. For a Sea of Soul Realm expert, 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones would be too cheap. Then I'll take my leave. Demon Ancestor turned around and walked out of the reception room. The moment he left, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time he felt a bit relieved. He had obtained this map for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, he had painstakingly studied it, wanting to find the secret of the undying body. However, even after 50 years, he still hadn't found a single clue. At this moment he finally regretted obtaining this map. If he had wholeheartedly cultivated during these 50 years, it would not have been impossible for him to break through to the life and death realm. If he had become a life and death king, why would he need the secret of the undying body? Wasting 50 years without any harvest, no one was more sullen than him. However, directly giving up on studying the map was equivalent to completely wasting 50 years. He was unwilling to accept this fact. Finally, he thought of a method, which was to split the map into 300 copies and auction it. With 300 people helping him study the map, his hope would increase by 300 folds. Who knew, he might even have some harvest. As for why he didn't make 500 copies or 1,000 copies, it was because he was afraid that the map would be too much, which might lead to some accident. If he really wanted to make more than 1,000 copies, he might as well make it public. I hope it won't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to that day. Een Demon Ancestor left full of hope. Chapter 4:15. Een City held a large-scale auction once every 3 months, and there was less than a day left until this time's large-scale auction. All of a sudden, een City was packed with people. All the influential figures had gathered in this ancient city, including experts of various sections. Astral-reaching experts were as numerous as dogs, and Sea of Soul Realm experts were everywhere. This sentence vividly reflected the current situation of een City. Taoist Ironwood, Old Man Sky Eagle, Rock Spirit Warrior, Three-Vein Spirit Warrior, Taoist Black Snake, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior. So many Sea of Soul Realm experts, at least a dozen. In restaurants, shops, and streets, everyone was discussing spiritedly. And this is what we saw. The number of Sea of Soul Realm experts in the entire een City should be no less than 50, and perhaps even a few Sea of Soul Masters. Truly extraordinary. This is my first time in Extreme region, my first time in een City. Being able to meet a Sea of Soul Realm expert in the outside world is already a stroke of luck. That's because Sea of Soul Realm experts don't come out. Moreover, at our level we can't come into contact with them. Wait until we reach this level, we might even be able to meet a life and death king. You're right. Each level has its own insight and social circle. On the morning of the second day, the city of een, which had been silent for the entire night, erupted with astonishing liveliness. A sea of people gathered at the auction house in the western district, and there were even more experts in the sky. They came in groups like rapidly moving dark clouds. When Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing arrived at the entrance of the auction house, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. Merely the entrance was several hundred meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The 2 stone lions in front of the entrance were even taller than the dozens of floors of the tower, giving off an imposing aura. The top of the auction house was at least 1,000 meters tall, and had a dome shape. The two had never seen such a vast auction house before. Compared to this, the auction houses they had seen before were no different from thatched cottages, looking rather shabby. Let's go in. Wearing a purple dress and a veil over her face, Murong Qingqing was an existence that attracted attention wherever she went. Although Yi Chen's appearance couldn't be considered as peerlessly handsome, he was still quite handsome. Coupled with his extremely special sword artist temperament, he attracted a lot of attention. The two of them paused for a moment before entering the auction house side by side. The auction house had normal seats and VIP rooms. Normal seats didn't require spirit stones, while VIP rooms required 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Normally, no astral-reaching expert would choose VIP rooms, since the total wealth of an astral-reaching expert was no more than 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones. 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones was not a small burden for them, so there was no need to be so extravagant. Yi Chen naturally did not care about 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and chose a VIP room. The auction house has a total of 5 floors. The first 2 floors are for ordinary seats, the 4th and 5th floors are for VIP rooms, and the auction stage is very high between the 2nd and 3rd floors, a little far away from the crowd, and there is a layer of isolation zone. It seems empty and spacious. What is more special is that in front of the auction stage, there is a piece of transparent glass. This layer of glass can clearly magnify things about 10 times, to ensure that everyone can see clearly. After all, at a critical moment, if everyone releases their spiritual force, it means that no one can see, it means that accidents are inevitable. The 5th floor's VIP rooms are usually reserved for Sea of Soul Realm experts. Yi Chen didn't want to be in the limelight, so he chose a VIP room on the 4th floor that had a decent angle. Through the crystal glass of the VIP room, Yi Chen subconsciously looked around, eventually stopping at a certain angle. In his line of sight, Duan Lingyun and an old man were walking toward the 5th floor's VIP room. It should be a Sea of Soul Realm expert from Soul Sunder sect. At this point, Yi Chen had no choice but to prepare himself for a battle with a Sea of Soul Realm expert. With his current battle strength, he could contend against a Sea of Soul Realm expert who hadn't cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill, and was a bit weaker than a Sea of Soul Realm expert who had cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill but hadn't reached perfection. As for Sea of Soul Realm experts who had comprehended profound, they were not something Yi Qin could contend against. They were existences that could instantly kill him. Murong Qingqing also noticed the old man beside Duan Lingyun and said, "There's a ghost swallowing moon on his robe. If I'm not wrong, he should be Soul Sunder Sect's Supreme Elder, Ghost Moon Spiritualist." The titles of Sea of Soul Realm experts were carefully chosen. Those who hadn't comprehended Profound were called Spiritualist, while those who had comprehended Profound were called Taoist or something else. Above that was the title of Master. In other words, Sea of Soul Realm experts had 3 major realms in terms of battle strength, and each realm had a title. Of course, there were strong and weak in each realm, and the strong could instantly kill the weak. Spiritualist Ghost Moon was the lowest level Sea of Soul Realm expert. However, according to his identity as Supreme Elder of Soul Sunder Sect, it was impossible for him not to have cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill. As for whether he had reached perfection or not, it was not something ordinary people could know. Duan Lingyun's eyes had already recovered, but his expression was exceptionally gloomy. His cold gaze swept the surroundings as if looking for someone. Yi Qin didn't need to guess to know that the other party was looking for him. "I hope there's something useful in the auction." Yi Qin admitted that he wasn't Ghost Moon's opponent, but for now, his potential was still ample. His cultivation base was at late astral reaching realm, his green lotus sword arts had yet to make a breakthrough, and his sword soul embryo was yet to be condensed. These 3 aspects were still developing. As long as one of them improved, Yi Qin's battle strength would continue to grow. About an hour later, the auction house, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was nearly full. At this moment, an old man with a red face walked up from the back of the stage and knocked on the stage with a small hammer. "Everyone quiet down. The auction is about to begin." As soon as he finished, the sound waves of the auction rapidly weakened. Nodding in satisfaction, the old man revealed a faint smile. "I'm Gao Hua, the auctioneer of this auction. I'm indebted to everyone for participating in this auction. I believe that everyone's trip will not be in vain." After exchanging some pleasantries, the old man cleared his throat and continued, "All right, let's not waste any more time. The auction will now officially begin. Let the first item come up the stage." Immediately, 2 enchanting beauties carried a wooden tray and walked to the front of the stage. Lifting off the gorgeous silk covering the tray, a simple and unadorned armor appeared. The armor was deep cyan in color and overflowed with colorful lights. A wolf head was carved on the chest, giving it an extremely domineering appearance. At the same time, a frightening pressure spread out. The first item is a mid-grade defensive artifact, Cyan Wolf Armor. After being appraised by our auction house, it's a top-quality mid-grade defensive artifact, capable of amplifying defense by 35%. The starting price is 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. A mid-grade defensive artifact right off the bat. Worthy of being Three City's large-scale auction house. Although Yi Qin didn't fancy the Cyan Wolf armor, it didn't mean that it was inferior. The main reason was that the goods on his body clearly surpassed the majority of astral-reaching experts. Merely an upper-grade defensive artifact, the Golden Gilt armor, was enough to tempt Sea of Soul Realm experts. Moreover, he had quite a few mid-grade artifacts on him. Just because he didn't fancy it didn't mean that others didn't. There were many astral-reaching experts in dire straits. Some didn't even have mid-grade offensive artifacts, not to mention mid-grade defensive artifacts, which were even more expensive. If one had a mid-grade defensive artifact for protection, their defense wouldn't be a joke in a decisive battle. At a crucial moment they might even have a chance to save their lives. 27,000. 28,000. 35,000. 40,000. In a few blinks of an eye, the price of the Cyan Wolf armor rose from 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was still rising slowly. In the end, a wealthy astral-reaching expert bought the Cyan Wolf armor with 48,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Murong Qingqing, what item do you want to auction? Since the early part of the auction wasn't worth paying attention to, Yi Qin turned his head and asked Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing said, "You also need the item I want. It's for tempering the will." Yi Qin faintly nodded. He indeed needed items for tempering the will. His sword soul embryo contained the immortal intent. To condense it into a sword soul required much more will than ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since condensed a sword soul. He could tell that Murong Qingqing was about to condense the martial soul embryo. Back in the Blood Demon battlefield, she should have had some gains. The martial soul embryo is easy to condense. As for condensing it, it requires sufficient realm and comprehension. If there are enough items for tempering the will, perhaps it will be a happy ending. Yi Chen only wanted to raise the sword soul embryo to the critical point. At that time he wouldn't need too many items for tempering the will. After all, the sword soul couldn't be condensed just because he wanted to. As time passed, the treasures on the stage became increasingly rare. Some seemingly ordinary treasures even caused the crowd to scramble to bid for them, causing the atmosphere of the stage to become incomparably fiery. Many people were enjoying the carefree feeling of spending money like dirt. The 27th item is 3 pieces of demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone is a crystalline or found in the depths of the extreme Yin region. It has the effect of tempering the will. Friends who haven't condensed a martial soul should pay attention. This kind of thing is rarely seen in this auction. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing these words, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing's eyes brightened. The demonic evil stone's effect might be inferior to the blood evil stones, but it was still meat. It wouldn't change. 55,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 60,000. 63,000. The peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, who hadn't made any moves, were scrambling to bid. As for those ordinary astral reaching experts, they didn't have the qualifications to bid. Moreover, they were still far from condensing a martial soul embryo. There was no need for them to spend all their wealth to buy something they couldn't use at the moment. 70,000. In the 5th floor's VIP room, Duan Lingyun also joined the bidding. Yi Chen smiled. He didn't intend to bid for the time being. 75,000. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, raised her hand. It's Qingqing. Forget it, I'll give her 1 or 2 when I buy it. Duan Lingyun creased his brows and continued bidding. 80,000. Chapter 416. Damn it, 85,000. The auction house was full of dragons and snakes. Duan Lingyun and Murong Qingqing were not the only ones with deep pockets. Therefore, even though the price had been raised to 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones, there were still many people bidding. Murong Qingqing's expression didn't change. 90,000. 95,000. 120,000. Duan Lingyun steeled his heart and increased the price by 30,000, which was already close to the limit of 3 demonic evil stones. Murong Qingqing had clearly come prepared, raising the price by another 10,000. Lingyun, give up if you exceed 150,000. The auction has just begun. Ghost Moon reminded Duan Lingyun. I know. Duan Lingyun nodded and said inwardly, Qingqing, sorry, but I must have the demonic evil stones. Wait until I condense the martial spirit embryo, I'll give you the extra. Thinking up to this point, he extended his hand, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as the price of 150,000 came out, all the voices disappeared. The limit of a demonic evil stone was around 40 to 50,000, and 3 of them would be between 120,000 to 150,000. Exceeding this price would require careful consideration. After all, 4 peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to their entire fortune, and the auction was not even halfway through. This time, Murong Qingqing didn't continue bidding. She glanced at Yi Chen and knew that he was rich. As for how rich he was, she didn't know. It's about time to make a move. Yi Chen raised his hand and bid 160,000. Whoosh. As soon as Yi Chen's voice was heard, a commotion arose in the auction house. Although demonic evil stones were rare, they were only effective for astral reaching experts who had yet to condense a martial spirit. After reaching Sea of Soul Realm and successfully condensing a martial spirit, a few demonic evil stones wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, the bidders were bound to be astral reaching experts. However, astral reaching experts who could bid 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones were few and far between. It should be known that there were many auctions in Extreme Yin region, and many rich people had already squandered their wealth. Yi Chen's voice startled Duan Lingyun. He clenched his teeth and bid 180,000 regardless of Ghost Moon's warning. I can crush you in terms of wealth. As the eldest disciple of the soul-sundering sect, Duan Lingyun was extremely wealthy. At this moment he had no other intentions other than to suppress Yi Chen. Almost 4 times the price had moved a lot of people. What did it mean to be rich and overbearing? This was it. An increase of tens of thousands was like a game to him. Many astral-reaching experts felt their hearts twitch. Damn it, comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Each time the other increased the price, it was equivalent to all of their wealth. If they could make it this far, they would be considered outstanding. 200,000. Unfortunately, as soon as Duan Lingyun's voice fell, Yi Qin raised the price by 20,000, reaching a huge figure of 200,000. This caused the hearts of the crowd to palpitate. This seemed to be even more ruthless. The tone of the voice was calm, as though 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to him. His wealth is at least 500,000 yuan. Murong Qingqing, who was standing to the side, inwardly guessed. Yi Qin sat steadily on the leather chair. He had no intention of giving up on the demonic evil stone. Only with it could his battle power continue to increase. As for mid-grade spirit stones, it was fine as long as he had enough. He didn't need to be a miser with such a huge amount of wealth. The so-called wealth should be used in the right place. Enough. Only by maintaining your rationality can you become an expert. Fighting on impulse won't do you any good. Ghost Moon, after all, had lived for more than 100 years and could see more clearly than Duan Lingyun. He stopped him from continuing. Damn it. Hearing these words, Duan Lingyun had no choice but to give up. However, this didn't mean that his heart had calmed down. The demonic evil stone was a small matter, but his face was more important. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones going once, 200,000 going twice, 200,000 going thrice, sold. The old man shouted several times before smashing his hammer down on the stage. Soon, a beautiful attendant brought 3 pieces of demonic evil stone to Yi Chen's VIP room. After paying enough mid-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen started to look at the demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone was an irregularly shaped crystal ore. Its shape was like coal and its color was silver with a hint of black. Holding the demonic evil stone, Yi Chen could feel a dark evil chi penetrating through his arm and into his sea of soul. Its effect is 20% weaker than a normal blood evil stone. Yi Chen quickly distinguished the difference between the demonic evil stone and the blood evil stone. The auction continued. During this period of time, Murong Qingqing spent 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a pair of golden gloves that were emitting a 7-colored radiance. Mid-grade gloves had always been rare, but it also meant that it would be popular. After all, there were a lot of people who practiced hand techniques. In a situation where there were too many monks and not enough meat, the price would be obviously high. Normally, a mid-grade offensive weapon would not be more than 40,000. The 34th auction item is a Bodhi bead. I believe that many people don't know the effects of the Bodhi bead. Here I will explain it to everyone. The Bodhi bead is formed naturally. Not only does it have the effect of calming the mind, but it can also increase the user's power of understanding. Of course, this power of understanding is not permanent. Only by holding the Bodhi bead can it temporarily increase the user's power of understanding. On the auction stage, the old man explained while observing the crowd's expression. Just as he expected, the atmosphere of the entire auction house suddenly heated up. Temporarily increasing the power of understanding was indeed an amazing property. Countless people were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. If they had the Bodhi bead, they might be able to reach a higher level in a short time. However, the ones who were tempted were still astral-reaching experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts had heard of the Bodhi bead. In fact, the effect of the Bodhi bead was to stimulate the soul power of astral-reaching experts. Once the soul power was released, the power of comprehension would naturally increase. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already release their soul power. The Bodhi bead is useless to me. Yi Chen shook his head. Battle Emperor had once obtained a Bodhi bead. Therefore he knew the secret of the Bodhi bead. His soul power was equivalent to a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. He simply didn't need the Bodhi bead to increase his power of understanding. It's just a Bodhi bead. My Soul Sunder sect has a 10,000-year ancient tea tree. It can also increase one's power of understanding. Moreover, I cultivate the Soul Sunder divine eyes which can stimulate soul power. My power of understanding is much higher than ordinary people. Duan Lingyun disdained the so-called Bodhi bead. The starting price of the Bodhi bead is 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. The old man saw the anxious expressions of the crowd and revealed a faint smile. 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. The crowd was too lazy to increase the price by 1,000, and directly increased it by 10,000. Such a good thing was something they had never heard of before. 150,000. Murong Qingqing's voice transmitted out. I don't need this Bodhi bead, but there are many people who have their eyes on it. The price will rise to a high level. Yi Chen said. You don't need it? Murong Qingqing was flabbergasted. She was the most worried about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's net worth was at least 500,000, which was not something she could compare with. Unexpectedly, the other side had no intention of bidding. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, rejoicing that she didn't bid for the demonic evil stone. If she had, she wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Moreover, this Bodhi bead would undoubtedly drive people crazy. Even 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones would be in danger. Damn, are you going to let me live? Increasing the price by 50,000 in one go. The Bodhi bead was good, but without sufficient spirit stones it would be useless. This made some extreme astral reaching experts gnash their teeth in anger. 160,000. The facts proved that there were astral reaching experts with incomparably deep pockets. Especially the leaders of some dark forces, their wealth was all plundered. 200,000. The one bidding was still Murong Qingqing. Without Yi Chen bidding, she had nothing to worry about. The Bodhi bead was something she had to obtain. 210,000. In the VIP room, a majestic middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe bid. 250,000. Murong Qingqing raised her hand again. VIP room number 398, I'll remember it. This Bodhi bead will be mine sooner or later. The black-robed man gave up on bidding, not because he didn't have enough spirit stones, but because he didn't feel the need. As for the previous bid, it was purely because he didn't want any accidents to happen. After all, only when he got the item immediately would he feel at ease. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing increased the price by 40 to 50,000 each time, as if she wouldn't give up until she got the Bodhi bead. This made him want to kill her. If he killed Murong Qingqing, not only would he get the Bodhi bead, he would also save a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 270,000. The auction house went silent for a moment, then another bid was heard. It was from the three brothers. Individually, none of them had so many mid-grade spirit stones. But if they added them up, they would. In any case, the Bodhi bead wasn't a one-time use item, and could be used in turns. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't do this since they wouldn't feel at ease. However, the three brothers were like brothers and didn't have such worries. 280,000. Murong Qingqing wasn't an idiot. When the price reached 270,000, there was no one else bidding. There was no reason for her to continue increasing the price by 40 to 50,000. As expected, the three brothers gave up. They had a total of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the two unused mid-grade artifacts, they only had 270,000. They didn't have the ability to increase the price any further. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Murong Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Coming to Extreme Yin region was indeed the right choice. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained an extremely rare Bodhi bead. However, these two items had almost exhausted her entire fortune. Congratulations. Yi Chen smiled. Putting away the Bodhi bead, Murong Qingqing asked with interest, "Why don't you need the Bodhi bead?" If the other party also needed it, her chances of obtaining it wouldn't be more than 30%. Even if she used her other items as collateral, it wouldn't be more than 50%. Yi Chen said, "My comprehension is enough." Of course, he wouldn't say that his soul power was several times that of an ordinary person, equivalent to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Murong Qingqing looked pensive. She subconsciously thought that Yi Chen had a treasure similar to the Bodhi bead. The 48th item is a head-sized demonic evil stone. The starting price is 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000. Just at this moment, the old man dropped a bomb. A demonic fiend stone the size of a human head appeared on the stage. Based on a rough estimate, this demonic fiend stone was at least 15 times the size of the demonic fiend stones that had been auctioned off earlier. It was silver with a hint of black light, causing everyone's hearts to beat faster. A head-sized demonic evil stone. Ha, let's see how you're going to compete with me this time. Duan Lingyun couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he was inwardly grateful to Ghost Moon. Without his reminder, he would have wasted his mid-grade spirit stones on those three small demonic evil stones. Murong Qingqing's eyes also brightened, but she immediately shook her head. Her fortune had already been exhausted, and she didn't have the qualifications to compete. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, who revealed a faint smile. Chapter 417. Brother, we can't eat this demonic evil stone alone. Why don't we join hands and split it? The cake was too big for one person. Many astral-reaching experts in the ordinary seats began to rack their brains, sending Zhenyuan transmissions to the people nearby. Then who should we give the spirit stones to? How can we be at ease? If you turn hostile, won't we suffer a double loss? Someone asked. This is simple. You don't need to give the spirit stones to anyone. Just buy it. After buying it, everyone will hand over their spirit stones, then cut the demonic evil stone in front of everyone. Everyone will split it. What do you think? There was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved, and a problem that could be taken out wasn't a problem at all. This method is not bad. But just the few of us are not enough. Don't worry, I've already contacted others. This demonic evil stone is equivalent to 15 times more demonic evil stones. Inviting 15 people is no problem at all. Then each person will pay 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 15 people will be 750,000. Let me make it clear here. Those who don't have 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones will automatically withdraw. Of course, you can also pawn your things to the auction house. I have 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me a bit more when the time comes. Sure. All of a sudden, a lot of people thought of this method and contacted the astral reaching experts nearby. Those who didn't have enough wealth even invited more than 20 astral reaching experts who had the same wealth as them. 30,000 for each of them, 20 of them would be 600,000 to 700,000 in total. 300,000. Finally, someone was the first to bid. 350,000. 450,000. 450,000. 550,000. It was like a plague. The price rose by 50,000 by 50,000, which made some people who didn't know anything dumbfounded. Since when were there so many rich people? Of course, there were also some people who noticed that something was wrong. They immediately came to their senses and contacted others. The old man on the stage saw everything but didn't make any move. For the auction house of Extreme Ean region, as long as one could afford the price, it didn't matter what method one used. Even if one gathered several hundred or thousands of people, it was still one's ability. However, if one couldn't afford the price, then one had to apologize. At best, one would be punished as a warning to others. At worst, one would have to work for the auction house for the rest of their lives. 600,000. 650,000. The price continued to climb, making the astral reaching realm warriors in the VIP rooms frown. They had no choice but to contact the astral reaching realm warriors in the nearby VIP rooms. Murong Qingqing said to Yi Qin, I still have 130,000 medial grade spirit stones. I can lend them to you. However, from the looks of it, this demon fiend rock will not be sold for less than 800,000 or 900,000. You don't have to worry about that. I can still fork out 800,000 to 900,000 middle grade spirit stones. Yi Qin wasn't worried about others joining hands to bid for it. After all, no matter how good an item was, it would have a limit to its value. This demon fiend stone might seem large, but if it was divided evenly, it would be less. Therefore 20 people was the limit. If there were more than 20 people, then it would be meaningless. This little demon fiend stone wouldn't have much use. Moreover, the ones participating in the bidding were all peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts. They couldn't possibly not see how many people participating would be beneficial to them. Hearing those words, Murong Qingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Just how much wealth did the other party have? To be able to take out 800,000 to 900,000, it seemed like it was more than that. As Yi Qin expected, when the price reached 800,000, the number of people participating in the bidding had decreased by 70%, and the remaining 30% were still stubbornly holding on. 850,000. Duan Lingyun didn't expect that there would be so many people participating in the bidding. He was caught unprepared for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, the price of the demon fiend stone had already exceeded his net worth. Fortunately, Ghost Moon had lent him 550,000 medial grade spirit stones. Adding his own wealth, it had reached 950,000. With 850,000 medial grade spirit stones gone, the remaining 30% had decreased by 70%. There were less than 10 people participating. Yi Qin didn't bid. He liked to make the final decision. There wasn't much meaning in bidding right now. 860,000. Finally, the increment slowed down. 870,000. 870,000. 880,000. Damn. 18 people joining hands and still can't take it down? What the hell is this? In the ordinary seats, everyone quieted down. Only a few wealthy people in the VIP rooms were bidding. 900,000. Duan Lingyun couldn't hear Yi Chen's voice, so he thought that the latter had already given up. He felt a lot more carefree, thinking to himself, I'll take down the demon fiend stone and give some to Murong Qingqing. She'll definitely thank me and their relationship will be much closer. 920,000. The one bidding was an extreme astral-reaching expert in the VIP room. His own wealth naturally wasn't that high, only 100,000. He only dared to bid after joining hands with a dozen others. Unfortunately, many of them didn't have many spirit stones left. In the previous auctions they had more or less won a few things. Duan Lingyun sneered, 950,000. Forget it, let's not compete anymore. The other side is in the 5th floor's VIP room. There must be a Sea of Soul Realm expert behind them. We can't compete. At this moment no one else increased the price. Just as the old man opened his mouth, a clear voice rang out, 1 million. Absolute silence. The entire auction house was completely silent. 1 million. This was an amount that even some Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't take out. Although the previous 950,000 was close to 1 million and not much different from 1 million, 950,000 was 950,000, and 1 million was 1 million. The weight of the two was different in people's hearts. At least the latter was more heart-shaking. It's that guy who bought the Demon Fiend Stone again. His wealth is too frightening. Don't tell me he also contacted other astral-reaching experts like us. Regardless, his personal wealth is absolutely abundant. He had just used 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy 3 small Demon Fiend Stones, and now he's aiming for this head-sized Demon Fiend Stone. Someone without a bit of wealth wouldn't do this. Bastard, it's him again. Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth. At the same time he was astonished at where Yi Qin got his mid-grade spirit stones from. Could it be that Murong Qingqing lent him some? But Murong Qingqing had already spent more than 300,000, so there shouldn't be much left. Of course he must have borrowed some more. Thinking of this, Duan Lingyun's anger flared up. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ghost Moon, hoping that he would lend him some more. Ghost Moon shook his head. Lending you 500,000 is already my limit. But even if I had more I wouldn't lend it to you. You should think before doing things. Why compete with him in the auction? What's yours will be yours in the end. It can't run away. Supreme Elder, you mean? Duan Lingyun stared blankly for a moment, then thought of a possibility. Ghost Moon smiled strangely but didn't say anything. Duan Lingyun's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he no longer made another bid. He thought to himself, continue to be arrogant. When we leave the city I'll personally challenge you and make you spit out everything you've got with interest. My soul-splitting divine eyes can only be used to their greatest effect in battle. I underestimated you that time. Although the soul-splitting divine eyes was very powerful in terms of eyes, combat power was combat power. It wasn't enough to rely on the eyes alone. If he knew that Yi Chen's sword intent was so powerful, he definitely wouldn't have used the soul-splitting divine eyes to fight him. During a battle, Yi Chen's sword intent would only be used to amplify his attack, while his soul-splitting divine eyes could affect Yi Chen's sword intent, greatly reducing his combat power. Feeling that everything was under his control again, Duan Lingyun's mood was much better. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded everyone's psychological bottom line and wealth bottom line. No one had the heart to spare, so they could only watch as the demon evil stones fell into Yi Chen's hands. These 3 demon evil stones are for you. With the large demon evil stones in hand, Yi Chen took out 3 small demon evil stones and gave them to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing was actually thinking of buying the 3 small demon evil stones from Yi Chen. She planned to borrow some mid-grade spirit stones from the Supreme Elder, but who would have thought that Yi Chen would give them to her without any hesitation? Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chen. These 3 demon evil stones cost you 200,000. That's not too good, right? Then you can give me your mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen didn't care about trifles. If he wanted to give, he would. What others did had nothing to do with him. Here are 135,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Murong Qingqing directly handed a low-grade storage ring to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even look at it and put it away. Thank you. Holding the 3 small demon evil stones, Murong Qingqing's face revealed a faint smile. As far as she was concerned, this auction was already a perfect success. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained a rare Bodhi bead. Now that the demon evil stones were in her hands, what else could she be dissatisfied with? After the commotion of the large demon evil stone, the auction stage began to surge like a storm. The following treasures were all things that left astral-reaching experts dumbfounded. 50th item, upper-grade artifact 3-flower side spear mid-grade. The starting price is 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Not to mention other astral-reaching experts, even Yi Chen couldn't join in. 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones was something even ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts couldn't afford. And Yi Chen only had 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones, not even enough to buy a spearhead. 32,000. 33,000. 38,000. The bidding of Sea of Soul realm experts was a lot more reserved. It wasn't that they didn't want to make the final decision, but that they didn't have that many upper-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were mined from spirit veins. Low-grade spirit veins were the most abundant, followed by mid-grade spirit veins. Upper-grade spirit veins were few and far between. A 6th-grade sect couldn't even occupy one, and had to divide it evenly among many 6th-grade sections. If mid-grade spirit stones could be mined in large quantities, then upper-grade spirit stones wouldn't be mined in large quantities every year, unless they could find a new upper-grade spirit vein. Of course, there was another method, and that was to search for ancient ruins. Some important ancient ruins would have a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. Every time they appeared, the 6th-grade sects would fight to the death. Occasionally, a 5th-grade sect would intervene and take the majority. In the end, this 3-flower scythe spear was bought by Old Man Sky Eagle for 42,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After the 3-flower scythe spear, the most expensive item was a palm-sized demonic fiend crystal, which could help Sea of Soul realm experts refine their martial soul. It was a top-grade demonic fiend crystal, and its entire body was like a crystal, unlike demonic fiend stone which was like a crystallized coal. The one who had the strength to buy it was naturally not an ordinary person. It was a Sea of Soul realm master, and its price reached 83,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the next item is very low, but if it's real then it's definitely worth it. Everyone should have heard of the legend of Undying Body before reaching Life and Death realm. This item is precisely related to the secret of Undying Body. Undying Body. The old man's words immediately piqued everyone's appetite. From clasping yuan martial artists to Sea of Soul realm experts, not a single one of them didn't care. It should be known that Undying Body was the privilege of Life and Death kings. If one could have an Undying Body before reaching Life and Death realm, then how frightening would that be? Among experts of the same realm, one would be almost invincible. With an Undying Body, one would be able to explore many dangerous forbidden areas. Chapter 418. Undying Body. Murong Qingqing's brows twitched. For people under the Life and Death realm, the allure of the Undying Body was beyond imagination. Life and Death realm was hard to reach. This was the common understanding of the whole True Spirit continent. Since the ancient era until now, the number of Life and Death kings born every 100 years did not exceed 10. Occasionally there would be more, but it would not be too excessive. It should be known that the population of the True Spirit continent was close to 100 trillion. Geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the ocean, and there were countless of them. However, after 100 years, only 10 geniuses would be able to reach the Life and Death realm. How hard was it? Countless people squeezed onto a single log bridge and only a few would succeed. How hard was it? Only by experiencing it personally would one understand what was going on. Therefore, the Sea of Souls realm was the limit of most people's potential, and it was impossible for them to continue growing stronger. At this time, the Undying Body would be their ultimate goal. With the Undying Body, they would at least be able to compete with Life and Death realm kings in some aspects, which was enough to drive people crazy. Yi Chen could not help but be moved. The Undying Body of Life and Death realm seemed to have 2 realms on the surface, but in fact there were 3 realms. The first was regrowing limbs, the second was flesh growth, and the last was blood rebirth. The only difference was that not everyone could reach the second realm. Of course, it did not mean that the second realm was harder than the third, but that some people would directly jump from the first realm to the third realm without going through the second realm, which would take a lot of time. On the other hand, people with great talent and comprehensive ability would advance step by step, and would not neglect the second realm. After all, only after going through the second realm and reaching the third realm would one's foundation be more solid. Moreover, jumping from the first realm to the third realm was simply too hard. More than 99% of people would not be able to make it, and would only be stuck at the first realm. Whether it was the first realm, the second realm, or the even higher third realm, they were all beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could be said that having the Undying Body was equivalent to having a greater potential. Life and death battles, breaking into forbidden areas, and stepping into unknown dangerous areas all required the support of the Undying Body. Living longer was also a talent that could not be ignored. Cough, cough, cough. On the auction stage, the old man coughed a few times and slowly said, "The auction item I'm talking about is a map to find the secrets of the Undying Body." The starting price is 1,000 medium-rank soul stones. Once again, I can't guarantee the authenticity of the map. If it is a fake, please don't be angry, otherwise the starting price will be much higher than 1,000 medium-rank soul stones. A starting price of 1,000 medium spiritual stones, Elder Gao, this is too low. Whether it's real or fake, as long as it contains information about an immortal body, it's enough to fetch a sky-high price. Someone voiced out his doubts. It wasn't that he was stupid and wanted the price to be higher because he had a lot of spirit stones. Rather, he was a little worried. No matter how he looked at it, a map that contained the secrets of an undying body was worth more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There was definitely something fishy about it. Perhaps the auction house also believed that this map was fake. Yeah. Elder Gao, what's going on? If you don't explain clearly, we won't dare to bid for it. This person had clearly spoken out what everyone else was thinking. All of them looked curiously at Old Man Gao. Old Man Gao smiled and said, because there isn't just one map but 300 of them. 300 identical maps. The starting price for each is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What? 300? Are you kidding me? The auction house was in an uproar. Old Man Gao was already prepared for this kind of situation. He cleared his throat and said, all right, I won't explain too much. The starting price for each map is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For most people this is not a high price. As for whether or not you want to buy it, that's up to you. The bidding for the first map begins now. The auction house was quiet. No one called out a price. Most people were just waiting and watching. Old Man Gao was not in a hurry. No matter what, whether the map was real or fake was still uncertain. He didn't believe that no one would bid for it. Once there was a first, there would be a second and then a third. The auction would only become more and more popular. Right now no one was bidding. It was just the calm before the storm. There was no need to panic. 1,000. A starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not high. However, if it was 10,000, then it might not necessarily be the case. Therefore, after a moment of silence, the first bid rang out. 1,100. It took a while for the second bid to catch up. In VIP room 398, Yichen raised his hand and said, 2,000. Hearing him, a lot of people looked over at the VIP room Yichen was in. Everyone knew how rich he was, and it was not something normal people could compete with. Plus, there were 300 copies of the map, so there was no need to fight for the first one. With that thought in mind, no one continued to bid. Just like that, Yichen obtained the first map. Murong Qingqing smiled. She understood Yichen's way of doing things. 300 maps seemed like a lot, but there would be a time when they would all be auctioned off. At that time there would be too many monks and not enough meat. Instead, the price would increase. If she bought it now, she could save a lot of spirit stones. The second map began to be auctioned. Just like the first map, there were not many people bidding for it. It stopped at 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 3,000. The one who made the bid was Murong Qingqing. Although she had given all her mid-grade spirit stones to Yichen, she still had an unused mid-grade artifact. If she mortgaged it to the auction house at a low price, it would be worth 20 to 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for her thoughts, she was the same as Yichen. She wanted to buy it and take a look. Even if it was fake, she would only lose 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most. This map is very strange. It's not animal figures, it's abstract figures. Yichen opened the animal skin scroll and found that this map was different from normal maps. There was no road map, but only a line that connected everything together. The starting point was a rooster followed by a skull, then a toad, 2 circles and a square. Yichen couldn't figure out what was going on. Murong Qingqing opened her own animal skin scroll, frowned and said, maybe it's a hint or maybe it's fake. It's just deliberately mystifying. It was easy to tell if a normal map was real or fake. If one put something that they could not understand on it, it would be possible to fool people for a while. Yichen nodded. There will be many people studying this map. We can just watch from the sidelines. 300 copies of the same map. There had never been such a precedent in Threein City. After this auction, it would no doubt cause a huge uproar. Next, the third map was sold for 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. The fourth, 2,800. The fifth, 3,200. Up to the 50th map, the price did not exceed 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But at the 51st map, the situation finally warmed up. The bids gradually increased, breaking 5,000 for the first time, reaching 5,100. Many people regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they would have bought one at the beginning. Now that they wanted to buy it, the price had doubled. The smart people finally made up their minds and prepared to buy one. Those who were hesitant were still waiting. They wanted to buy it at a low price when there was no one else to bid. Unfortunately, they would not have this chance again. The price of the map kept rising. Occasionally it would fall, but it was very limited. People were strange. When no one was paying attention, they would not pay attention. But when there were too many people paying attention, they could not help it. There were very few people who could keep their hearts. 10,000. Someone bid 10,000 for the 223rd map. You are crazy. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a map whose authenticity is unknown. The person next to him had a complicated expression. In fact, he also wanted the map. I'm not crazy. There are already more than 200 maps. If I do not buy it now, even 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones may not be enough. Wait a little longer. Maybe the price will fall quickly. Just wait. I do not want to regret it. The 258th map. 15,000. 16,000. 18,000. The scene finally exploded. There were only more than 40 maps left. Whether they regretted it or not, it was meaningless. Those who wanted it would naturally go all out. Those who did not want it would not be moved even if they died. Of course, the number of the latter was pitifully low. 20,000. The bidder was in the VIP room on the 5th floor. The old man was startled. He could naturally tell that the bidder was Ein Demon Ancestor. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. The map might very well be real, at least in Ein Demon Ancestor's eyes. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to bid for his item. This was clearly a show for other Sea of Soul Realm experts. After all, there were many people who knew him and they could tell from his voice alone. This way, people would not associate the map's original owner with Ein Demon Ancestor. On the contrary, if he did not buy it, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Which Sea of Soul Realm experts would not be tempted by the undying body? Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were no exception. Fuck. This is too much of a scam. The first 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to bid for it. How could it reach 20,000 in such a short time? Who told you not to buy it earlier? Brother, let's share one map. With your strength you cannot do it alone. The more people, the more hope. Don't try to take advantage of me. I bid for it with 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me 6,000, we can share. Were you trying to scam? Wasn't half 4,500? The price has increased. You win. On the auction platform, the old man's face was beaming with happiness. The situation was exactly as he had expected. There was not even 1 in 10,000 people who could remain unmoved by the undying body. Some people knew that they were not strong enough, but they still wanted to give it a try. Of course, this was not because they were overestimating themselves. Strength was important, but luck was even more important. Luck was not always on the side of the strong. There are 3 maps left. After that, there will be no more. The 298th map, let the bidding begin. As soon as he spoke, the bidding didn't stop, reaching more than 30,000. The bidder was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Only Sea of Soul Realm experts could keep their composure. In any case, several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to them, so they didn't need to be calculative. The next 2 maps were sold at an even higher price. The second one was sold at 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the last one was sold at 50,000. Both were won by Sea of Soul Realm experts. The astral-reaching experts who had spirit stones earlier but didn't bid, and wanted to bid later but didn't have enough spirit stones, were filled with regret. They all made up their minds that if they had such an opportunity in the future, they would definitely be the first to bid. However, it was easy to say, but when it came to the crucial moment, how many people could remember their original determination? The auction of the maps ends here. Next is the final item. As the disturbance of the map passed, the auction reached its end. Apart from the Sea of Soul Realm experts who had some wealth, the majority of the people weren't paying attention to the final item. They were studying the maps in their hands. Not to mention, some people who had studied the history of Extreme Ein region were able to see something. Chapter 419. There are 3 places in Extreme Ein region that are related to the rooster diagram. One is Chicken Crow Valley, the other is the nearby Chicken Crow Town, and the last one is the Jianghu Mountains, where the first 11th grade demonic beast King Cyan Radiance Chicken was born. Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town don't have any special meaning. It's most likely in the Jianghu Mountains. On the ordinary seats, an astral-reaching realm expert mumbled to himself. The people around him stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. What are you guys doing? The person came to his senses and promptly shut his mouth. Unfortunately, words spoken were like spilled water, unable to be taken back. Hee hee, nothing much. Join our group. Otherwise we'll kill you once we get out. That's right. Joining our group is much better than the group of Sea of Soul Realm experts. At least you'll have a chance to obtain the secrets of the undying body. At this moment, those who had studied the history of Extreme region became highly sought after. Some willingly teamed up with their friends, while others were exposed by those in the know and forced to team up. In any case, the amount of information contained in this map was too great. Only with more people would there be a chance to unravel it. When the final treasure was sold for 120,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the auction came to a successful conclusion, and everyone left one after another. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many steps they can unravel? In the VIP room, Demon Ancestor was leisurely drinking tea. For the first 50 years, he had painstakingly studied day and night, unraveling more than half of the map. Unfortunately, the further he went, the more meaning the map contained. He simply couldn't speculate. Even if he flipped through the history of Extreme region, he still couldn't find a single clue. Of course, history couldn't be studied just because one wanted to. Some seemingly unimportant details might be the key to unraveling the map. Outside the auction house, Murong Qingqing reminded, "You have to be careful of that ghost moon spiritualist. Soul Sunder sect has quite a bit of research in the field of souls and strange things. Because of this, the people in the sect are somewhat unscrupulous. From the ordinary outer disciples to the leader of Soul Sunder sect, none are different." I know. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He could faintly feel that Duan Lingyun's soul was very unstable. This kind of instability did not mean that it had collapsed, but because he had cultivated some secret art, causing his soul to become extremely dark and extreme. His appearance was sunny on the outside, but his heart was filled with darkness. True Spirit Continent had many demonic cultivators, but demonic cultivators also had their depths. Duan Lingyun and his Soul Sunder sect were undoubtedly the deeper ones. Their temperament was influenced by their soul, giving others a feeling that they were nothing to be worried about. However, one should never believe the nonsense that evil would never triumph over good. Although one's temperament was important in cultivation, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. People with bright hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments, and those with dark hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments. Just like how good people might not necessarily have good retribution, and evil people might not necessarily have evil retribution. The only thing Yi Chen could do was to firmly believe in his Tao. The auction continued. The auction continued for the entire morning, and the demon sect's star. The sect. After lunch, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing walked out of the private room and went back to their own rooms. In the spacious and luxurious guest bedroom, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and took out a head-sized demonic fiend stone. The demon evil stone was like a huge crystallized coal. It felt cold and sharp when held in one's hand. The dark evil power contained in it even froze the water power in the air. Ice crystals fell on the ground, forming a thin layer of frost. Yi Chen ignored the gloomy coldness of the demonic fiend stone. His glabella swelled up, and his sword intent surged out, guiding a large amount of gloomy baleful qi into his body. Sizzle. The dark baleful qi was like a leech that had seen blood. After squirming for a while, it followed the meridians that were wrapped in true essence and entered the sea of soul between his eyebrows. The soul sea surged violently, the coldness was wanton, and it was filled with a deathly silence. Refine. When refining the blood evil stone's baleful qi, Yi Chen didn't have it easy. But now, his sword soul embryo was even more powerful. It even had a will radiance, and its might was second only to Sea of Soul Masters. Therefore he naturally didn't put the demonic fiend stone, which was 20% weaker than the blood evil stone, in his eyes. The ancient long sword above his Sea of Soul trembled, and a frightening sword intent halo spread out, dispersing the coldness and refining the deathly silence. The demonic fiend stone's baleful qi was used as nourishment, gradually strengthening itself. The demonic fiend stone's baleful qi was unwilling to become prey. It struggled with all its might, destroying Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. At the same time, the huge demonic fiend stone in Yi Chen's hand poured out even more gloomy baleful qi, reinforcing the vanguard and clashing with Yi Chen's sword soul embryo. Kacha. Kacha. Patches of gloomy baleful qi were shattered by the sword intent halo, unable to form an effective counterattack against Yi Chen's sword intent. With the refinement of the gloomy baleful qi, Yi Chen discovered that his sword intent was becoming increasingly condensed. The ancient longsword, which was the sword soul embryo, grew from 3 fingers long to 4 fingers long, and was still growing. The will radiance was a silver radiance, seeping out from within the sword soul embryo. It didn't change at all. What it needed wasn't refinement but comprehension. As for the sword intent halo, it had expanded by a fold. Although it was called a halo, it was actually the remnant sword intent ripples emitted by the sword soul embryo, forming a protective layer around it. 4 fingers long. 4.5 fingers long. 5 fingers long. When the sword soul embryo reached 5 fingers long, it finally stopped growing. It had reached a critical point, and if it continued to grow, it would become a true sword soul. Cutting off the connection with the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Half a day and a night had passed outside. From yesterday's afternoon to this morning, the air carried a fresh aura. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen looked at the demonic fiend stone. The coal-like demonic fiend stone had lost most of its color, gradually turning transparent. There was still about 20% of the gloomy baleful qi inside. In other words, in half a day and a night, Yi Chen had absorbed 80% of the gloomy baleful qi, condensing the sword soul embryo to the critical point. He was just one step away from becoming a sword soul. Putting away the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen slightly stretched his body and walked down from the bed. The sword soul embryo has reached the critical point. I wonder how powerful it will be. Locking his eyes on the half-man-tall bonsai in the bedroom, Yi Chen's forehead swelled. A shapeless sword intent shot out, slicing through the interior of the bonsai. Swoosh. The huge bonsai withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually lying down in the pot, without a trace of vitality. A beam of sword intent had killed the life force of the bonsai. This was a sword intent that could kill a clasping Yuan realm warrior's soul. Yi Chen felt that it was not that simple, so he walked over to the bonsai. He reached out his hand and dug out a piece of soil from the pot. The color of the soil had turned yellow, which was a sign of losing organic matter. That beam of sword intent had not only killed the bonsai's life force, it had also destroyed the nutrients in the soil. It had already started to have an effect on reality. Back then, when my sword intent reached 50%, I had also killed the life force of a bonsai. However, that bonsai was only the size of a palm, and it was a delicate species. If I didn't water it for a day, it would fall sick. Moreover, I had only killed the life force on the leaves, not completely. Right now, this bonsai is half a man tall, and it is a very tenacious species, able to thrive in a place like the extreme region. However, once my sword intent was released, all of the life force was still killed, and even the nutrients in the soil were killed. It was more than 10 times stronger than before, or even more than 30 to 50 times stronger than before. At the beginning, the sword intent was incorporeal. Once it reached the level of incorporeal, it would be able to kill some minuscule things. As the incorporeal deepened, it would be able to kill more and more things. Eventually, it would be able to forcefully affect reality just like the martial will of a life and death king. Under that kind of frightening will, even mountains and rocks would shatter, and a person would be dismembered for no reason. Compared to before, the sword intents might has increased by about 30%. If Ghost Moon hadn't comprehended the profound left behind by the predecessors, he would be completely confident in defeating him. However, Soul Sunder sect is a 6th grade sect, so it's impossible for them to have no profound martial skills. On the contrary, they would have a lot of them. Ghost Moon must have comprehended the profound of the predecessors to increase his strength. I wonder how much of the profound martial skills he has comprehended. Before comprehending one's own profound martial skill, learning others' profound martial skills was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It could also increase one's own experience. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't have 50% certainty against Ghost Moon. If his cultivation base could increase from late astral reaching realm to peak late astral reaching realm, then he wouldn't need to be afraid. After leaving Blue Mountain Island, with the support of enough upper-grade spirit stones, my cultivation base has progressed very quickly. Within 3 days I should be able to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Yi Chen opened his door and went to eat breakfast. At this moment, the door of Murong Qingqing's room also opened. Just like Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing had also been cultivating since yesterday afternoon. She had completely consumed the evil qi of the 3 demonic evil stones, and her martial will had finally condensed into a martial soul embryo, which could greatly amplify attack, defense, and speed. Her battle power had increased by more than a little bit. It could be said that even if Shin Tujue hadn't died, he wouldn't have been Murong Qingqing's opponent. This was because Murong Qingqing's great sky demon art had already reached the 13th layer, while Shin Tujue was quite lacking. After all, How many people could cultivate a top-rank Earth-grade art to the 13th layer at the astral-reaching realm? At least in South Rudra region they were pitifully few. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, Murong Qingqing didn't have the slightest trace of exhaustion. The hair in front of her forehead was slightly damp. Her eyebrows were lightly swept, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Her skin was abnormally smooth and white, and her nose was tall and straight. She exuded a holy elegance that was astonishingly seductive. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. "Good morning." Yi Chen suppressed his somewhat restless qi and blood and greeted her. "Let's eat breakfast together." Murong Qingqing revealed a smile. As she approached Yi Chen, a fragrant wind blew over. If an ordinary person smelled this fragrance, their bones would go soft. Of course, apart from Yi Chen, there had never been anyone who could walk so close to her. This morning, a tiny bud was born in the hearts of the two without any reason. Walking down the stairs side by side, the two entered a private room. While eating breakfast they studied the map together. Chapter 420. I know where the 12th sun pattern is. To the east of the land of extreme Yin, there is a golden desert with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That is the place with the weakest earth qi and Yin qi. It symbolizes the sun of the land of extreme Yin. In the golden desert, a broken shrine would often appear out of nowhere. The sun pattern on the shrine is exactly the same as the one on the map. I saw it in an ancient book. Murong Qingqing put down her chopsticks and took out a yellowed ancient book from her storage ring. She opened it and handed it over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the book and carefully read it. After a while he put down the book and said, "According to the description, this dilapidated temple should be a building from ancient times and is located in another space. It will only be connected to this world when the sun rises. However, it will only exist for 3 days every month, and the time of its appearance is uncertain." Murong Qingqing nodded. "Although I know where the 12th sun pattern is, I still need to know the previous 11 patterns. Since this map has no end, who knows what lies beyond the last pattern? And it would be best to find someone who knows the history of extreme Yin region. However, I want to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm in the next 3 days. I'll have to trouble you to find someone." In fact, Yi Chen didn't have that kind of urgent desire for the undying body. However, the opportunity was right before his eyes and he couldn't ignore it. Who knew what he would discover in the process of searching for the secrets of the undying body? He couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "Alright, rest assured and cultivate." When Murong Qingqing heard that Yi Chen had another opportunity to make progress, she was already used to it. As for finding someone who knew the history of extreme Yin region, it wasn't too difficult. Regardless of the era, there would always be people who liked to study history. If she couldn't find one in 3 Yin city, she could go to another city. After eating breakfast, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing greeted each other and returned to their guest room. "The most important thing right now is to increase my strength. Once my cultivation base reaches the peak of late astral reaching realm, I'll be able to contend against ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts." Without exchanging blows with Sea of Soul realm experts, Yi Chen couldn't figure out their strength. Rather than pinning his hopes on Dragon King's will, he might as well strengthen himself. Only by strengthening himself would he have the confidence to contend. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and started cultivating. The spirit stone Yuan Qi contained in high-grade spirit stones was extremely pure. It did not need to be tempered at all and could be directly transformed into quintessential essence. The only difference between it and quintessential essence was that it was thinner and not as condensed as quintessential essence. 100 strands of spirit stone Yuan Qi could be condensed into a strand of quintessential essence. 3 days passed in a flash. The morning of the 4th day. A powerful Zhen Yuan fluctuation spread out from Yi Chen's room like a storm, engulfing the entire restaurant. The sharp qi belonging to the green lotus Zhen Yuan soared into the sky, even cutting the flowing wind in the sky into pieces, cutting it off from the outside air. He broke through. In the guest room opposite, Murong Qingqing raised her head thoughtfully. His bones crackled as Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold lightning shot out from his pupils, causing the air to stagnate. "I've finally reached the peak of late astral reaching realm. If I don't break through to the Sea of Soul realm in the future, my Zhen Yuan will not increase in the slightest." The amount of Zhen Yuan one could contain was also different according to the difference in one's physique and soul. A person with a stronger physique and soul might be able to contain several times more Zhen Yuan than a person with a weaker physique and soul, or even 10 times more. And in between, there was a relation of utilization. For example, if a person's physique was very strong but his soul was not strong, then his Zhen Yuan could only reach the limit of his soul's control. His physique would not be saturated at all. This was the same principle as a wooden bucket, where the water inside would always be at the same level as the shortest piece of wood. Yi Chen had cultivated the pure jade body-boosting spell, and his body had also been tempered by the heavenly demonic flower. His physique was definitely second to none among astral-reaching experts. Up until now, the only one who could surpass him in this aspect was Su Jing. However, compared to his physique, Yi Chen's soul was even more powerful, which caused the Green Lotus Zhen Yuan to reach the limit of his physique. It had yet to reach the limit of his soul's control. In other words, even if Green Lotus sword arts broke through to the 14th layer, the total amount of Zhen Yuan would not increase. Only the purity of Zhen Yuan was limitless. It's time to leave. Standing up, Yi Chen felt his whole body brimming with an indescribable aura. This was because his cultivation base had reached the limit of astral reaching realm. Before this, although his cultivation base was very close to the peak of late astral reaching realm, a gap was a gap and it wouldn't change. However, when the power of this realm reached perfection, a mysterious feeling of control arose, and he had the desire to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Outside Three City, 3 figures, 1 in the front and 2 in the back, headed east. In Extreme Yin region, the rooster pattern represents 4 places. The first is Rooster Crow Valley, the second is Rooster Crow Town, and the third is the Chaiyang Mountain where the first 11th grade demonic King Cyan Radiance chicken was born. As for the last one, Rooster Crown Tree, very few people know about it. I only came across it by chance in an ancient book. The one leading the group was an old man in his 70s. His name was Wang Tong. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing both called him Old Wang. Old Wang's cultivation base was not weak, having long since reached mid-astral reaching realm. He had been traveling all year round and had recently returned to his hometown, Three City. Murong Qingqing had run into Old Wang on the antique street. Seeing that he was knowledgeable, she exchanged some words with him, and eventually decided on him as the leader. The reward that Elder Wang needed was not small at all. A high-rank Earth Realm Cultivation Skill Manual, 3 high-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manuals, a Lightness Skill Manual, 30,000 mid-rank Spirit Stones, and 500,000 low-rank Spirit Stones. Adding them all together, it was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Of course, it wasn't that Old Wang was greedy. For someone like him who explored history, whenever he encountered something of research value, he would buy it even if he had to eat. He was often short of Spirit Stones, both mid-grade and low-grade. Moreover, when traveling alone, his battle strength couldn't be too weak. His cultivation technique and martial skill had to be a bit better, and he also had to have an agility technique manual, which could allow him to escape at a crucial moment. High-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique and 2 high-grade Earth-grade martial skill manuals were given to Wang Tong by Yi Chen. Because Wang Tong needed 3 unique martial skills, the 3rd martial skill manual was given to him by Murong Qingqing, Little Demonic Hand. When cultivated to the late stage, this martial skill could condense a small demonic force field. Be it in battle or defense, it was extremely outstanding, making Wang Tong beam with joy. Yi Chen didn't have the agility technique manual, so it was given to Wang Tong by Murong Qingqing. As for the spirit stones, they were all paid by Yi Chen. With a long sword on his waist, Yi Chen followed closely behind Wang Tong and asked, "Out of these 4 places, which one should we go first?" Wang Tong said, "Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town can be eliminated, their history is too shallow. Yang Mountain Range and Coxcomb Tree are the places we need to go. Let's go to Yang Mountain Range first." "Hee hee, you guys can't go anywhere." On the mountain peak next to them, 2 human silhouettes flew over and blocked in front of the 3 of them. On the left was a handsome young man with a silver crown, and on the right was an old man wearing a ghost-swallowing cloud robe. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He had long since guessed that Duan Lingyun wouldn't let him off so easily. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he walked forward and said, "That's fine too. Let's settle this trouble today." Duan Lingyun took out his azure dragon halberd and pointed it at Yi Chen. He said coldly, "That's right, it's time to end this. Today this place will be the place of your death." Boom. Azure light exploded from the azure dragon halberd. Duan Lingyun tightened his grip, and the 2-meter-long halberd shot towards Yi Chen with a violent roar. The azure light streaked across the sky like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's body traversed across the mountain peak, its head stretched out and opened its mouth to bite. Duan Lingyun had used his killing move right from the start. Pushing Wang Tong a few miles away, Yi Chen's right hand grasped the sword hilt, and the azure wood sword was instantly unsheathed. The incomparably sharp sword light was like a wound that split the heaven and earth, and a tearing will gushed out, enveloping the incoming azure dragon energy. The azure dragon energy was broken into pieces, but Duan Lingyun had already used this opportunity to close in on Yi Qin. The heavy azure dragon halberd fell from the sky with great force. Ding! The sword and halberd collided, and sparks connected, radiating in all directions in a fan shape. The forest was set ablaze and the mountain peak was burnt. Wherever the two went, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Bewitching eye. His attack blocked, Duan Lingyun retreated. While he was retreating, his eyes shone brightly, and circles of misty ripples spread out, affecting Yi Chen's body. And it really came. Yi Chen was already prepared. Although he couldn't pull out his sword intent and use it alone like his opponent could, the gap between his battle power and Duan Lingyun's battle power was too big, and it wasn't something that could be made up for with a mere soul-sundering eye. Break! Withdrawing his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen waved out a sword filled with sword intent. Pop! Duan Lingyun's soul-sundering eye's first style was broken, and his face was extremely pale. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully used the second style, Chaotic Soul Eye, which was also the strongest style he could grasp. Chaotic Soul Eye, as its name suggested, could confuse the opponent's soul. The ripples it emitted did not have any pattern, and were ripple vortexes of different sizes. If one got too close, one's soul would feel like it was about to be sucked away. Wang Tong, who was watching the battle, was shocked. He was several li away from the battlefield, but he could still feel the power of Chaotic Soul Eye. He felt dizzy, and if it wasn't for Murong Qingqing using her martial will to isolate it, he would have lost his composure long ago. He couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingyun's strength, and even more shocked by Yi Chen, who was suppressing him. "You're not my opponent. Let the old one do it." Inside the ripple vortex, Yi Chen raised his azure wood sword high, poured a powerful sword intent into it and slashed down. Duan Lingyun spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking dispirited. During the battle, he had not only used the soul-sundering eye to affect Yi Chen's battle strength, but also launched sneak attacks. However, Yi Chen's battle strength was beyond his imagination. A casual attack from Yi Chen was able to push him back, and the soul-sundering eye was ineffective. "Lingyun, back off." Ghost Moon moved. His figure flashed and the surrounding space seemed to sway. His whole person was like a silhouette in a mirror, appearing 100 steps in front of Yi Chen in an extremely strange manner. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ghost Moon looked down at Yi Chen. "Kid, it's not easy for you to reach where you are today. I, Ghost Moon, also don't want to do something that will anger the heavens and the people. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Break your own arms and legs, then cut off your own tongue. How about that?" In his eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Saying such words was already enough to make him feel honored. He was not like other Sea of Souls realm warriors who would fight and kill right from the start. He liked to destroy his opponent's faith first, letting him know that no matter how hard he struggled, the result would not change, and then give him a cruel choice. Chapter 421. Slowly but powerfully circulating his Zhen Yuan, gradually increasing its speed, Yi Chen said indifferently, "Do you think I would be that stupid? You are Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior and nothing more than a Spirit Warrior. If you were a Sea of Soul Realm Master, saying such words wouldn't be a problem." Hearing his words, the injured Duan Lingyun and Wang Tong were stunned. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it seemed like he didn't put Sea of Soul Realm experts in his eyes at all. For them, this was an inconceivable thing. Although Spirit Warriors were the lowest level of Sea of Soul Realm experts, they were still Sea of Soul Realm experts. They had already shed their mortal bodies and were no longer considered mortals. If one were to challenge Astral Reaching Realm experts with Peak Late Clasping Yuan Realm Cultivation Base, there might still be some people who could do it. However, after reaching Peak Late Astral Reaching Realm, the chance of challenging Sea of Soul Realm experts was infinitely close to zero. The number of geniuses in the southern sector could be counted on one's fingers, which included South Rudra Region, Thunder Region, Misty Snow Region, Wavy Cloud Region, and other 8 regions. Adding up all the geniuses in the 8 regions, they could be counted on one's fingers. On average, there wouldn't even be one person in each region. Moreover, the top 5 geniuses were basically all in the Thunder region and other regions, and the Thunder Princess was one of them. So, he was waiting for Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Murong Qingqing seemed to have understood something. Yi Chen had waited until he reached Peak Late Astral Reaching Realm before leaving the Three-Yin City. He must have guessed that he would have a battle with Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a breakthrough. The three's gazes fell on Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior, wanting to see his reaction. The latter's face twitched a bit, and the gloomy killing intent could be felt from several li away. The lush forest below rapidly withered with him as the center, igniting a pale white flame. There is only a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Can I take your attitude as arrogance? Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior sneered. Unfortunately, arrogant geniuses will fall sooner or later. Just like a shooting star in the night sky, no matter how bright it is, it will only last for an instant. A shooting star is short, but it can leave you with an eternal painful memory. You can give it a try. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly swelled. At this moment it was time to go all out. He couldn't hold anything back anymore. He also wanted to know how his strongest sword intent would perform. How arrogant. Since you're unwilling to do it yourself, I'll personally break your limbs and shatter your tongue. Let's see if you're as arrogant as you are now. Ghost Moon's spiritualist grinned, revealing his sharp teeth with a bone-piercing chill. Seeing that the two were about to exchange blows, Duanling and Wang Tong felt that it was not safe enough, so they backed out a couple more miles. Sea of Souls realm warriors were not astral-reaching realm warriors, and their destructive power was shocking, as well as the ability to change the terrain. Right then Wang Tong looked at Yi Chen with a worried expression. Although he did not know where Yi Chen got his confidence from, he had heard about the title of Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior before, and he knew that he was not some fake warrior. Wanting to beat him with a cultivation of peak-level late astral-reaching realm would be almost impossible. Duan Lingyun sneered. It was indeed a pity that he could not kill Yi Chen with his own hands, but he knew that a dead martial genius would no longer be a martial genius. Only by staying alive would one have the chance to reach the top. The air next to Wang Tong twisted, and Murong Qingqing appeared there. Miss Murong, aren't you worried? Wang Tong asked. Murong Qingqing said, I have seen a lot of miracles from him. He is not the kind of person who can't see the situation clearly. In fact, he is more cautious than anyone else. More cautious than anyone else? Wang Tong was still suspicious. The air under his feet seemed to have turned into a huge sphere, exploding violently. Ghost Moon leaned his body forward as he opened his right hand, grabbing toward Yi Chen. A huge ghost hand with a hint of green appeared in the air, covering the whole sky and even the space where Yi Chen was standing. Brat, it is too late to regret now. The ghost hand closed up and the surrounding mountains cracked. Yi Chen's whole body fell into a completely dark world, looking like he was about to be squeezed into a meat paste by the ghost hand. Duan Lingyun laughed viciously as if he could already see Yi Chen's miserable face. Green Lotus reaching the sky. A muffled sound came out from the ghost hand, carrying a monstrous sword intent into everyone's ears. In the next second, the green sword light was like a towering tree that took root in the ghost hand. It instantly expanded from a seed to a height of hundreds of meters, breaking the ghost hand and tearing the ghost hand's aura apart. What? He broke my cage ghost hand in one go. Ghost Moon's pupils shrank. He was not surprised that he couldn't kill Yi Chen in one move, but it was hard for him to accept that it was broken in one move. His face was a little red. Breaking through the ghost hand's restraint, Yi Chen was thousands of meters high in the sky. He held the greenwood sword with both hands and slashed down from the sky. A terrifying scene occurred. The sword light, which was branded with the green lotus, was connected to the greenwood sword. It was hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide. It fell from the sky with a momentum that could split the heaven and earth and slash the chaos. It fiercely fell on the top of Ghost Moon's head. Before the sword light arrived, the mountain below Ghost Moon's head cracked open. It was so dark that one couldn't see the bottom. Sword soul level sword intent? Ghost Moon was quite shocked. Cultivation was divided into different levels and so were sword intents. Before one formed a sword soul, it would be called sword intent. After forming a sword soul, it would be a sword soul level sword intent. He did not know if Yi Chen had formed a sword soul or not, but this sword intent was definitely a sword soul level sword intent. He had once encountered a Sea of Souls realm sword artist, and that person's sword intent seemed to be even weaker than Yi Chen's. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. So your sword intent has reached this level. But if you think that you can compete with me with a sword soul level sword intent, then you are very wrong. Ghost Moon yelled as he crossed his arms and tore them apart. His huge sharp ghost claws blocked the sword light. Try it and you will know. His body slightly tilted. Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his left hand and changed his right hand to a reverse grip. He then slashed down. Chin. The sword light was connected with the greenwood sword. As the greenwood sword slashed down, so did the sword light. The two ghost claws were cut in half like they had been cut by a saw. At that critical moment, a pair of claw gloves appeared on Ghost Moon's hands, which barely managed to catch the sword light. Bright sparks were brought up. Top-rank attacking weapon. Yi Chen sighed. If his opponent did not have a top-rank weapon, he thought that he might have a chance to beat him. But now the difficulty had doubled. It was not impossible for him to get the upper hand, but it would be impossible for him to beat him. Of course, it was still because he had hidden attacks. Without them, he would not even be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Wang Tong gasped. In that battle, Yi Chen had actually gotten the upper hand, which had completely overturned everything he knew. But it seemed like it would end here. Ghost Moon was a Sea of Souls realm warrior himself, and he also had a top-rank weapon. There was no way he could beat him. I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeves? Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. The battling power of Sea of Souls realm warriors could be divided into a couple of levels on the surface, but there were even more hidden levels. For example, whether or not a top-rank weapon was a huge difference. Ghost Moon was the great master of a rank 6 martial institution in the Wavy Cloud region, so he naturally would not lack top-rank weapons. She believed that Yi Chen must have thought of this, but as for what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves, she did not know. With the claw gloves on his hands, Ghost Moon was angry out of embarrassment. It was not because of anything else, but because he had been forced to use a top-rank weapon to block out the attack. Although part of it was because he had underestimated Yi Chen and did not use all of his power, he was still a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Very good. You have successfully pissed me off. My next attack will kill you for sure. With a top-rank attacking weapon, if he still could not kill Yi Chen, then he would really be ashamed. But of course, Ghost Moon did not think that Yi Chen would be able to escape this attack. 100 Ghost 1000 kill. The pitch-black claw glove burst out a breathtaking black light. As Ghost Moon waved his hand, countless claw shadows filled the sky, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. Wherever the claw shadows went, the space started to vibrate intensely, layer upon layer, blurring the scene. A mountain nearby exploded, sending dust into the sky. In this chaotic environment, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He put his greenwood sword back into its scabbard and opened his palm, holding the three sword handles together. His green lotus Zhen Yuan poured into the scabbard through his palm, connecting the three swords together in a special pattern. Ding! A sword sound pierced through the sky. Murong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong could feel the hair on their bodies standing up. Right then, the sword intent and sword aura that exploded from Yi Chen's body had perfectly fused together. The whole world seemed to have turned into a sword. The mountain was the sword, the tree was the sword, the grass was the sword, and the water was also the sword. Right after that, a shocking sword light appeared, making the whole world lose its color. Three swords combined into one. Yi Chen took out three swords at once: the Greenwood Sword, the Thunder Sword, and the Destruction Sword. The three swords were connected by Zhen Yuan, causing their power to increase drastically, reaching the level of top-rank attacking swords. Under the amplification of the three swords combined into one, Yi Chen's sword intent and sword aura naturally blended together. The surrounding environment was affected by the sword intent and aura, becoming extremely sharp. Even a small stone could kill. Even a 300-meter-tall waterfall was drawn over by the sword intent, turning into a huge crystal-clear sword that floated behind Yi Chen's head. Kill? With a wave of the sword, the sky-covering claw shadows exploded one by one. At the same time, the huge sword that the waterfall had turned into also shot toward Ghost Moon. Impossible. Even if he has an upper-rank attacking weapon, it can't have this kind of power. Ghost Moon was shocked. Before, he had only used 60% of his power, and now that he had an upper-rank attacking weapon and his battling power had increased to 80 or 90%, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. All of a sudden, his momentum suffered a huge blow, and he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. There are a lot of impossible things in the world. You still don't have the power to make me feel helpless. Now take one sword attack from me. With the three swords combined into one, Yi Chen threw out a second sword attack, and the powerful sword chi cut down dozens of mountains. Upon hearing that, Ghost Moon's face took on a ghastly expression. His face turned black and his long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. A frightening and eerie aura soared into the sky, and as his robe fluttered, he looked like a devil standing in the human world, causing one to be frightened. Ignorant little bastard, you think you can make me regret my words and actions with this little power? You overestimate yourself and you are too ignorant. At the same time, a white ghost fire ignited on Ghost Moon's body, and the ghost fire gathered into the shape of a skull. Even under the sun it did not feel hot at all. Instead, there was only endless coldness and horror that could burn all spirits. Boom. With a strike of his palm, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The pale ghost fire flooded the sky, and one could vaguely see the reflection of countless skulls on the surface of the ghost fire, opening their mouths and roaring. How stupid to actually completely anger Elder Ghost Moon. If I don't anger him, I will be killed at most, but if I anger him, I won't be able to die even if I want to. The feeling of having my spirit extracted and my soul devoured by a ghost is not a good feeling. Duan Lingyu knew Ghost Moon's background very well, and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 422. An attack that erodes the mind? I'll let you see what the all-destroying destruction sword Dao Will is. Yi Qin had 3 great sword intents. The main one was the immortal sword intent, and the branches were the destruction and slaughter sword intents. The immortal sword intent was the most powerful one, which made it unbreakable and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the destruction and slaughter were pure killing intents, which were more advantageous in terms of attacking. Especially the destruction one, which was slightly more powerful than the slaughter one. With the enhancement of the destruction sword intent, Yi Qin did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a sword attack, and that slightly surreal sword chi was like a sharp chi flow, clashing with the pale ghost fire. Boom, 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 boom. The two were like water and fire, neither giving way to the other. They continued to accumulate power and attack, trying to drown each other. Within a blink of an eye, the two had been destroyed at the same time. It was not that Yi Qin's destruction sword intent was not powerful, but that Ghost Moon's secret martial art was just too strange. Using it to connect with his martial intent and his own Jin Yuan, the attack he threw out was enough to wound a Sea of Souls realm warrior at the same level. It was already very horrifying for Yi Qin to be able to handle it. If he could break it, then even Ghost Moon would have to escape. Destruction sword intent. He has actually learned the sword intent's element. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Ghost Moon felt like he had been slapped in the face. Yi Qin had blocked out his attacks again and again, shattering all of his words. He was about to lose his mind. He was confident that if Yi Qin's sword intent was similar to a normal Sea of Souls realm sword artist, then he would definitely be able to beat him. But Yi Qin had somehow managed to learn the sword intent that even Sea of Souls realm sword artists could not. So powerful. Is he really an astral-reaching realm warrior? Wang Tong had been traveling around the world a lot, so there was nothing he had not seen before. But this time he was truly shocked by Yi Qin. With his peak-level late astral-reaching realm cultivation, he was able to fight against Ghost Moon, a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It was beyond his imagination. He did not know how powerful the famous Thunder Princess was, but in his mind she was probably at this level, perhaps even weaker. Immortal sword intent, destruction sword intent. One person with 2 sword intents? Murong Qingqing knew everything about Yi Qin. In the early days, Yi Qin had the immortal sword intent. She was indeed surprised, but she didn't think it was ridiculous. Everyone had their own opportunities, it was just a matter of size. However, after having the immortal sword intent, he was able to comprehend the destruction sword intent, which was a bit ridiculous. From the ancient times until now, no one had ever possessed 2 sword intents. It was not because of lack of opportunities, but because no one could possess 2 sword intents at the same time. That would cause the soul to collapse directly, and the soul would be destroyed by the backlash of one's own sword intent. A prodigy of the sword Dao. If he could enter the life and death realm, he might be able to become the #1 sword artist throughout the ages, suppressing the ancient sword king. In the ancient era, the sword king couldn't become a monarch not because he wasn't strong enough, but because there could only be one monarch. After the ancient era, this rule was gradually abolished, allowing multiple monarchs to exist at the same time. Of course, it had to be said that a monarch from the same era as the ancient Sword King was truly powerful. He was actually able to suppress the Sword King and become a monarch. Miss Morong, what do you think of this battle? Wang Tong had, after all, received payment from the two, and he was very interested in the patterns on the map. Therefore he was very concerned about Yi Chen's life and death. Murong Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, half and half. Half and half? Wang Tong was somewhat astonished and reminded, Ghost Moon is the supreme elder of Soul Sunder sect, so he must have cultivated a profound martial skill. Even if he hasn't comprehended it to 100%, it's still not something ordinary martial skills can compare to. Murong Qingqing nodded, that's why I said half and half. If Ghost Moon didn't cultivate a profound martial skill, he wouldn't even have half. What? Wang Tong found it hard to understand Murong Qingqing's words. With my understanding of him, there's no way he wouldn't have made preparations. He would have certainly guessed that Ghost Moon had comprehended a profound martial skill. Murong Qingqing said slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingyun was a bit anxious. He originally thought that Ghost Moon would be able to kill Yi Chen as easily as blowing off dust. Who would have thought that the development of the situation wasn't under their control? Yi Chen's strength was absolutely terrifying among geniuses, enough to contend against the legendary Thunder Princess. Before the auction, his cultivation base was late astral reaching realm, and now he's at the peak. If I had known earlier, I would have dealt with him in Threein City, even if I had to bear the wrath of Threein City's city lord. Seeing Yi Chen's progress, Duan Lingyun was extremely regretful. He didn't make a move in Threein City because, although Threein City didn't forbid fighting, it was under the premise that it wouldn't cause too much damage. Yi Chen wasn't a persimmon in their hands. If they wanted to kill him, the aftermath of the battle could destroy dozens of streets and perhaps even more. Once the city lord was enraged, although he wouldn't kill him, he might be heavily injured, unable to recover for 3 to 5 years. If the city lord was in a bad mood, being killed would be quite normal. Others might be afraid of Soul Sunder sect, but Threein City didn't. At most they would give some face. Very good. You actually forced me to this extent. Ghost Moon's expression became extremely grave. In any case, Yi Chen's strength had already made him feel a trace of threat. If he didn't go all out, he would very likely be defeated. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. With his sleeves fluttering in the wind, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword hovering in the horizon. His whole body was emitting a sharp aura. Under the influence of his aura, the gale was like a sword, and the dense sword chi locked onto Ghost Moon. Hearing him, Yi Chen said indifferently, I know you've comprehended profound martial skills. Display them. Otherwise, you're doomed to return in a sorry state. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll help you. The deathly white ghost flames on Ghost Moon's body burned increasingly brighter. As he got closer, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It wasn't just a chill on his body but also on his soul. The space trembled. Under everyone's gaze, Ghost Moon's hands moved downwards and joined together in a strange and demonic posture. He quickly formed a seal. As he formed the seal, the space rippled. A ferocious ghost head formed from the deathly white ghost flames was formed. The ferocious ghost's face was long and narrow, and its chin was sharp. Its eyes and mouth were 3 black holes. It was pitch black inside, as if it could devour a person's soul. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a sinister laughter. Profound martial skill. He's dead for sure. Duan Lingyun recognized the profound martial skill that Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator was using. He was confident that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to make a comeback. After forming the seal, Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator roared. Both of his hands maintained the posture of forming the final seal and pressed towards Yi Chen's body. In curse. Silently, the ferocious ghost's head was like an imprint on a seal. Wherever it went, the air melted and the wind stopped. It's actually the Yin Profound. Murong Qingqing had seen a lot of things, so she could tell what kind of profound was used to activate the Yin spell. Among the profound, the most common ones were the natural element profound, such as the wind profound, gold profound, wood profound, etc. The rarer ones would be the slow profound and the cloud profound. There were also some even rarer ones, such as the yin-yang profound and the chaos profound. As the yin profound, this kind of profound focused on mental attacks and was very mysterious. If the warrior was not careful enough, he or she would be doomed forever. Yi Chen didn't dare to underestimate Ghost Moon's profound martial skill. There were many profound mysteries in the world, and there were many that restrained each other. However, when he saw Ghost Moon's profound martial skill being used, a smile appeared on his face. The yin and yang profound was indeed very powerful. However, once they were separated, it might not be able to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his thunder mentality slightly suppressed the yin attribute. Although the two were not on the same level, the gap was closed. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen stepped forward and accurately chopped the ferocious ghost's head. The ferocious ghost's howl was heard. Murong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong stepped back again and again to avoid spiritual attacks. Even so, Duan Lingyun's face was still very pale, while Wang Tong directly puked out a blood mist, looking very dispirited. However, Murong Qingqing's expression didn't change at all. Her eyes flashed with a strange black light. Crackling sounds could be heard as the bright thunder light quickly consumed the ferocious ghost Yuan Qi. The spiritual attack contained in it was also cancelled out by the destruction sword intent. A few mountain peaks that were far away were even shattered. The mountain tops flew up into the sky and exploded instantly. Bastard, you actually blocked my Yin curse. Is that a perfect peak Earth Realm sword move? Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior seemed to have noticed something, and his expression turned ugly. His Yin curse was created by a Sea of Soul Realm expert of the Soul Sunder martial school hundreds of years ago. In the few years since he became a Sea of Soul Realm expert, he had already cultivated it to 30% completion, which was already extremely difficult. It should be known that things belonging to others would always belong to others. Comprehending it would be twice as difficult. If he were at Astral Reaching Realm, with his comprehensive ability, he might not be able to accomplish this even after spending 10 years. However, even his 30% Yin curse was blocked by Yi Qin. Moreover, the latter's sword move was clearly a perfect peak Earth Realm sword move, only a step away from profound sense martial skill. In terms of power, it was equivalent to 20 to 30% of a profound sense martial skill. To be able to comprehend a top Earth Realm martial skill to perfection at Astral Reaching Realm. Such a genius was frightening just by thinking about it. At least, Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior didn't even have a single top Earth Realm martial skill to perfection. The Yin Profound focuses on mental attacks, which are much weaker than physical attacks. I have 3 great sword intents, so as long as the gap is not too big, mental attacks will not work on me. That little bit of physical attack is actually weaker than my Sky Thunder cut. Originally, a 30% profound sense martial skill would be slightly more powerful than Yi Chen's Sky Thunder cut. Unfortunately, the Yin curse, which focused on mental attacks, could not pose an effective threat to Yi Chen. Performing his sword steps, Yi Chen's whole body was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky, bringing along a sharp sword chi as he attacked toward Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Ding! Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior backed out in embarrassment, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's body turned, using his body as a sword, performing a sword art. He appeared behind Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior within a second, then waved out a heavy sword attack. Not good. What kind of step art is this? Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior had never seen such a sharp step art before. Yi Chen could even use his body as a sword, performing a sword art with his body. It was absolutely unimaginable, and it was so unconstrained that it made his scalp go numb. What kind of sword artist was the scariest? Of course, it was the sword artist who did not play by the rules. You want to hurt me? Dream on. Activating his Zhen Yuan, a 3-colored light cover appeared on Ghost Moon's body, bouncing off Yi Chen's attack. A top-rank defensive artifact indeed. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes, performing his Sky Thunder cut for the second sword attack, leaving a sword mark on the 3-colored light cover. Chapter 423. The 3-colored light cover was not broken yet, but the cutting power of the Sky Thunder cut had forced Ghost Moon to back out continuously, leaving behind a 3-colored mark in the air. Damn it. Yin curse. Area kill. His face turned green and red as he took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. He formed a spell with one hand and performed his profound sense martial art Yin curse continuously, shooting out light marks one after another. Immortal Guide. Yi Chen performed his sword steps, his body traveling between the gaps of the Yin curse. That sharp sword chi formed automatically, following Yi Chen's sword aura as it attacked toward Ghost Moon. Although Ghost Moon's battling power was at the same level as Yi Chen, he was still weaker than Yi Chen in terms of battling techniques. In fact, if it were another Sea of Souls Realm warrior, they might not be able to beat Yi Chen in terms of battling techniques. The sword steps that Yi Chen had learned from the 3 great sword arts were extremely mysterious. He used his own body as a sword and performed sword arts with his body, which was something that had never been seen before. If the sword steps were forcibly divided into ranks, it would definitely be beyond the top rank Earth Realm step arts, which were equivalent to 50% of the profound sense step arts. Taking one step to the east and one to the west, Yi Chen's step arts were just like his sword arts. They were unrestrained and unstoppable, forcing Ghost Moon to back out continuously with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. No, this brat's step arts are unimaginable. If I continue to fight like this, I will lose all of my face. Ghost Moon's mind was still intact. He knew that no matter what, he would definitely lose his face today. But there were different degrees of it. If he continued to fight, it would only make him lose more face. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, he had to leave first. With that thought in mind, Ghost Moon pushed his Zhen Yuan and jumped out, appearing dozens of miles away. Brat, I will spare your life today. When we meet again in the future, I will make sure your blood splashes everywhere. After throwing down those words, Ghost Moon used his Zhen Yuan and dragged Duan Lingyun away. After dozens of blinks, they disappeared without a trace. Oh. Waiting until Ghost Moon left, Yi Qin let out a long breath. It was his first time battling against a Sea of Souls realm warrior, so it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But of course he was more excited than anything else. It was the kind of excitement of being able to use all of his power and surpass his own limits. For him, normal extreme astral reaching realm warriors and unbeatable warriors would not be able to interest him at all. I've learned a lot from this fight, and I've gained a clear understanding of my own strength. Ghost Moon was an early Sea of Souls realm warrior. His top-rank Earth realm martial arts had not been trained to completion, but he had 2 top-rank great weapons, one for offense and one for defense. His profound sense martial art had been trained to 30%. All in all, he was more or less a mid-level warrior. He was not too powerful but not too weak either. In the future, if he ran into an enemy Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Then he would know who was stronger and who was weaker. Mr. Yi, you have indeed opened my eyes. This is my first time seeing an astral reaching realm warrior being able to fight evenly with a Sea of Souls realm warrior. I think you might even be able to suppress him. Wang Tong's face had regained some color as he waved his robe and flew over. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin said, "It was just luck. If it were other Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would be impressive if I could stay undefeated." Wang Tong laughed, "Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. Not to mention the others, there are only a few martial geniuses who could compete with Sea of Souls realm warriors in the whole South region. In other words, Mr. Yi is at least one of the top 10 martial geniuses in the whole region." Yeah, Mr. Wang is right. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to Yi Qin that the competitive atmosphere in our South Rudra region has been brought up. Murong Qingqing nodded to show her agreement. Yi Qin touched his nose and said to Murong Qingqing, "Murong, I am afraid you have not used your real power even once, right?" When he was battling with Ghost Moon, even Duan Lingyun could not handle the aftermath of the Sky Thunder Cut and the Yin spell, but Murong Qingqing seemed to be fine. Combined with Murong Qingqing's mysterious and calm demeanor, Yi Qin had a feeling that she was hiding a deeper level of power. Perhaps. Murong Qingqing knew that she could not hide it from Yi Qin completely, so she did not say anything definite. After the storm had settled down, the 3 continued on their journey. Rising Sun Mountain. Right then there were a lot of people who were here to explore the secret. When the auction had just ended, there were a lot of people who knew about the Undying Body map. A lot of them were willing to pay a high price for a copy of the map, since it was not that hard to copy a map. Therefore, the 300 maps had turned into more than 1,000, and it was still growing. As for the people who were here to explore the secret, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Wang Tong leading the way, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing soon found the mountain where the rank 11 Beast King Blue Light Chicken used to stay. The mountain had been burnt and crystallized. Even after countless years, it had not completely decayed. The Blue Light Chicken was a rank 11 Beast King. Although its martial will had disappeared, the mountain that had been refined by the Beast Yuan was extremely sturdy. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to destroy it. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not want to destroy such a valuable research mountain. Wang Tong introduced the Scorched Mountain as he walked deeper into the mountain. Soon the 3 arrived at a less populated area. Yi Qin quietly pushed his soul power and spread it out. Soon he found a painting on the wall of the mountain. Walking in front of the painting, Murong Qingqing said, "It seems like the first pattern on the map is indeed this mountain in the Chaoyang Mountain." In the eyes of the 3 of them, there was a ferocious-looking, glowing chicken-like beast carved on the wall. Underneath the feet of the beast was a cave, and inside the cave was a roaring white skull, which was the second pattern on the map. In front of the chicken-like beast, there was a sun in the sky, and around the sun were small dots like a desert. Yi Qin thought of something as he took out the map. After opening it, he realized that the positions of the 3 on the wall were exactly the same as on the map. The starting point was the rooster pattern, and the bottom right corner of the rooster was the skull pattern. After reaching the 5th pattern, it started to get higher and higher, and the 12th sun pattern was right above the rooster. "I see." Yi Qin looked pensive. He took out a pen and paper, shrinking the scale of the pattern on the wall and drawing it on the paper. There was no end point on the map, but he could draw a better map with the help of the wall or something else. The map in his hand was only for reference. Leaving the Chaoyang Mountain, the 3 walked towards the second pattern on the map. According to Wang Tong's conjecture, the second pattern represented 3 places. One was the White Bone Mountain, one was the burial ground, and the last one was the Skull Cave. However, according to the mural, the skulls were in the caves, so the skull pattern represented the Skull Cave. As expected, the three of them also found a wall in a hidden corner of the Skull Cave. This wall had been eroded by time and had long become blurred. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power could sense what was carved on the wall. It was a kind of deep observation. After the Skull Cave was the Toad River. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the river, which was impervious to water and fire. There were also simple and unadorned wall paintings that had been passed down to this day. As for the fourth pattern, the difficulty began to increase. 2 circles and 1 square formed a strange pattern. Wang Tong pondered for half a day before setting his target on the extreme Yin region's 2 forms ridge. The 3's luck was pretty good, as the 2 forms ridge was the place represented by the 4th pattern, 5th pattern, 6th pattern, 7th pattern. The 11th pattern. Within half a month, the 3 had found 11 wall paintings and soon arrived at the 12th destination, Golden Desert. There are a lot of people here. Yi Chen raised his head and saw about 40 to 50 people. Among them, a dozen were Sea of Soul Realm experts and one was wearing a black robe. Yi Chen could feel an extremely frightening aura from his body. It was the aura of a Sea of Soul Realm master. This was not the first time Yi Chen had seen this person. Back when he hadn't arrived at 3 Yin City, he, Murong Qingqing, and Duan Lingyun had seen this person rushing out from the plains. The black-robed man glanced around and revealed a faint smile. Seems like auctioning the map was definitely a wise move. In just half a month, so many people have found the 12th pattern. If I give them some more time, they might be able to find the place I haven't found yet. The black-robed man was precisely Yin Demon Ancestor. From the 10th pattern onwards, he had been observing everyone. Being able to find the 10th and the following patterns was enough to prove that they had a deep foundation in historical research. Rumble. Right at this moment, the surface of the desert trembled. A lot of sand soared into the sky, covering the sky and sunlight. It was an extremely frightening scene. Ah! Miserable screams resounded as 3 astral-reaching experts were swallowed by something, disappearing into the desert without a trace. Panic spread. Apart from Sea of Soul Realm experts, everyone was nervous. Rumble. Another wave of sand shot up, and a huge mouth appeared under the ground. Inside the mouth were sharp teeth that looked like a blender, layered on top of each other, connected to the soft meat wall. Above this huge mouth was indeed Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing, and the other 2. Great demon capture. Murong Qingqing didn't wait for Yi Chen to make a move. She made a circle with both of her hands, and an invisible force field interweaved, forcibly pulling out the owner of the huge mouth. During the process, Wang Tong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This thing was too big. Its body was more than 2,000 meters long, and the thickest part was 300 meters, while the thinnest part was still more than 100 meters. It was a super sandworm, one that could swallow an entire street. The sandworm struggled with all its might, wanting to break free from Murong Qingqing's grasp. However, Murong Qingqing was not an ordinary astral-reaching expert. With a twist of her right hand, half of the worm's body was twisted in the air. Green juices splashed everywhere, dyeing the surface of the desert. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but after the appearance of the worm, the sky began to brighten. A ray of sunlight sprinkled down, and in the void in front of everyone, the silhouette of a broken building appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 424. The Sun Palace has appeared. Someone yelled out. Damn. These Gamma sandworms are too hard to deal with. Let's kill them together first. There was still some time before the Sun Palace completely appeared. If they did not take care of those Gamma sandworms with huge appetites, then at least 30% of the people here would die. As for those Sea of Souls Realm warriors, they did not even bother to join in the fight. It would already be merciful of them to not kill the astral-reaching realm warriors. Since Murong Qingqing had taken care of a Gamma sandworm by herself, a lot of people had come over wanting to use Murong Qingqing's power to escape this disaster. At the edge of the desert, the sun was half exposed. The top half of the broken Sun Palace was already very clear, and only the bottom half was twisted and blurry, not completely connected with this world yet. Boom, boom, boom. Near the Sun Palace, dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors attacked the surface of the desert together. That rich Jin Yuan flow gathered together, looking like meteors falling from the sky, continuously attacking the Gamma sandworms. Of course, there were some unfortunate people who were dragged into the ground. The moment the sun completely left the Earth's surface, the outline of the Sun Divine Hall twisted for a moment, then completely revealed itself. A vast aura from ancient times spread in all directions. In the sky and on the ground, even the gamma sandworms were stunned. They quietly snuck into the depths and did not show themselves again. This is the Sun Palace. There is also a power vibration coming from a broken stone. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful. The second the Sun Palace appeared, he could immediately tell that it was not a normal building. It was a magical building with a forbidden power, which was even more powerful than the puppet martial school's branch ruins. The entire Sun God Temple stretched for miles. There were no walls and there were sun totem pillars everywhere. Beside the totem pillars, there were often stone warriors holding spears. The tallest building in the Sun God Temple was the main hall in the center. It was squarish and over 1,000 meters tall. Every pillar in front of the main hall was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When humans stood below them, they seemed so small and insignificant. Something is not right. My Zhenyuan is being suppressed. A man walking in front of them suddenly said. Me too. This Sun God Hall is strange. It seems to be enveloped by a layer of restrictive power. Once you enter, you will be restricted by the restrictive power. They had never encountered such a situation in the previous 11 places. Only the Sun God Temple was a bit unexpected. Of course, a portion of the people who knew did not find it strange. They had been to the Sun God Temple before, but they did not go deep because the Sun God Temple was very dangerous. Those who entered in the past rarely left alive. They all died mysteriously. You guys be careful. Yi Chen quietly released his soul power, reminding Murong Qingqing and Wang Tong. Murong Qingqing looked behind her and said, "It looks like we can't get out." Wang Tong explained, "The Sun Divine Hall appears once a month for 3 days. Within these 3 days you can only enter and not leave. Only on the dawn of the 4th day will you have a quarter of an hour to leave. If you can't leave, you have to wait until next month. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come." Yi Chen didn't say anything else. He had a feeling that things wouldn't be peaceful for the next 3 days. There were a lot of buildings in the Sun God Temple, but some of the smaller ones probably wouldn't have murals. Only the more important ones would have the possibility. Just as the three were about to enter a slightly more majestic building, a scream was suddenly heard from one of the buildings nearby. It seemed like something horrifying had happened. Before that, there were 3 or 4 astral-reaching realm warriors who had entered. Wang Tong said with a low voice, "According to the rumors, there are blood-sucking monsters in the Sun God Temple. They are unkillable and only under the sun would they not be attacked." Blood-sucking monsters? Unkillable? Afraid of the sun? Yi Chen frowned. "Mr. Wang, you stay outside. I will go in with Murong." Murong Qingqing nodded. "Yi Chen is right. Mr. Wang, you stay. Then you guys be careful." Mr. Wang knew himself well. He knew that his power would not be of much use and might even drag them down. Entering the building, Yi Chen immediately sensed a wave of cold power. It was completely different from the warm aura outside. It was hard to imagine that this was the inside of the Sun God Temple. There are murals here. Yi Chen soon found a wall. There were a lot of carvings on it. Because of the restrictive power, his soul power could not sense it too clearly. He would have to walk over and look with his eyes. Pow, pow. In the cold environment, the two's footsteps seemed to be coming from another world. There is nothing about the map. After observing for a while, Yi Chen did not find any weird patterns on the wall. It was all stories and stories. Just as the two turned around, a black shadow flew down from above, shining with a sharp cold light. Chen. Yi Chen did not panic at all. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and threw out 3 sword attacks. The first one brought out a bright spark, the second brought out a stream of blood, and the third stabbed right in the center. Yeah. Not dead yet. After the 3 sword attacks, the black shadow was blown into the air, trying to disappear into the darkness. Sky Demon capture. Murong Qingqing was already prepared. She reached out with her right hand and pulled back. The black shadow was caught off guard and was pulled down to the ground, making a huge sound. A sharp roar was heard. The ear-piercing sound wave was everywhere. Even Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen had to take 3 steps back. Seizing the opportunity, the black shadow disappeared. Unkillable blood-sucking monster. Interesting. Yi Chen did not care. He shook off the blood on his long sword and put it back into its scabbard. Murong Qingqing said, "Our Zhenyuan has been suppressed by 90%, leaving us with less than 40% of our battling power. This undying monster is almost at the level of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior." Battling power was a comprehensive power, which included Zhenyuan, martial will, and physical power. 4 astral-reaching realm warriors, Zhen Yuan was the most important, making up about 80% of their battling power. Therefore, the suppression of Zhen Yuan would have a huge impact on their battling power. This is a bit tricky. I wonder how many of these undying monsters there are. Yi Qin had just fought with the undying monster once. The latter's battling technique was not that powerful, but its speed was extremely fast. Under such circumstances, most of the astral-reaching realm warriors would be in danger. Outside, Wang Tong stood under the sun. Seeing the two come out, he let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How was it inside? Did that thing appear?" Murong Qingqing said, "It ran away." Ran away? Is there really a blood-sucking monster? Wang Tong had never seen one before, so he was hoping to be lucky. Hearing her words, he felt a chill down his spine. Yi Qin said, "Don't worry. You only need to protect yourself. We will take care of the rest." Inside a huge building in front of them, undying monster. Let's see how many times you can take damage. The one who was talking to himself was a middle-aged man with a cold face. If there were experienced people here, they would be able to tell that he was the famous Ironwood man in the Extreme place. His power was one level higher than the spirit warriors. Although his Zhen Yuan had been suppressed a lot, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, his body was no longer a normal body anymore. It was extremely tough, and only his physical power was horrifying. Combined with his martial will and remaining Zhen Yuan, he was able to compete with extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Under his feet was a human-shaped monster. It had long legs and arms, long fangs in its mouth and extremely sharp claws. Its skin was white and purple, looking very thick. Instead of calling it skin, it was more like a layer of cuticle. It was very muscular where it should be skinny, but where it should be strong, it was surprisingly strong. Overall, it was a kind of monster that did not care about appearance but focused on killing. Swoosh. Holding the dark blue iron stick in his hand, Ironwood Man stomped on the human-shaped monster's chest, creating a bloody hole there. The human-shaped monster screamed and stared at Ironwood Man crazily, showing its fangs, looking extremely horrifying. Ironwood Man frowned. His opponent's voice contained a sharp sound wave, and its super high vibration frequency made his heart feel like exploding. He opened his mouth and waved his arm. The iron stick pierced through the human-shaped monster's throat. All of a sudden, the scream stopped as if a duck had been choked by its neck. Still not dead. The chest had been pierced through and the throat and spine had been broken. If it were a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, they would have been dead by now. However, judging from the struggling power of the human-shaped monster, it was still full of energy, as if the wound it had just received was just a superficial wound. Let's see if you will die or not. The dark blue iron stick shone with a dark blue light as Ironwood Man used all of his power to attack the human-shaped monster's forehead. Boom. White and red blasted out, looking extremely bloody. The humanoid monster's body twitched a couple of times after being hit in the head, then it stopped moving. I thought it was an undying body? So disappointing. Throwing down the monster's body, Ironwood Man turned around and walked out of the building. The number of buildings in the Sun Palace was unimaginable. Even though they had only been looking at the big buildings to find something useful, it still took them a whole day to reach the main palace. As the sun set, the horrifying atmosphere started to cover everyone's heart. It is getting dark. Should we enter the main palace? Of course. The earlier we find the painting, the earlier we can relax. Then we will only need to stay inside a small building, and we will be able to get through the rest of the 2 days safely. Indeed. There is no difference between going in during the day or at night, since the sunlight will not be able to shine in there anyway. On the plaza in front of the main palace, the surviving people were in groups of 3 to 5, and groups of 5 to 6. Only one Sea of Souls realm warrior who was still alive did not want to form a group, so he was alone. During this time, people would enter the Sun Palace from time to time to join the exploration team, which kept the number of people between 50 to 100. Let's go in. Yi Qin looked at Murong Qingqing and Wantong. Murong Qingqing looked back from the darkness in the main palace and nodded. As for Wantong, he was holding a shield in one hand and a great blade in the other. As they were talking, a bright moon appeared in the night sky, and a shrill roar was heard. Following the direction of the sound, Ironwood Man frowned. He realized that it was the building where he had killed the undying monster. Perhaps the undying monster is still alive? Chapter 425. There are undead monsters here as well. I can't hold on any longer. Damn. These monsters are unkillable. They are born to be invincible. Let's join hands. Indeed. Only by joining hands can we survive. Originally, There were more than 100 astral-reaching realm warriors in the main palace, and there were only 7 or 8 of them at most. However, under the attacks of the undying beasts, they gradually gathered together, forming a well-organized team with a clear division of labor. Once the team was formed, the success rate of the undead monsters' attacks dropped drastically. Under hundreds of mental power scans, there would always be a few people who would discover the undead monsters' attacks. In the deeper part of the main palace, Yi Qin and the other 2 were fighting as they walked. Without stopping, Yi Qin waved his sword, and with every step he took, an undead monster's throat would be cut open. Dark red blood spilled everywhere. Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art was undoubtedly the nemesis of the undead monsters. Within the range of the Sky Demon power field, not a single undead monster could get close to her. They would all be discovered immediately, and their bodies would be twisted by the power field and blown away. It seems like I only need to protect myself. Wang Tong thought that something dangerous was waiting for him, but he realized that he was extremely safe between the 2. In front of him, there was Yi Qin with his horrifying sword art, and behind him, there was Murong Qingqing cleaning up the undead monsters. The only thing he could do was to be extra careful. All of a sudden, a lot of undead monsters roared, and the sound wave attacked from all directions. At the same time, 7 or 8 undead monsters attacked the 3 from different angles. Activate your Jinyuan to protect your heart and head. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had fought against the undead monsters before, so they knew how powerful this sound wave was. They hurried to remind Wang Tong, who did not know what was going on. Hearing him, Wang Tong bit his tongue and did as Yi Qin said. Fast 4 sword strikes. Switching the thunder sword to the destruction sword, Yi Qin shook his wrist and the sword light jumped out. The 4 undead monsters closest to him were blown away. One had its arm cut off, the second had its waist cut off, the third had half of its head cut off, and the fourth had its heart pierced through. Sky Devil's Palm, Heavenly Rebuke. Behind them, Murong Qingqing's left and right hands struck out like butterflies flying through flowers. The 3 undead monsters seemed to be repelled by this space. They came and went quickly, bouncing back like lightning. A large amount of internal organs spurted out from their mouths. It was extremely bloody. Yi Qin glanced at Murong Qingqing, silently praising her for becoming more skillful. According to the characteristics of the Great Sky Demon technique, as long as she could continue to improve, she would be able to completely subdue anyone who was as strong as her. When gravity and repulsion were developed to the profound level, it would be extremely terrifying. The 3 were moving at a very fast speed, but no matter how fast they would not be able to outrun some of the more powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors. Wherever they went, the undead beasts that were rushing at them would be blown away immediately. They would not even be able to get close to them. Of course, there were some Sea of Souls realm warriors who were slower than Yi Qin and the other 2, since they were all Soul realm warriors who were not as powerful as Ghost Moon. Bang! An undying monster exploded, and the black-robed Yin demon ancestor walked to the wall. He revealed a faint smile and intentionally raised his voice. There's a map here. What? Where is it? Hearing him, the people behind him were shocked. Isn't this the Yin demon ancestor? Ironwood Man, who was not too far away from the Yin demon ancestor, was a bit surprised. There were a lot of people who knew about the Yin demon ancestor in the extreme Yin place, but not many had seen him before. He came and went like a ghost, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Even among the master-level warriors he would be above average. Before, the Yin demon ancestor was covered in a black robe, so he did not recognize him. The Yin demon ancestor laughed weirdly as he flew out of the main palace. He thought that the Yin demon ancestor was going to kill him to keep his mouth shut. Outside he might have a 10% chance of escaping. But inside the Sun Palace, his Zhenyuan had been mostly suppressed, and there were not many ways for him to escape. If the Yin demon ancestor wanted to kill him, it would not take him much effort. The Yin demon ancestor does not care that I know the pattern on the map. There must be a reason. Never mind, Ironwood Man will not kill anyone just in case. Originally, Ironwood Man was planning to kill him to keep his mouth shut, since the fewer people who knew about his undying body the better. But now he had changed his mind. So what if he killed those astral-reaching realm warriors? His opponents would be Sea of Souls realm warriors, especially master-level ones who were more powerful than him. Astral-reaching realm warriors might not be able to threaten them, but they would be able to mess up the situation. You guys are lucky. After memorizing the pattern on the wall, Ironwood Man flew out of the main palace without looking back. Mr. Yi, will they kill us to keep our mouth shut? Wang Tong suddenly thought of something serious, so he asked with a Zhenyuan message. Yi Qin said lightly, no, and we do not have to be afraid. Outside, perhaps he would be afraid of Sea of Souls realm warriors. But, under the protection of the restrictive power, his advantage had actually increased. His sword spirit embryo had reached the critical point, and he was only one step away from the real sword spirit. His sword will had definitely reached the master level. It should be known that at the same level, the sword will would be more aggressive than the martial will, which was the advantage of a sword artist. Walking in front of the wall, Yichen scanned it quickly. There were 4 patterns on the wall. He had already been to the first 2, and the third one was the 13th pattern on the map. The 4th one was not on the map, which looked like an altar with 6 pillars on the edge. There was a bright light shining and a tornado roaring. There are 14 patterns on the map. Could this be the 15th one? Wang Tong thought to himself. Murong Qingqing said, perhaps it is the last one, which is the place we are going to. Yichen asked, Elder Wang, can you tell where this pattern represents? Elder Wang shook his head, I am not sure yet. Wait until we go to the places represented by the 13th and 14th patterns, then we might be able to find the answer. In that case, let's get out of here first. There are more and more undead creatures here. Casually cutting off the head of an undead creature, Yichen said. Following the original path out of the main palace, the 3 realized that there were a lot of undead creatures outside as well. With the full moon in the sky, these undead creatures were dancing under the moonlight, looking extremely creepy and frightening. Rock, what do you think these undead creatures are? What kind of connection do they have with the undead body? It was the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior who spoke, and the Rock Spirit Warrior was right next to him. The latter said, perhaps it is the forbidden power of the Sun Palace. I saw an undead creature that looked very similar to someone I've seen before. You are not joking, right? Those people who died in the Sun Palace all turned into undead creatures? The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was shocked. Most likely. Anyway, we need to be careful. Perhaps some of the dead Sea of Souls realm warriors will turn into undead creatures. Then it would be troublesome. You are really a jinx. It really came. The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior lifted up his head. Under the full moon, an undead creature with a red color all over its body swooped down. When it flew up again, it grabbed 2 astral-reaching realm warriors and gulped them down one by one. Their blood had been sucked clean, but it still did not seem to be satisfied. Its red eyes looked at the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior. Come on. Who is scared of who? Although he said that the Rock Spirit Warrior was a jinx, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was actually not that scared of the Sea of Souls realm undead creatures. They were still alive, so how could they not deal with the dead ones? Even if they had the undead body. Boom. The first exchange of attacks ended in a tie. Rock attack. The Rock Spirit Warrior seized the opportunity and flashed his body, appearing in front of the undead creature. His fist, which was filled with the profound of earth, landed on the chest of the undead creature, making it cave in. Crack. The undead creature rolled back in the air, letting out a shrill scream. Die. A golden long spear condensed from Zhen Yuan appeared in the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior's hand. He waved his arm and the long spear was thrown out, instantly piercing through the head of the undead creature. Right then, a beam of moonlight landed on the undead creature's body. Visible to the naked eye, the wound on the undead creature started to close up and recover. Seeing this, the 2 frowned. In the dark night, these creatures seemed to be almost unkillable. This undead creature could tell that the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior were not easy to deal with, so it did not plan to attack again. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it had not sucked enough blood, its power would definitely be more powerful than the 2 combined. After all, in the Sun Palace, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would be suppressed, and their power would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, they were like fish in the water, having the best advantage. The only downside was that before becoming an undead creature, all the blood in its body had been sucked dry. After becoming an undead creature, its power would be extremely weak. Therefore, it instinctively wanted to suck the blood of Sea of Souls realm warriors, since only their blood could make its power increase rapidly. Its emotionless eyes turned as it noticed Yi Chen and the other 2 not far away. From Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, it could sense a powerful qi and blood, especially Murong Qingqing. Her qi and blood were extremely powerful, which was completely different from a human's. It did not know whether she was a human or not, but all it needed was a powerful blood. His body disappeared as the undead creature jumped toward the 3. Seeing that, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior laughed. Those 2 little brats and that old guy are going to have bad luck. The Rock Spirit Warrior snorted, greed is a sin. Coming here without enough power, it would not be a pity if they died. The two did not think that Yi Qin and the other two would be able to leave the Sun Palace alive, so they just watched from the side. This undead creature seems to be a lot more powerful. Yi Qin noticed that this undead creature was different from before. He squinted his eyes and the destruction sword in his hand shone with a bright light. Within a second he had thrown out 49 sword attacks, which contained the slaughter sword intent. The sword net was everywhere, and the undead creature was blown backward with blood all over its body. Moreover, even with the moonlight healing its body, its recovery speed was still very slow. Only Yi Qin knew what was going on, since the slaughter sword intent was not something to be trifled with. The slaughter chi on it had reduced its recovery speed. If the slaughter sword intent was powerful enough, then even the undead body would be useless. As long as the slaughter chi did not dissipate, it would never be able to recover. This was the power of the attributed sword intent. Chapter 426. What? He repelled the undying monster? The smile on Yuan Gold's face froze, and his face was filled with disbelief. Rock Spirit Warrior retracted his disdain and said, "An extremely powerful sword intent. It's at least at the Spirit Master level. No wonder he could repel it in one move." Sword intent at the Spirit Master level? Yuan Gold was astonished. There were 3 levels in the Sea of Soul realm: Spirit Master level, and Master level. Didn't that mean that the latter's sword intent had already surpassed the Spirit Master level? How did he train? It was simply unimaginable. Force field cut. Murong Qingqing's reaction was not slow either. She clasped her hands together, and the two opposite forces merged together, turning into an unstoppable cutting force field, which struck the undying monster's chest. The undying monster crashed into the wall of the building, and was bounced back by the restrictive power. Its chest was badly mutilated, and its stomach was almost cut open. The undying monster faced the sky and roared. It had thought that the two were soft persimmons, but who would have thought that they would be even more difficult to deal with? Especially that young sword artist in blue, who had dealt it a heavy blow without batting an eyelid. Not only was the wound unable to heal quickly, it had even lost a lot of yuan qi. With a flicker, the undying monster left the area, unwilling to provoke Yi Qin. Oh, interesting. He can actually comprehend an attributed sword intent at the astral reaching realm. This is something that even Sea of Soul realm sword artists would have a hard time doing. Een Demon Ancestor was more observant than Rock Spirit Warrior. He himself knew a master-level sword artist who could be called a master-level sword artist precisely because he had comprehended an attributed sword intent. Not far away, Ironwood began to pay attention to Yi Qin, thinking to himself, "This kid is not simple. In terms of perception alone, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 5 among the geniuses of the southern sector. So powerful. Let's go over." Yi Qin's strength made a lot of astral-reaching experts intentionally draw close to him. They understood that Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing might not lend a hand, but with the two present, the powerful undying monsters would be restrained, and their chances of survival would be greater. Regarding this, Yi Qin did not mind. Regardless of whether the other party came over or not, it would not affect him. Since it would not affect him, why would he cruelly chase them away? It was always good to leave some hope for others. Of course, this was if there was no effect. If there was an effect, Yi Qin was not a good person. He hated things that harmed others. Seeing that Yi Qin and the other two didn't do anything, everyone felt even more relieved as they approached. As for the other Sea of Soul realm experts, it was not that they hadn't considered them. Unfortunately, these people were not amicable. If they had a good temper, they would keep their distance. If they had a bad temper, they would berate them harshly, and there was even the possibility of them killing them. The first night passed. Before dawn, the ferocious undead monsters rushed into the buildings and hid in the darkness, waiting for the night to come again. After temporarily escaping from the danger of death, everyone started to study what the 13th pattern represented. Wang Tong pondered and said, "The 13th and 14th patterns are very abstract. I can't tell what kind of patterns they are. If I really want to say, there are at least hundreds or thousands of places in the land of extreme negative energy that fit the pattern. Obviously, this is impossible, so I need to categorize these possible places and find something special and different. Give me some time." "No problem?" Yi Qin nodded. It was impossible to find the location represented by the pattern, otherwise the owner of the map would not have taken it out for auction. Yi Qin did not have to think to know that before the auction, the original owner must have spent a lot of time and effort to study the map, and only made this decision when he found nothing. Yi Chen did not want to know what the original owner was thinking when he auctioned the map. All he could do was try his best. If there was no other way, then he would give up. At the dawn of the fourth day, a distorted and fuzzy tunnel appeared in front of the Sun God Palace. Following this tunnel, all the survivors flew out. After leaving the Golden Desert, Yi Chen and the other two stayed in the nearest Molan city. Haha, I got it. The 13th pattern is not a pattern but an ancient character. An ancient character that disappeared in the long river of history. If you try to analyze it from the pattern, you won't know where it is in your lifetime. On the second floor of the restaurant, Wang Tong excitedly rushed into Yi Chen's room. Murong Qingqing heard the news and hurried over, asking, "What character?" Tushui River. Tushui River? How come I've never heard of it? Wang Tong explained, thousands of years ago the Tsushui River existed, but for some reason the Tsushui River gradually dried up, leaving only an underground river hidden underground. As long as we find the underground river, we can know the exact location of the Tsushui River. Wang Tong was not the only one who had analyzed the 13th pattern. Until now, there were already more than 1,000 people who had joined the search for the map of the undying body. Among these people, there were quite a few who were proficient in the history of Extreme Land. Perhaps there were a lot of people who knew some ancient characters, but there would always be some. Of course, it did not mean that these people were stronger than Een Demon Ancestor. After all, everyone had their own blind spots. Several dozen people are heading in the same direction. Could it be that they have analyzed the 13th pattern? In Molan City, Een Demon Ancestor sensed something and his eyes brightened. No one knew that the 300 copies of the map had been tampered with by him. They were branded with his soul imprint. These imprints were not common to ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. They were more ancient and profound, something he had learned by chance. Unless one was a life and death king, no one would be able to detect the mysteries of the map. All of your efforts are for my benefit. Only I, Een Demon Ancestor, have obtained the secret of the undying body. A confident smile appeared on Een Demon Ancestor's face. The process of searching for the Shushui River was very smooth. The three of them first found the location of the underground river. Then, according to the pattern of the underground river, they found the specific location of the Shushui River and dug out a stone tablet from the soil. The stone tablet was also engraved with 3 patterns, which were the ancient character pattern representing the Shushui River, the 14th pattern and the 15th altar pattern. It seems like finding the Takhui River is useless. There is no information left on it. If the 14th pattern is the same, we can directly study the 15th altar pattern. Wang Tong originally wanted to find traces of the 15th pattern from the 13th and 14th patterns. However, he was disappointed. They had already seen the 3 patterns on the stele. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Since we've already come this far, we still have to go to the 14th location. Yi Chen expressed his opinion. Murong Qingqing nodded. Regarding the altar pattern, we still don't have any clues. Instead of burying ourselves in deep thought, we might as well spend some time looking for the location of the 14th pattern. I believe that the 14th location should have some special benefits. Someone is coming. Yi Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. Wang Tong said, "Should we destroy the stele?" He didn't have any illusions about the secret of the undying body. In other words, he didn't have the strength to fight for the undying body. Therefore, he hoped that Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing could obtain the secret of the undying body. Yi Chen shook his head. If we destroy the stele, we will become the target of public criticism. It doesn't matter if they know. There are no secrets on the stele anyway. The instant the 3 of them left, 3 to 4 figures appeared near the stone tablet. Soon after, even more people rushed over, including the black-robed Een Demon Ancestor. The 3rd pattern on the stele is also the altar pattern. It seems that the altar pattern is the 15th pattern, which is also the destination of the map. Een Demon Ancestor's mood was surging. The day of him obtaining the secret of the undying body was getting closer and closer. He suddenly felt a little regret. If he had contributed the map earlier, perhaps he would have obtained the undying body several decades ago. No matter what, only I can possess the undying body. If humans block me, I will kill them. If demons block me, I will kill them. The location of the 14th pattern. As expected, there are also no discoveries here. There are only 2 patterns. One had to admit that Wang Tong was an outstanding historian. In half a month, he had already analyzed the 14th pattern and found the location. Unfortunately, just like the Great River, there was still nothing worth studying here. The only meaning was that he had found it. No, don't you feel that this mountain is like an arrowhead? Yi Chen said. Arrowhead? Hearing this, Murong Qingqing released her mental energy, spreading it in all directions. Soon she discovered that the mountain was different from the rest. Looking from the sky, this small mountain looked very similar to a huge arrowhead. She was very impressed that Yi Chen could notice this. Could it be that the arrowhead is pointing to the altar? Wang Tong's mental energy wasn't as strong as Murong Qingqing's. His figure flashed, flying high into the sky and looking down. Yi Chen asked, "Is there anything special about the arrowhead?" Wang Tong said, "The arrowhead is pointing to the west. There are many ancient ruins in this straight line. Could it be the stone minaret?" The stone minaret was a famous ancient ruin in the land of Extreme Yin. There were no treasures inside, but many experts liked to go there to comprehend. They all believed that the stone minaret contained an indescribable power that allowed them to comprehend things that were normally hard to detect. Several hundred li behind, the 3 Yin demon ancestor was following closely behind. The 13th pattern was first discovered by Yi Chen's group, and the 14th pattern was also discovered by them. There was no reason for Yin demon ancestor not to follow them. I've been waiting for this moment. The heavens didn't disappoint my Yin demon ancestor. In the distance, the 3 saw the stone minaret. The stone minaret was composed of numerous stone statues. The smallest one was dozens of meters tall, while the tallest one was over 100 meters tall. These stone statues had different postures. Some were contemplating, some were gazing at the starry sky, some were meditating, some were waving their swords, and some were breathing. Not a single statue appeared superficial. There are many people here. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes roamed about. In her line of sight, there were many experts sitting cross-legged before the stone statues, quietly comprehending. Among them were a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. Chapter 427. Let's not beat the grass and startle the snake first. Let's move in secret. Yi Chen glanced back and discovered that, with the stone minaret as the center, there was no black mist formed by Yin Qi or Earth Qi within dozens of li. It was extremely tranquil, without any ostentation or chaos. Not long after the 3 entered the stone minaret, Yin demon ancestor followed. Stone minaret. It's actually in the stone minaret. This is troublesome. Yin demon ancestor creased his brows. There were too many experts in the stone minaret. Although he was a master-level expert, he couldn't guarantee that there were no existences that could contend against him. The stone minaret had always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Clenching his fist, a black aura curled around it. Yin demon ancestor's eyes scanned the surroundings. What belongs to me? It must be mine. Even further behind, Taoist Ironwood, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior, and Rock Spirit Warrior appeared one after another. They were quite concerned about Yi Chen and had followed him all the way. High up in the sky, an eagle was spreading its wings. This eagle wasn't a real eagle but a condensed Zhen Yuan. Within the Zhen Yuan eagle hid a black-robed old man. The old man's bones were thick, and his arms hung down to his knees. His eagle-like gaze seemed as if it could pierce through one's soul. He was none other than Taoist-level expert Sky Eagle Old Man. His Zhen Yuan transformation ability could be said to have reached perfection. Without careful observation, it would be hard to discover that the eagle was condensed from Zhen Yuan. My age has already surpassed 270 years. In less than 30 years, I'll die of old age and turn into a pile of bones. This undying body is something I must obtain. Even if I have to face a sea of soul master, I won't hesitate. As long as I have the undying body, I'll be able to head to even more dangerous forbidden areas and ancient ruins to search for methods to increase my lifespan and cultivation base. Swish. The eagle spread its wings and dove into the clouds, flying toward the stone minaret. A month passed in a flash, and Yi Chen and the other 2 didn't gain anything. Stone minaret was not like other places. There were many Sea of Soul Realm experts here, and they couldn't search unscrupulously. Moreover, even if they could, they might not be able to find the slightest trace of the altar. After all, the stone minaret was so huge and had a mysterious power protecting it. Even Yi Chen's soul power couldn't cover such a large area. More than 10,000 meters underground. Haha, the heavens are indeed fond of my Yin demon sect. Before, I didn't know what use this stone had. Only now do I know that not only can this stone gradually sense the existence of the altar, it is also the key to opening it. 50 years of painstaking effort has finally succeeded. Everything is worth it. The Yin demon ancestor was holding a hexagram gem in his hand. The gem was sparkling and translucent, without any impurities. Resplendent rays of light seeped out of it like strands of silk. Near the Yin demon ancestor was a hexagonal altar. Each corner of the altar had a stone pillar, and at the center of the altar was a groove. The groove's size and shape were no different from the hexagram gem. This gem was obtained together with the undying body map. Originally, Demon Ancestor did not know the usage of this gem. After reaching the stoneman array for a while, he unintentionally took out the hexagram gem and vaguely discovered that there was a subtle connection between the gem and the altar. Relying on this indistinct connection, Demon Ancestor finally found the altar 10,000 meters below the stoneman array. His eyes landed on the edge of the altar. There were 4 ancient words written on it: Undying Altar. Undying Altar. It must be related to the undying body. That's right, this is it. Demon Master was so excited that his whole body was trembling. As a Sea of Soul Realm Master, there were too few things that could excite him. Creating a new profound sense martial art was one of them, but the undying body was even more important. With a nervous heart, Demon Ancestor carefully placed the hexagram gem into the groove at the center of the altar. Crack! A brilliant light surged out of the groove, locking the hexagram gem in place. Soon after, the 6 stone pillars at the corner burst out with a dazzling light. The light condensed into a beam and shot up at an unimaginable speed. The thick soil couldn't even obstruct it. Not good. Demon Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He originally wanted to obtain the secret of the undying body in secret. However, if the beam shot out of the ground, it would definitely be discovered by others. With the earth as the sky, stop for me. Demon Ancestor roared. Vigorous ocean-like Zhen Yuan surged within his body. His right hand seemed slow but was fast in reality. With a flip of his wrist, he pressed down with his palm. This palm strike caused the universe to reverse. Layers upon layers of profound mysteries appeared, as if the heavens were collapsing and the heavens were descending. It was as if the undying altar was trying to suppress the beam. Gotcha. The lid-like Zhen Yuan sky was torn apart, but the beam's speed didn't decrease. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of the ground and into the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. What's happening? Why are there 6 beams of light shooting out of the stoneman array? There must be something strange. Perhaps a treasure has appeared. The people in the stoneman array woke up one after another and rushed toward the direction of the beam. Let's go as well. Yi Chen shot a glance at the seemingly solid beam of light. His figure flickered as he passed through the densely packed statues. Deep underground, Demon Ancestor's expression changed several times. In the end, he had no choice but to accept this fact. His expression suddenly turned sinister as he inwardly said, "Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for a massacre. Only I, Demon Ancestor, am worthy of the undying body." Rumble. Abruptly, with the 6 beams of light as their trajectory, the undying altar rapidly rose up like an elevator, breaking out of the ground and floating in the air. "It's an altar." Murong Qingqing blurted out. Yi Chen said suspiciously, "There's someone down there." With a bang, the ground not far away split open, and the black-robed Demon Ancestor appeared before everyone's eyes. His master-level aura erupted without any concealment. "Irrelevant people, get lost. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Demon Ancestor threatened everyone the moment he appeared. Demon Ancestor, you're too overbearing. As the saying goes, everyone who sees a treasure has a share. You don't have the qualifications to chase us all away. The one who spoke was Taoist Black Snake, who had participated in the Three City auction. Taoist Black Snake, do you want to become a dead snake? Demon Ancestor waved his arm, and a grayish-black chi violently revolved, turning into a sawtooth blade that shot towards Taoist Black Snake. Sky Snake Transformation. Taoist Black Snake didn't expect Demon Ancestor to make a move just like that. After all, although his strength was inferior to a master-level expert, he was still a Taoist-level expert. Dealing with him wouldn't be a matter of 2 or 3 moves. From the looks of it, this altar was very likely to be the key to obtaining the undying body. As he thought of this, his heart turned fiery. He used his self-created profound martial skill and faced the sawtooth blade. Dong. The space fluctuated violently. Within several li, the weaker astral-reaching experts were all sent flying, unable to even approach. Careful. Yi Chen operated his Zhen Yuan and protected Wang Tong. At this moment, Wang Tong suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, Miss Morong, the altar has already appeared. The rest is up to you. I wish you all the best." After saying these words, he lightly tapped the ground and floated backwards. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared from Yi Chen's line of sight. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing exchanged a glance and lightly nodded. Taoist Black Snake was, in the end, much weaker than Demon Ancestor. His complexion was pale as he was blasted away, suffering some light injuries. Demon Ancestor looked around and coldly snorted, "I'll say it one more time. All of you get lost. Demon Ancestor will not advise you a second time." Hearing these words, everyone turned silent. A sea of Soul Master's strength was too powerful. Even 3 to 5 Taoist level experts might not be his opponent. Moreover, Demon Ancestor was a first-rate expert even among master level experts. His strength was not below that of a famous Sea of Soul Master. If he were to be angered, it would be hard to say whether he wouldn't fall. However, they were truly unwilling to give up like this, especially for the Sea of Soul Realm experts who had participated in the Three City auction. Taoist Black Snake, Old Man Sky Eagle, I think you two aren't willing to let Demon Ancestor have his way. How about we join hands? Taoist Ironwood sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to Taoist Black Snake and Old Man Sky Eagle, then secretly contacted Rock Spirit Warrior, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and 3 Spirit Warrior. Taoist Black Snake shot a glance at Taoist Ironwood. "Alright, we'll stand together. Whoever dares to make me cannon fodder, I'll make him die without a burial ground." Now is not the time. You don't need to worry about this. Shwa 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 shwa. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 Sea of Soul Realm experts led by Taoist Black Snake, Taoist Ironwood, and Old Man Sky Eagle walked out and faced Demon Ancestor. Old Man Sky Eagle sinisterly said, Demon Ancestor, your strength is indeed higher than ours, but you can't let us leave for nothing. If my guess is correct, the map was taken out by you. In that case, don't blame us for interfering. Taoist Ironwood cautiously looked at Demon Ancestor. Demon Ancestor laughed in extreme anger. "Good. You think you can deal with me by joining hands? Seems like I, Demon Ancestor, haven't made a move for a long time. You don't put me in your eyes anymore." Both sides were ready to jump at each other's throats. Many astral-reaching experts saw that the situation wasn't right and retreated from the stoneman array. The aftermath of a battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts could easily kill them. Why the need to make such a big fuss? How about we all sit down and have a good talk? There's no need to harm our friendship. The Sea of Soul Realm experts who were comprehending the stoneman array couldn't sit still. Although they didn't know what the altar represented, judging from the attitude of Demon Ancestor and Taoist Black Snake, they knew that it wasn't ordinary stuff. If they didn't come out, they would be letting themselves down. 1, 2, 3. 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts walked out. The one who spoke had an aura not below Demon Ancestor's. Clearly he was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Apart from him, the other 4 were Taoist and 3 Soul Realm experts respectively. Their formation was even above Taoist Black Snake's. Master Jade River. Demon Ancestor's pupils shrank. This person was just like him, also a Sea of Soul Realm expert. He had a high attainment in the water profound and couldn't be looked down upon. If it was Taoist Realm experts he wouldn't care, but Master Realm experts were something he couldn't disregard. Which Master Realm expert hadn't created 2 or 3 profound martial skills? Without going all out in a battle, no one would know who was stronger. Excluding super powerful Master Realm experts, the gap between the majority of people wouldn't seem too big. At this moment, Demon Ancestor was already unable to suppress the situation. Chapter 428. The 6 beams of light on the altar connected heaven and earth like 6 resplendent heavenly pillars, dyeing the altar and its surroundings in a dreamy and illusory manner. The atmosphere in the stoneman array under the altar froze. After a long while, Demon Ancestor's expression eased up, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. "Master Jade River, why are you joining in the fun?" Master Jade River was communicating with Ironwood Taoist via Zhen Yuan. After learning that the altar was the key to obtaining the undying body, he was extremely astonished. After the astonishment, he became indescribably excited as he faintly smiled. Demon Ancestor, your words are incorrect. Treasures belong to the fated. Since the altar appeared here, it means that I also have some fate with it. How can you say I'm joining in the fun? Demon Ancestor coldly snorted. He knew that letting Master Jade River leave was impossible, so he said, "Master Jade River, I acknowledge your strength. However, apart from you, the others will have to scram. I think you don't want them to follow." This. Master Jade River was somewhat hesitant as he glanced at Ironwood Taoist and the others. Ironwood Taoist was anxious. He knows more than any of us. Without us restraining him, the secret of the undying body will eventually fall into his hands. You're courting death. Not waiting for Ironwood Taoist to finish, Demon Ancestor was enraged. A gloomy black aura erupted as he slashed at Ironwood Taoist, even including Black Snake Taoist and Old Man Sky Eagle. He wanted to kill them in one strike. Great Jade Spiral. At the crucial moment, Master Jade River formed a seal with both hands and used his prized profound martial skill, creating a whirling current around the three, blocking Een Demon Ancestor's attack. Master Jade River, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to fight to the death with me? Een Demon Ancestor gloomily looked at Master Jade River. Master Jade River cleared his throat and said, "They can't be killed. If you want to kill, you should kill those astral-reaching experts. What do you think?" Not good. Hearing these words, the complexions of the astral-reaching experts within the Stoneman array changed. Each and every one of them erupted with Zhenyuan and flew out like bees. As for Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing, they retreated 100 meters, operating their Zhenyuan to the limit, preparing to retreat at any time. Yi Dai. Een Demon Master didn't think that an astral-reaching expert could affect him. However, everything that had happened before had left him with a belly full of anger, and he could vent it out on an astral-reaching expert. With the earth as the sky kill. The Een Demon Ancestor was proficient in the profound of earth. As he struck out with his palm, the universe reversed. The sky was no longer the sky and the earth was no longer the earth. Not only did it mess up the direction of the escaping crowd, it also made them lose their sense of balance. They swayed left and right, looking extremely battered. Shortly after, an earthen yellow hand descended from the sky, covering the sun as it ruthlessly slammed down. What a terrifying profound meaning. Yi Chen's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. This palm strike of the Een Demon Ancestor had already surpassed the scope of techniques, and had completely risen to the level of the profound mysteries of the universe. Within the range of the palm pressure, the heaven and earth shook, and the universe reversed. Within it, one would be like an ant, unable to display even 30% of one's strength. Using 30% of one's strength to resist the full power of the Een Demon Ancestor was like smashing an egg against a rock. The might of a Sea of Soul Master had thoroughly surpassed Yi Chen's imagination. Just as the astral-reaching experts within several li were about to be killed, the undying altar suddenly revolved. 6 light beams interweaved into one, turning into a thick beam that pierced through the sky, piercing through stunning sky, extreme void sky, and then zenith sky. Meanwhile, the Stoneman array beneath the undying altar suddenly caved in, revealing a vertical passage of unknown depth. The passage was 10 li thick, and with the altar as the center, the gray tornado rushed up like a huge funnel. The mouth of the funnel went deep into the passage. Without any resistance, everyone within 10 li was sucked into the funnel tornado. The astral-reaching experts within 10 li also couldn't resist the suction of the tornado. They went fast, but the speed at which they were sucked back was even faster. They were sucked inside, including numerous Stoneman statues. What's going on? As Sea of Soul Masters, Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River naturally wouldn't allow the tornado to do as it pleased. They urged their Zhenyuan with all their might, wanting to break free. However, the tornado's length was unknown, and its powerful suction even swept down the clouds in the sky. The few of them struggled a few times but were once again sucked in. Inside the passage, nearly 100 people were rapidly descending, creating a scene of chaos. This scene is exactly the same as the pattern of the undying altar. Murong Qingqing recalled the pattern of the undying altar. Apart from the altar, the flickering light and tornado were also carved on it. Presumably, once the undying altar appeared, the scene above would appear. Yi Chen's forehead swelled and his soul power fanned out. After a moment, he sucked in a deep breath. This passage's depth is over 100 li. This is troublesome. The underground was an unknown place. Although astral-reaching experts could go up into the sky and down into the earth, there was still a limit. The sky couldn't be higher than the stunning sky, and the earth couldn't be lower than 20 or 30,000 meters, which was 40 to 50 li. Beyond this range was a place astral-reaching experts couldn't go. At present, they had already gone dozens of li underground, but they still couldn't find the end. They were afraid that the depth of the passage was at least several hundred li huff. All of a sudden, the suction inside the passage increased sharply, and everyone's falling speed surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. Astral-reaching experts could certainly reach several times the speed of sound when rushing at full speed, but that was under normal circumstances. Right now, things were clearly not normal. They were falling at a crazy speed and couldn't be controlled at all. Some of the weaker astral-reaching experts almost vomited out their internal organs, suffering heavy injuries from the sudden increase in suction. Almost subconsciously, Yi Qin grabbed Murong Qingqing's soft little hand. Murong Qingqing was startled for a moment, then clenched her soft hand. 50 li. 70 li. 150 li. 150 li. 250 li. We're dead for sure. We've already gone 200 li underground. Some astral-reaching experts had long faces. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have joined in the fun. On the other hand, the expressions of Sea of Soul Realm experts like Yin Demon Master and Master Jade River didn't change. A depth of several hundred li was still within their endurance range. Moreover, they firmly believed that this wasn't a disaster, but an opportunity for them. The secret of the undying body must be hidden deep underground. Huff huff. The suction was still increasing, reaching 7 times the speed of sound. Even Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing couldn't adapt to the sudden increase in speed. Their brows gradually creased. The suction is increasing. I'm afraid the true depth is beyond our imagination. Yi Qin tightened his grip on Murong Qingqing's hand and transmitted his Zhen Yuan. Murong Qingqing said, "There has always been a rumor that there is another world in the boundless depths of the underground. I wonder if it has any connection with this passage. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come." Yi Qin looked around. Everything was chaotic. Occasionally he could see 1 or 2 faintly discernible stone statues. In this strange environment, the statues seemed to contain the martial Tao, which was thought-provoking. His mood soon calmed down. 300 li. 500 li. 800 li. 1,000 li. Soon, everyone arrived at the depth of 1,000 li. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were somewhat frightened here. 1,000 li underground was a place they had never been to before. They hadn't even heard of it. How deep the true spirit continent's underground was. From ancient times until now, no one could say for sure. Is the secret of the undying body really underground? Yin Demon Master's face flickered with a trace of fear. 1,000 li below was more or less a dangerous forbidden zone for him. Normally, forbidden zones underground were basically impossible to enter, and the degree of danger far surpassed the forbidden zones on the surface. Not far away, Master Jade River smiled bitterly. From time to time he would urge his soul power to probe the depth, but the result made him extremely panicked. He couldn't find anything. As for Taoist Ironwood, Taoist Black Snake and the other Sea of Soul Realm experts, their faces were all deathly pale. They were prepared to resign themselves to fate. In any case, struggling would be futile. There was no need to think too much. The suction continued to increase, reaching 10 times the speed of sound from 7 times the speed of sound. More than 10 astral-reaching experts vomited blood and died, turning into mindless corpses. Strangely, an illusory shadow floated out of these mindless corpses, fusing with the similarly descending stone statues. The statues seemed even more mysterious. 2,000 li. 3,000 li. 5,000 li. The endless descent made everyone indescribably frightened. What kind of concept was 5,000 li? From the surface to the stunning sky, it was only a few hundred li. 5,000 li was more than 10 times that. Moreover, the underground wasn't air but earth. Every inch of the earth was several hundred times thicker than air. One could imagine how desperate it was to be buried inside. Fortunately, the suction stopped increasing after reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Otherwise, not more than 50% of the 100 people would have survived. 6,000 li. 7,000 li. 9,000 li. After 9,000 li, the suction finally slowed down, dropping from 10 times the speed of sound to 8 times the speed of sound, then 5 times the speed of sound, and then 3 times the speed of sound. At 9,900 li, Yi Qin measured the end and said with a deep voice, "If nothing goes wrong, we are about 10,000 li away from the surface." This depth is really despairing. Even though Murong Qingqing was extremely calm, she couldn't help but feel heavy, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. The world below them was not completely dark, but rather a slightly dusky day. In their line of sight, everything was dark green, extending to the horizon. This was a huge rainforest in the underground world, and they had just descended from the gray clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Coming out of the clouds, the suction suddenly disappeared. Only the statues, because of their weight, fell one after another into the rainforest, creating huge craters. The shockwave radiated in all directions, startling a large number of strange birds and forest beasts. What's going on? I can't feel my Zhen Yuan. Someone wanted to use his Zhen Yuan to slow down, but found that there was no reaction in his body, so he cried out. Me too. Not good. Without Zhen Yuan, how can we survive in this damn place? Chapter 429. Being tens of thousands of meters in the sky, once they lost their Zhenyuan, it would be the same as losing the ability to fly. Even an iron ball would be smashed into a metal pancake, not to mention a human body. Tie up your clothes. In the face of life and death, some people thought of using their clothes to make a huge umbrella to slow down the speed. The good thing was that with the mental power they no longer needed to pour in their Zhenqi and Zhenyuan to open their storage rings. Otherwise they would not even be able to open their storage rings. Swoosh. Countless colorful umbrellas opened up, looking like mutated dandelions. The descending speed was getting slower and slower, eventually reaching a speed that made people feel relieved. The others imitated him and did the same. Yichen wanted to take out his flying puppet, but if he did so he would become the target of everyone, since he would not be able to use his Zhenyuan. One flying puppet would be enough to cause chaos, and he was not sure if he could take on the evil demon master and Master Jade River. You can borrow my clothes. Murong Qingqing was a woman after all, so her clothes were all dresses and underwear, which was not very elegant. Murong Qingqing chuckled, "No need, I have this." A black shadow flashed past, and a pair of specially made gliding wings appeared on Murong Qingqing's back. They were black in color and were 5 meters long when stretched out, looking like the wings of a demon or a bat. With the gliding wings, Murong Qingqing had regained her flying ability. Although it was a bit weak, it was better than nothing. With Murong Qingqing's help, Yichen hitched a ride. Countless umbrellas landed in the deep rainforest. Soon, Murong Qingqing and Yichen landed nearby as well, standing on a huge branch. The trees in this rainforest are indeed huge. Because of the humidity and heat, the trees in the rainforest were very easy to rot. Therefore, it was already quite impressive to have 70 to 80 meters tall trees. However, none of the trees in this rainforest were lower than 100 meters. The bushes between the trees were even taller than the towers. Those vines were like huge pythons intertwining and climbing all over the place. Damn. What the hell is this place? There were about 80 people in the underground world. An astral-reaching realm warrior took out his weapon and chased away a head-sized mosquito. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The speed of the mosquito was very fast. The sound of its wings flapping was no different from that of a bomber. In just a flash it had arrived at the man's neck. Its mouth part, which was as long as a chopstick, was inserted deep into the man's neck. With a strong suction, a large amount of blood was extracted. The blood-curdling screams echoed out as the astral-reaching realm warrior, whose blood had been sucked by the mosquito, shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking like a dried corpse. Meanwhile, that head-sized mosquito instantly expanded to the size of a wash basin, its abdomen swollen dark red, filled with blood. The astral-reaching realm warrior right next to him reacted quickly. He shook his long spear and pierced through the mosquito's head. Buzz 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 buzz. At the same time, a few head-sized mosquitoes flew out of the bushes and headed toward the nearest rock spiritualist. Courting death. The rock spirit warrior's weapons were 2 huge iron hammers. When the hammers were waved, a sonic boom was heard and 3 mosquitoes were killed. However, the last mosquito was more cunning. It took advantage of the time difference and flashed to the back of the rock spirit warrior, then forcefully inserted its proboscis. Not good. My back is numb. The body of a Sea of Souls realm warrior was way too powerful. No matter how sharp the proboscis of the mosquito was, it would only be able to penetrate half an inch. However, the mosquitoes in this rainforest were not normal mosquitoes. Their proboscis carried a powerful paralyzing toxin, which instantly numbed the rock spirit warrior's back, rendering him unable to feel anything. Before the toxin had spread to his whole body, the rock spirit warrior smashed his hammer onto his back. Boom. Blood splashed everywhere as the mosquito was smashed into minced meat, sticking on the back of the rock spirit warrior's clothes. Observing the rock spirit warrior's condition, Yichen said with a low voice, "This place is not simple. If I have guessed it right, this mosquito should be a rank 3 demonic beast, the dragon blood mosquito, which only existed in the ancient times. Its attacking power is not that powerful, but it can pierce through the protective Zhenyuan of clasping Yuan realm warriors. Without Zhenyuan, even an astral-reaching realm warrior would die after being bitten." With the huge knowledge of the Battle King, Yichen knew a lot of things, including the rare dragon blood mosquitoes. Ancient demonic beasts. Hearing him, Murong Qingqing was a bit surprised. Ancient demonic beasts were even more powerful than normal demonic beasts, and they could even challenge those with higher realms. The numbness has weakened. After killing the dragon blood mosquitoes, the paralyzing toxin on the rock spirit warrior's back disappeared automatically. He let out a breath of relief as he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Right then, more buzzing noises were heard. According to the noise made by the dragon blood mosquitoes, it was still dozens of miles away. The scariest part was that the mosquitoes were naturally very sensitive to fresh blood. If they did not leave this place, they would be caught sooner or later. Let's go. No one dared to slow down as they headed in the opposite direction of the noise. The rainforest was very hot and the trees and weeds were very dense. The people walking in the front waved their weapons from time to time, cutting down the plants that were blocking their way. Be careful. In this world, the mental power is restricted a lot. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing walked in the middle of the group. Along the way, Yi Qin kept spreading out his soul power to check the surroundings. He realized that in the rainforest, the range of his soul power was not more than 300 meters, and the mental power was even more restricted. It could not even reach 10% of his soul power. It should be known that his soul power was a couple of times more powerful than normal astral reaching realm warriors. According to the ratio, the mental power of extreme astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to reach more than 10 meters. What could he do within 10 meters? Even without his Zhen Yuan, Yi Qin could reach more than 100 meters within a second. 10 meters would be 1/10 of a blink of an eye. Yeah. Murong Qingqing nodded. She had already tried it, and the maximum range of her mental power was around 9 meters. After walking for a while, the surrounding shrubs disappeared and were replaced by bright flowers that ranged from a few meters to a dozen meters tall. The roots of these flowers took up 80% of their length and were thicker than his waist. They were sparkling and translucent with a hint of tender green. Swoosh. Without making any sound, one of the flowers at the back of the group quietly bloomed. Its root bent and swallowed an astral-reaching realm warrior. After a couple of blinks of an eye, that astral-reaching realm warrior had disappeared without a trace. Gradually, someone finally realized that something was wrong. The seemingly harmless flowers around them were man-eating flowers that wanted to devour people. The liquid inside the flowers was highly corrosive and could digest a person in a short period of time. Not even the bones needed to be spat out. It's the bone-eating flower. Yi Qin had been paying attention to the flowers, and only now did he find the information about them from the Battle King's knowledge. The bone-eating flower was also an ancient species. From the outside, the flower bud was only half the size of a human's body, and seemed harmless. However, once it launched an attack, the flower bud would instantly expand to a couple of meters in size, and could even swallow a small beast. In fact, no one had let their guard down. However, the bone-eating flower did not pick the most obvious places to attack. It only targeted the people who were at the edge of the group. Chop off their roots. Someone held a weapon and started to hack at the roots of the bone-eating flower. Something shocking happened. The roots of the bone-eating flower wriggled, spreading out in all directions. Soon it disappeared into the deep rainforest. Fuck. What the hell is this place? As astral-reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts, when had they ever felt so stifled? Not to mention the fact that their Zhen Yuan had disappeared, even their mental power had been restricted to a range of 10 meters. It was basically useless. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they were all paranoid. What was even more despairing was that they did not know how to get out of this place. They were 10,000 miles away from the surface, not 10,000 meters. Including the Een Demon Master and Master Jade River, everyone was feeling depressed and had a bad look on their faces. Yeah. Yi Qin suddenly squinted his eyes. Using his soul power, he discovered that there was an image of something moving at a high speed 200 meters away. It was not a demonic beast, nor was it a strange plant. It was a human being, and it looked no different from them. The only difference was that it was topless, wearing a leather skirt, with a beast bone necklace around its neck. There were strange patterns tattooed on its skin. Murong Qingqing saw the change in Yi Qin's expression, so she asked with a low voice, "What's wrong? Someone is watching us." Someone? A human? Yi Qin said, "It should be a human. The situation is not looking good." Beasts were not scary, plants were not scary, but humans were usually the scariest because humans had the highest intelligence and knew how to use strategies. Just as he finished talking, a sharp arrow shot out with a loud sonic boom. It went through an astral-reaching realm warrior's body and nailed into a huge tree, the tail of the arrow still shaking. An arrow. Is there someone? Hey, you are also humans who fell down, right? Let's talk. Can you take us out of this rainforest? Someone could not help but yell. What answered him was a huge wave of arrows. All of a sudden, he was turned into a hornet's nest, while some of the arrows were still flying towards Yi Qin. Taking out the destruction sword, Yi Qin shook his wrist, and his sword's speed increased drastically. A misty sword light flashed and those sharp arrows were all cut in half. What surprised him was that those arrows contained a trace of invisible power, which made his hand go numb, and his sword speed was greatly affected. Willpower. No, it is very different from willpower. It seems to be even easier to use than willpower. It seems to be another way of using willpower. Yi Chen was shocked. You are looking for death. A 3 Meridians warrior in the crowd bent his knees and jumped up. As a Sea of Souls realm warrior, even without his Zhen Yuan, he was still very powerful. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors might not even be able to break through his defense. His body flashed a couple of times, turning into a black shadow and jumping into the depths of the jungle. More and more arrows were shot over. The 3 Meridians warrior used his soul power to sense and avoid 99% of the attacks. The remaining 2 or 3 arrows only managed to pierce through his skin, but only managed to go 1 or 2 centimeters in. Die. The 3 Meridians warrior threw out a palm attack, and the huge tree in front of him was broken in half. The top part of the tree flew out, landing on 3 or 4 underground humans. He then grabbed an injured one and went back to where he was standing. Chapter 430. Seeing that their own people had been captured, the underground people hiding in the depths of the rainforest were extremely furious. Countless arrows shot out like a torrential rain, 1/3 of which were aimed at the 3 spirit warriors. A bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Go back. The Yin Demon Master had made his move. As a member of the group, although he did not care about the lives of the others, it did not mean that he did not care right now. It should be known that the more people there were, the more power there was. Especially in the situation where they had lost their Zhen Yuan, any Sea of Souls realm warriors could not be lost. He waved one of his hands and the sky full of arrows froze before flying back. The arrows came fast, but they did not go slow either. The trees were punctured and the plants were flattened. In the depths of the rainforest, countless underground people were hit by the arrows, nailing onto the nearby trees and ground. Master-level martial will. It was Yi Chen's first time seeing a master-level warrior using his full power. Although the martial will was not as powerful as the sword will in terms of attacking power, it was way more powerful in other aspects. For example, the attack that the Yin Demon Master had just done was something that Yi Chen could not do. Glancing at the Yin Demon Master, Yi Chen thought to himself, in terms of attacking power, both of them are way weaker than me. But the martial will can not only increase the attacking power but also the defense and speed. If I fight one-on-one, my chance of winning is not that high. If I fight one-on-two, I will definitely lose. I hope this will not happen. Yi Chen had not condensed the true sword spirit yet, so his cultivation was not as powerful as the Sea of Souls realm warriors. But his sword spirit embryo contained the immortal element, which was naturally powerful. Combined with the martial will light that only a master-level warrior could have, it was definitely a master-level sword will. Its attacking power was so powerful that only master-level sword artists could compete with it. Other master-level warriors would not be able to compete with it. However, he understood that powerful attacking power did not mean powerful battling power. Moreover, the body of a master-level warrior would be even more powerful than his. Meanwhile, his body could only compete with normal Sea of Souls realm warriors, and it was still because he had been trained by the petals of the Sky Demon Flower. Bang! Seeing that the Yin Demon Ancestor had taken care of the trouble, the 3 Meridians martial artist chuckled coldly. With a shake of his palm, the captive subterranean human's feet left the ground and crashed into a 5 to 6 meter thick tree at the side. With a poochie sound, the 3 Meridians martial artist picked up an arrow and shot it. The arrow imbued with martial will was even more ferocious than an arrow shot from a bow. The body of the arrow pierced through the subterranean human's chest all the way to the tail of the arrow before stopping, firmly nailing him to the tree and hanging there. I'm asking you, do you understand me? The 3 Meridian Spirit Master asked. Brr. The underground human captive was very strong. His muscles were covered with strange totem tattoos and looked like they were made of steel and iron. His pupils were slightly different from those of a human, and they were more like those of a wild beast. His teeth were much sharper and his canine teeth were especially obvious. He kept struggling and opening his mouth to let out threatening roars. He was very wild and cruel. Poochie. Another arrow pierced through the abdomen of the subterranean human captive. The 3 Meridians martial artist raised his voice and said, I'm asking you, do you understand me? Just as the 3 Meridians martial artist was asking the question, the 2 arrows on the subterranean human's body were automatically pulled out. A cold and bloodthirsty light flashed through his eyes as he bent his knees and pushed off the tree with his feet, pouncing towards the three meridians martial artist like an eagle. But unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too big. The three meridians martial artist was a spirit-level expert after all, and had condensed a real martial spirit. He smashed the subterranean human's head into pieces with a single palm strike, causing red and white matter to splatter everywhere. Turning around, the three meridians martial artist looked at the Yin demon ancestor and Master Jade River. It seems like they have their own language and can't understand what we're saying. Moreover, they seem to have grasped a martial spirit. Not only are the arrows shot out strangely powerful, they can even pull out the arrows that have been shot from their bodies. Master Jade River shook his head and said, "They don't have a martial spirit. That formless power is another way of using willpower, and it has the same effect as sword intent. It is indeed another way of using willpower. If I'm not wrong, it should be called willpower, a kind of formless mental power cultivated through cultivation." The Yin demon ancestor said. Willpower. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, not knowing where the Yin demon ancestor had gotten this information from. Soon after, their eyes burned with passion. If they could learn the cultivation method of willpower, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. The opportunity to improve further was not something that could be found anywhere. Seeing everyone's expression, the Yin demon ancestor sneered and did not say anything. Secretly, Yi Qin said to Murong Qingqing in a low voice, "Willpower is not suitable for us. We either cultivate willpower or Zhen Yuan, which is impossible to coordinate." However, willpower is indeed very powerful. These people have only learned a little bit of it and have not reached a very deep level. It's said that when willpower reaches a very high level, it can even tear down the stars in the sky and disintegrate anything. Originally, he was still analyzing what kind of power the subterranean humans were using. Hearing the Yin demon ancestor's words, he immediately found information related to willpower, which gave him a fright. This world does not belong to us. I wonder what their strength and position are here. Murong Qingqing frowned and said in a low voice. Yi Qin nodded. I think the others should have considered this question. Oh, 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 oh. The subterranean humans quickly recovered from the Yin demon ancestor's fierce attack. They did not shoot out arrows again, but this time, it was an attack that was even more threatening than the arrows. The grass in the surroundings shook like waves, and the sound of rapid movement could be heard continuously. Judging from the height of the grass and the frequency of the shaking, it was not the subterranean humans who were attacking, but some kind of extremely fast creature that was not more than 1.5 meters tall. This made everyone even more nervous, and they all adjusted their postures, ready to fight at any time. The first creature jumped out of the grass. It was 2 meters long and 1 and 2 meters tall, with the body of a dog but 10 times more powerful than a dog. Its body, which did not have long fur, was covered with black and yellow patterns, which were generally dark in color. For sickle-like claws extended from its huge feet, and compared to its body, its head, which was not too big, was wrapped in a thick bone armor. A pair of fierce eyes shone with a cruel light, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth, dripping with a light purple liquid. It was a huge dog from the subterranean world. Oh! The huge dog roared, throwing an astral-reaching realm warrior who was closest to it onto the ground. It opened its mouth and bit down, and the warrior did not even have the time to scream before his head was separated from his body, blood splashing everywhere. Soon after, even more giant hounds pounced out and engaged in a chaotic battle with the crowd. Due to the ferocity of their attacks, the giant hounds had the absolute upper hand. We have become the prey. Based on his intuition, Yi Qin thought that the subterranean humans were treating them like prey. First, they attacked with arrows, then released the huge dogs. This was the most effective way for the hunters on the surface world. He did not know what was waiting for them. A huge dog jumped into the air, jumping towards Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing's expression did not change. She reached out with her right hand, which was wearing a gold silk glove, and grabbed the huge dog's neck before twisting her body. Using the inertia, she smashed the huge dog onto the ground, making a loud sound. Blood leaked out from the corner of the huge dog's mouth as it struggled with all its might. Gotcha. With a twist of her wrist, Murong Qingqing broke the dog's neck. On the other side there were 2 huge dogs jumping towards Yi Qin. With the destruction sword in his hand, Yi Qin took a quick step back and reached out his right arm, stabbing out a huge dog's right eye at a lightning speed. Then he changed his footwork, his body moving with the sword. The tip of the sword sliced through the huge dog's face and landed on the other dog's throat. Blood spilled everywhere as the 2 huge dogs fell onto the ground one after another. Without waiting for them to struggle, Yi Chen killed them one by one, cleanly and cleanly. Such a tough skin defense. I am afraid it is even more powerful than most of the people here. Sea of Souls realm warriors did not need to be mentioned. Their body toughness was unparalleled, and Yi Chen was also at this level. Among the remaining astral-reaching realm warriors, only a few of them had trained body training martial arts, which allowed them to compete with the huge dogs. The rest of them could only use their skills to kill their enemies. Taking advantage of the huge dogs attracting everyone's attention, the underground humans attacked again. Countless arrows were shot out from different angles like poisonous snakes, taking lives one after another. Being attacked passively was not Yi Chen's style. He pushed his sword steps and turned into a beam of sword light, attacking toward the direction of the arrows. Fast 4 sword attacks. The destruction sword, which contained the slaughter sword intent, threw out 4 sword attacks in a row. 4 beams of sword light crisscrossed through the air, cutting down trees and separating bushes. The whole space seemed to have been torn apart and blood spilled everywhere. Earth as sky. The Yin Demon Master did not notice Yi Chen's movement. His body flashed, blowing away the 2 huge dogs that were charging at him. He then jumped into the air, raising his right hand high up and attacking toward the depths of the rainforest. Boom. Without Jin Yuan, it did not mean that he could not perform profound sense martial arts. Just relying on his martial will alone, this palm attack from the Yin Demon Master was not something a normal person could handle. The ground in front of him cracked open and rolled up, sucking in everything within its range. It was quite a visual impact. Master Jade River did not fall behind. He drew half circles with both of his hands, twisting the air and the yuan qi of the underground world with his martial will, gathering into a huge spiraling force field. He used another method to perform a profound sense martial art that required one to make hand seals, Great Jade Spiral. Swish. After killing a lot of underground humans, Yi Chen was just about to choose a new battlefield when he suddenly frowned. Using his soul power, he sensed that the surroundings had been covered by a layer of invisible net. It was a mental net. Without soul power, one would not be able to sense its existence at all. An even more powerful underground human has appeared. Yi Chen did not need to guess to know that it was a master of the underground humans. The web of will was many times more brilliant than the will contained in the arrow. This meant that the opponent's will was very strong, able to affect reality alone and create an invisible but substantial net. Chapter 431. Destruction. Dealing with living things, the slaughter sword intent would be enough. Against inanimate objects, the destruction sword intent would be more suitable. The slaughter was to kill living things, while the destruction was to destroy everything, including everything. Throwing out a sword attack, the destruction chi spread out. Under this sword attack, the mental power net was like snow in the spring melting away. The plants around it withered instantly as if they had been through hundreds of years. A noise was heard from deep inside the rainforest. Soon, an invisible mental power spear was shot out towards Yi Chen at an unimaginable speed. It went through a huge tree on its way which did not wither or break. However, that area seemed to have lost a huge amount of substance, turning into powder and collapsing down. However, the speed of the mental power spear did not slow down at all. Facing this, Yi Chen took a turn and held the destruction sword with both of his hands, waving it out easily. Swoosh. The invisible sword light made the rainforest lose its color, as if the colorful world had turned into a black and white one. The sword light sliced through the mental power spear, cutting it into 2. More? Sensing his opponent's movement with his soul power, Yi Chen jumped up into the air. After stepping over a couple of huge trees, he threw out a sword attack. This sword attack contained no longer the destruction sword intent, but the immortal sword intent that Yi Chen was good at. As the immortal sword intent condensed into a shapeless sword light, the color in the sky and the earth recovered instantly. The surging mental power seemed to have crushed out all the way, which was even more horrifying than the destruction sword intent. After the destruction came loneliness, and after the immortal sword intent came eternity. That underground human warrior screamed out a couple of times and crazily pushed his mind power, building out layers of mental power defense in front of him. Even then he was still worried, so he created a thick mental power armor on his body and a mental power shield in his hand. Boom. A horrifying sound came up from the bottom of everyone's heart. The immortal sword light was like a hot knife through butter, cutting through layers of mental power defense and shattering the shield. Eventually, it landed on the mental power armor. The mental power armor kept on repairing itself, but the immortal sword light was like a parasite that would not stop until it reached its target. Its power seemed to be endless as well, crazily tearing apart the mental power armor. Eventually, the mental power armor was shattered, and the immortal sword light rushed into the opponent's soul ocean. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground without making a sound. His originally robust muscles had completely lost their luster, like dead rotten wood. The rest of the underground humans were stunned. The person who had died was the leader of their team. His will was powerful, and he could be ranked in the top 20 in his race. He could fight 100 people by himself. They never thought that he would die at the hands of an outsider. That outsider made them feel a trace of fear. With a swing of his sword, the outsider had completely destroyed the leader's will defense, and even his soul had been destroyed. The next moment there was a lot of noise. The underground humans communicated urgently in a language that Yi Chen and the others could not understand. The communication did not last long. In fact, it only took a few blinks of the eye. After the communication, the underground humans retreated in unison, along with the giant dogs with sharp claws and teeth. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. The Yin demon ancestor did not see the battle between Yi Chen and the leader of the subterranean humans, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Jade River said, "I didn't expect to see another cultivation civilization in the underground world. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing." The Yin demon ancestor said, "No matter if it's a good thing or a bad thing, as long as they get in my way, they all have to die." Master Jade River chuckled and glanced at Yi Chen. Although he did not see the battle between Yi Chen and the leader of the subterranean humans, his instinct told him that the retreat of the subterranean humans should have something to do with Yi Chen. This made him quite curious about Yi Chen, since an astral-reaching realm warrior was actually able to force the subterranean humans to retreat. No matter what method he used, he should not be underestimated. After a huge battle, there were only 70 people left. Among them, there were 20 people who were wounded, with varying degrees of injuries. Bastard. I did not expect that I, Old Lu, would be wounded by a dog one day. How is this still a dog? It is obviously an ancient hunting dog that can help humans hunt beasts and kill large beasts. Let's get out of here quickly. Who knows if they will come back or not. After a huge battle, the surroundings were in ruins and the smell of blood was extremely heavy, which could easily attract the nearby beasts. The group could not take it anymore, so they left behind dozens of corpses and headed in a certain direction. No one knew how big the rainforest was. There was no sunlight or sky above, and no end in front of them. There was only endless heat and horrifying mosquitoes. The group maintained a constant speed as they opened up a small path in the rainforest. While passing by a huge branch, a poisonous snake disguised as a green leaf attacked Yi Chen viciously. Its body curled up like a green lightning, its sharp fangs aimed at Yi Chen's main artery on his neck, trying to bite him. Without even looking, Yi Chen lifted up his right hand and flicked his finger, cutting off the snake's head. Look. There is light in front of us. We are out of the rainforest. The astral-reaching realm warrior who was leading the way was overjoyed as he turned his head and yelled. Hearing him, everyone felt a lot more relaxed and a smile appeared on their faces. Walking out of the rainforest, they were greeted by a large lake. The color of the lake was not simple green or turquoise. Instead, it was a dreamy rainbow color. Under the dim light, everyone felt as if they had arrived in a magical world. There were some birds playing on the lake looking very peaceful. Let's row there. Someone suggested. Yeah, I think it would be great too. The three sides of the lake were still surrounded by the rainforest, and only the end in front of them could not be seen. But of course, everyone was more inclined to think that it was not the rainforest. They started to cut down the wood and build the boat. Everyone had their favorite boat, and the one Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had made was very simple. It was just a simple rectangle, but it was a huge one, 40 meters long and 15 meters wide. The bottom layer was very thick, and the 5 layers were stacked on top of each other to make it as sturdy as possible. What wrapped around the wood were the unique vines of the rainforest. These vines had lived for countless years and were extremely tough. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to cut it in one attack, and would only be able to leave scratches on it. After the ship was built, Yi Chen built 4 paddle stands on top of it, and there were 8 paddles, each of which was 20 meters long. The thickest part of the paddles had been cut into a flat shape, which was 3 meters wide. It looked like the paddles for giants. The lake looks calm and peaceful, but no one knows what kind of danger might occur. It would be best to prepare some small boats. Seeing some people couldn't wait to set out, Yi Chen was not impatient at all. He liked to do things without any mistakes. Even if there was danger, he would have a backup plan. Regarding this, Murong Qingqing didn't have any doubts. After the boats were built, they were placed in their storage rings. Soon the two boarded the boat. Each of them held a paddle and started to paddle in the water, making the boat move slowly towards the front of the lake. When they passed by some strange birds, they didn't seem to panic at all. Instead, they flapped their wings and tried to keep a distance from the boat. While no one knew what was going on, a huge bird disappeared from the lake without making a single splash. Gradually, the boat moved further and further away, and the rainforest behind them could no longer be seen. There is a holy snake from the wavy saint race in the lake. Some of them are going to die. A group of people walked out of the rainforest slowly. The leader had white hair and a muscular body. His tan body was covered in white fur, and the white bone necklace around his neck was huge. Each of them was no smaller than a child's skull. He moved his mouth, saying something that normal people couldn't understand. Someone next to him laughed evilly. The wavy saint race likes the sacred sacrifice. They will be great offerings. The leader shook his head. As more and more ancient ruins have been discovered, more and more outsiders have entered the underground. This is the third time in the past 10 years. The previous time, which was a year ago, the billowing sacred clan lost a saintess. That's why we, the Greenwood Sacred Clan, have decided to hunt down all outsiders. Third Master, you are talking about Serenity, right? She is indeed a beauty. Unfortunately, that outsider pretty boy took advantage of her. I don't know what kind of evil spell he used to win Serenity's heart, and brought her out of here. The young generation of the wavy saint race really hates outsiders. Don't look down on the young generation of the outside world. Although their training is different from ours because of their large numbers, there will always be a king among them. Yes. Let's go. The leader's eyes were gloomy as he glanced at Yi Chen from dozens of li away, then turned around and entered the rainforest. The lake was endless, looking like a dream. Hearing the sound of the waves, Yi Chen did not stop paddling. On the left side of the boat, a black light flashed through Murong Qingqing's eyes. She said lightly, "We have been targeted by something. Must be a snake." Yi Chen answered. Swoosh. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, the boat in the front was attacked. 100-meter-long black snake jumped out of the water, opened its mouth, and swallowed an astral-reaching realm warrior. A lot of people with good eyesight could clearly see that the snake had a long beard, which looked like the legendary dragon whiskers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was more than one black snake with a dragon whisker. They kept jumping out of the water, taking away the people on the boat. Here it comes. Murong Qingqing put down the paddle and raised her arm, grabbing onto a snake that had just jumped out of the water. She then spun her body, sending this huge snake flying miles away, bringing up a huge splash. Dong. All of a sudden, Murong Qingqing's body shook, and the boat under her feet was blown into the air. Let me take care of it. Yi Chen jumped down, his left hand grabbing onto the edge of the boat. His body was hanging in the air, while his right hand held the destruction sword and threw out a sword attack, cutting towards an even bigger black snake. The black snake's scales were extremely hard, but Yi Chen's slaughter sword intent was aimed at creatures with flesh and blood. The snake had a sword mark that went through its whole body, dyeing the surface of the lake red. Chapter 432. Feeling the pain, the snake lost all of its power and started to dive into the lake. Meanwhile, the boat had also lost its balance and started to fall from the sky. Right then, another snake broke out of the water and waved its tail. Seeing that the huge boat was about to be cut in half, Yi Chen reacted quickly and used his left hand to slap the boat away. Boom. Yi Chen and the boat separated, and the snake's tail went through the gap between them, bringing up huge waves on the surface of the lake. Pow, 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 pow. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen lightly stepped on the surface of the lake. He twisted his feet, and a swirling power supported him as he started to run at a fast speed. The destruction sword in his hand sliced across the surface of the water. The swirling power under his feet increased drastically as Yi Chen jumped into the air and landed a solid sword attack on the snake's neck. In the next second, blood splashed out like a heavy rain. The snake had tried to go for wool and come home shorn. Its huge head that was like a carriage had been sliced off, and the cut was smooth and clean. Although Yi Chen looked so relaxed, it did not mean that everyone else was. Besides the 12 Sea of Souls realm warriors, the rest of them were in a bad shape. Their boats had either been flipped over by the snake or dragged into the water. No one knew if they were still alive or dead. All of a sudden, a huge area of the lake turned dark red, filled with the smell of blood. Hee, take care of yourselves. In here, you guys can die very easily, just like rabbits that could be killed at any second. It was a Sea of Souls realm warrior who had been in the underground world for a couple of days. Without their Jin Yuan, everyone's battling power had decreased drastically. However, up until now, not a single Sea of Souls realm warrior had died, which made him think that there was nothing in the underground world that could threaten him. While he was feeling relaxed, he could not help but tease those astral-reaching realm warriors who were risking their lives. Hearing him, some of them made a face. What's so special about it? This underground world is only the tip of the iceberg for us. Who knows how big it is and how dangerous it is? However, what he said is not wrong. Up there, we can't say that we can get whatever we want, but we are not an existence that can be killed at will. I didn't expect that in the underground world, with our Jin Yuan restricted, we are so vulnerable. Even a mosquito or a python can kill us. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. What's the point of saying all this? The most important thing is how to leave. Voila. Amidst the chaotic battle, a 300 meters long python suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. Rather than calling it a python, it was more like a giant loach. It had dorsal fins from its head to its tail, and its tail was like a dragon's tail. The dragon whiskers by its cheeks were crystal white, and they were 50 to 60 meters long. When it opened its mouth, its dense teeth were completely different from a python's. When it flicked its red tongue, 3 to 4 people were sucked in, including the almighty spiritualist. No. He reacted and slapped his opponent's head. However, this ferocious python, which had lived for countless years, had extremely strong defenses. The palm strike that contained martial will merely caused its head to tilt slightly, and it did not suffer any damage. Instead, it became increasingly infuriated and swallowed its prey. Run. Everyone snapped out of their shock and rode with all their might towards the other end of the lake. After swallowing 3 to 4 people, that ferocious python was still not satisfied. It chased after them with the other pythons, flipping over a boat and eating the astral-reaching realm warriors on it. Master Jade River could not stand it anymore, so he stood at the back of the boat and performed another profound sense martial art that he had created himself. Great Jade Cut. Under the guidance of Fang Xingjian's martial will, several tens of streams of water flew out from the lake. These streams of water condensed into thin rope-like blades that interweaved with each other like a huge net, encompassing toward the numerous pythons and that huge ferocious python. The master-level martial will was extremely powerful, and with the support of the water stream blades, its power was released to the extreme. Besides the fierce python that looked like a loach, the rest of the pythons that were covered were all torn apart. None of them could fight against it at all. However, the fierce python was not having it easy either, as a huge net of cuts appeared on its body. Blood kept pouring out of it, dyeing a huge part of the lake red. Een Demon Cut. The Een Demon Master had also attacked. He twisted his arm and a curved blade shot out. The edge of the blade cracked on its own, turning into a tooth-like shape. It sliced through the wound of that fierce python. Swoosh. Blood gushed out like a waterfall in a jagged pattern. The upper half of the fierce python slid down diagonally, dying a violent death in an instant. Master-level warriors are indeed powerful. They are still so powerful even without Jin Yuan. Everyone who had noticed this scene was shocked. They now had a new understanding of master-level warriors. The lake was not that huge, but without Jin Yuan they had not reached the end of it even after a week. The lake was still so far away. On a piece of land, a lake was connected to a long river in the middle of the land. The long river divided many unique and wild buildings into two. At the riverside, a young man with golden fur was squatting there, his palm brushing the python's head. There are outsiders coming this way. There are 70 of them and you have killed 20 of them. 2 of them are very powerful, having killed the Holy Snake Master. The teenager squinted his eyes and patted the python's head, letting it dive back into the river. He then stood up and said coldly, "With me, the Goldwind Saint's son here, not a single outsider will be able to leave this place alive. They will all die." As the Saint's son of the Billowing Saint tribe, his power could be ranked in the top 10. Serenity, who had been kidnapped a year ago, was his sworn sister. She was supposed to be married to a more powerful Saint's son of the Saint tribe. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? If I am not mistaken, those 2 powerful outsiders should be master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Then I will bring 2 priest elders over. Turning around, he walked toward the tallest building. Another 3 days had passed and everyone finally saw the land. There were mountains and rivers on the land, which was no different from the outside world. The only difference was that the sky was always dark, and what was shining down from the gray clouds was not sunlight. Instead, it was a kind of light that was full of texture. Dong. The boat reached the shore and the remaining 50 people jumped down one after another. What is this place? Why does it look a bit strange? Everything in the underground world is not right. What do you expect? After crossing the beach, a forest appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The forest seemed to have gone through countless battles as the ground was full of holes. Trees had fallen one after another, and some places were even more horrifying than the quicksand. Everyone saw a small snake sink into the ground and never come out again. Carefully entering the forest, everyone did not even have the time to let out a breath before they heard 3 to 4 explosive sounds. 5 astral-reaching realm warriors were blown dozens of meters away like broken sacks, bleeding from every orifice. They died in an extremely sullen way. It's a trap. Yi Qin frowned. Murong Qingqing said, judging from the vibration just now, it should be a mental power explosion trap. I did not expect the people in this world to have already developed mental power to this level. We have just escaped from the tiger's mouth, and now we have run into a pack of wolves. We can only fight. Being treated as prey by the underground humans would not feel good at all. If they wanted to survive, they would have to fight. Everything else was just empty and unrealistic. On a high slope in front of them, a group of people appeared. The leader was a majestic young man with wide shoulders and a small head. His body was covered in luxurious golden fur, and there was a strange tattoo on his exposed chest, giving off a powerful aura. On both sides of him stood 2 white-haired old men. They also had tattoos on their faces and their eyes were very sharp. Outsiders, you will die. The majestic young man spoke in a broken human language which sounded a bit awkward. Old Man Sky Eagle laughed. He can actually speak our language. Although he only knows a few words, there must have been someone who came down before us. Master Jade River nodded. Since the underground world exists, it must have communicated with the outside world. It is not strange at all. The majestic young man was indeed Goldwind Saint Sun. His gaze swept through the crowd, pausing on Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River for a while. Then it landed on Yi Qin. He seemed to feel that Yi Qin was not simple. He sneered and disdain flashed in his eyes. Finally his gaze shifted to Murong Qingqing. Breathing slightly hurried, Goldwind Saint Sun said to the priest elder beside him, I want this woman. Don't kill her. Saint Sun's eyesight is not bad. This outsider woman has a good temperament, perhaps even above the saintess. The priest elder on the left grinned. The priest elder on the right said, why don't we bring her back to be our saintess? Today I want her. As for the others, I will kill them all. Goldwind Saint Sun's eyes flickered with intense desire and killing intent. He raised his hand high and waved it down. Although the crowd did not know what he was talking about, they could tell from his eyes and actions that things would not end well. Damn, they all treat us as prey. Do they really think we are easy to bully? Slaughter them all. Kill. There was no need for any provocation. Including Yi Qin, everyone's heart was filled with killing intent, and their eyes gradually turned scarlet red. Swish 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 swish. The first to attack were Goldwind Saint Sun's group. Their weapons were spears that could be thrown. Under the support of their thoughts, the spears pierced through the air at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound, tearing apart the air and covering everyone. Go back. Anger flickered on Een Demon Ancestor's face. With a wave of his palm, his master-grade martial will gushed out. Suddenly, the priest elder on the left side of Goldwind Saint Sun made his move. A mental hammer smashed through Een Demon Ancestor's martial will, making it impossible for him to block the spear. The next moment, 3 or 4 astral-reaching experts couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying by the spears. Ding 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 ding. The bright sword light danced in the air, bouncing off at least 1/4 of the spears. Behind the sword light was Yi Qin, who was dressed in blue. Right then he did not plan to hold back much of his power. If he continued to be killed like this, everyone would be killed, which was why this scene had happened. Chapter 433. Oh, interesting. He was actually concealing a part of his strength. Goldwind Saint Sun distinguished his strength based on what he had seen and heard. For example, when Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River joined hands to kill Elder Sacred Snake, this scene was seen by the Messenger Sacred Snake, who informed him. As for Yi Qin, he was merely equivalent to an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert and wasn't particularly outstanding. Now that he had erupted, his strength had doubled. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. Glancing left and right, Goldwind Saint Sun said, I'll leave the 2 who killed Elder Sacred Snake to you. There should be no problem, right? Saint Sun, rest assured. I Sang Qing will make sure they never return. The priest elder on the left revealed a sneer. Goldwind Saint Sun was the saint son of the billowing saint tribe. His talent and perception were impeccable and his potential was huge. Therefore, although he wasn't weaker than Goldwind Saint Sun in terms of strength, his status was much lower. In the tribe, the saint son and saint daughter were only below the patriarch, and their status was extremely high. Bian will certainly kill them. The priest elder on the right closely stared at Master Jade River. Goldwind Saint Sun nodded. Very well, make your move. Hearing these words, the priest elder named Sang Qing pounced toward Yin Demon Ancestor. With a thought, an incorporeal consciousness armor condensed on his body. In his left hand was a shield flickering with a silver light, while in his right was a three-pointed, double-edged spear. Although subterranean humans didn't cultivate Zhen Yuan, because they cultivated body-tempering techniques, their physiques were formidable. Their movements were as fast as thunder, as if an ancient mammoth was charging at the enemy at full speed. Courting death. Yin Demon Ancestor's right hand tightened, and a 4-foot-long curved blade appeared in his hand. The curved blade had a thick back and a thin edge. With a wave of Yin Demon Ancestor's right hand, a cold light flickered, and the air was immediately sliced open. Ding. The two exchanged blows for the first time and they were evenly matched. Your opponent is me. Seeing that Sang Qing and the Yin Demon Ancestor had started fighting, Bian was unwilling to fall behind. His hands danced like a net, creating many afterimages. In the next moment, the sky-covering intent net enveloped the Jade River Spirit Master, layer after layer. The Jade River Master narrowed his eyes and activated the Great Jade Spiral, which was propelled by his martial will. He protected himself in the center and allowed the net of will to envelop him. As for the others, they had been fighting for a long time. However, in comparison, the underground humans still had the absolute advantage. In terms of long-range attacks, the underground humans' mental power was the deciding factor. The long spears they threw out could easily pierce through the bodies of astral-reaching realm warriors. In close-range battles, the underground humans' physical strength was not something astral-reaching realm warriors could compete with. They were like beasts in human form, extremely powerful. However, the people from the outside world were not completely useless. In terms of battling techniques, the underground humans could not even catch up to them. The two were not even on the same level. Murong Qingqing's opponents were 3 underground humans. These 3 people were different from the other underground humans. They weren't in a hurry to take Murong Qingqing's life. It seemed that they had some plans. Ever since Murong Qingqing condensed the embryonic form of her martial soul, she could already use her martial will to enhance all aspects of her qualities. However, when faced with the intangible will, she couldn't end the battle quickly. To be able to die by my hands is your honor. Goldwind Saint Sun walked toward Yi Qin step by step, his expression extremely relaxed. As far as he was concerned, personally dealing with Yi Qin was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, since he had nothing better to do, why not have some fun? Yi Qin couldn't understand his opponent's words, but it didn't mean he couldn't see his opponent's contempt. He stood in place without moving, his back straight like a sword about to be unsheathed. The sharp aura of a sword artist pervaded the surroundings. Goldwind Saint Sun sneered and suddenly raised his hand. Puchi. An incorporeal will blade brushed past Yi Chen's neck, leaving behind a 100-meter-long scar on the ground. As for why it didn't hit, it wasn't because Goldwind Saint Sun was lenient, but because Yi Chen tilted his head at the crucial moment, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad. Goldwind Saint Sun curled his lips. You take a sword attack from me as well. Yi Chen didn't care if his opponent could understand him or not. The destruction sword was unsheathed instantly, and he slashed upwards, causing a bright sword light. Boom. Goldwind Saint Sun had underestimated Yi Chen in the end. He didn't expect Yi Chen's sword attack to be so fast and unexpected. Without enough time to dodge, he could only arrange an indestructible will barrier in front of him, which was then quickly thickened and widened. The invisible sword light condensed from the destruction sword intent clashed with the will barrier, causing the ground to crack and crack. The surrounding trees cracked into pieces, turning into ashes. Goldwind Saint Sun himself was caught off guard and had to back out dozens of steps before he could neutralize the impact of the sword intent. Swinging his palm, he glanced at his left shoulder, where a piece of golden fur had been shaved off. Bits of hair were fluttering in the air, and his face looked terrible. Very well, you finally piqued my interest. I wonder how you're going to block this next attack. Goldwind Saint Sun's expression turned serious. Yi Chen wasn't as easy to take care of as he had imagined. Of course, he still hadn't considered Yi Chen as a formidable opponent. He was just a bit more serious. Metal Storm. Goldwind Saint Sun opened his mouth and shouted. The air in front of him was immediately expelled, and countless will blades shot out like a torrential storm without any pattern. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Chen shattered the will blades one after another. Because of his fast sword speed, it seemed like he had only attacked 3 or 4 times. In fact, he had attacked at least 17 times, and each sword attack would cut apart a straight line of will blades. Bastard, die for me. The ground under his feet collapsed. Goldwind Saint Sun took a step forward, and as he did so, more will blades were formed. With a single point as the center, they started to spin crazily, creating a horizontal tornado made of will blades. The tornado had a cone-shaped tip, attacking towards Yi Chen at a high speed. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the destruction sword with both hands, Yi Chen used his destruction sword intent to push out his best and sharpest attack, the Sky Thunder Cut. With a single sword attack, it seemed like the world was being torn apart. The tornado made of will blades was split into 2, causing Goldwind Saint Sun's attack to fail on the verge of success. Impossible. How can his sword intent be so powerful? Goldwind Saint Sun's expression finally changed. In the Billowing Saint clan, he had condensed his martial spirit a year ago. Once his martial spirit was formed, his will was equivalent to a Sea of Soul realm expert in the outside world. Moreover, after the will was transformed into will, its offensive power would increase by several folds. It was definitely not inferior to a master-level martial will. If Yi Chen could block his full power attack, wouldn't it mean that his sword intent was at the master level? To have a master-level sword intent in his 20s was simply unimaginable. At least in the history of the underground world, such a person had rarely appeared. Chapter 434. Due to the huge commotion caused by their battle, Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River both noticed this scene. Their expressions were astonished at first, then turned profound. No one knew what they were thinking. Taoist Ironwood and Old Man Sky Eagle were also astonished. Although they knew that Yi Chen wasn't an ordinary astral-reaching expert, and seemed to have condensed a sword soul, they didn't expect his sword intent to reach such a level. Could it be that his talent and willpower was a peerless genius that appeared once in 10,000 years? Like the ancient Sword King, his sword Dao aptitude was blessed by the heavens and he was favored by the heavens? Are you serious? We actually have a true dragon-grade genius among us. If this news were to spread, it would raise a huge commotion. True dragon-grade genius? Isn't this overestimating him a bit too much? Absolutely not. As an astral-reaching expert, he has a master-grade sword intent. If you say he isn't a true dragon-grade genius, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yeah, he's indeed worthy of being called a true dragon-grade genius. In the entire southern sector, there are no more than 5 people who can be called true dragon-grade geniuses. Among them, 2 barely qualify and can only be considered as true dragon-grade geniuses. Despite the intense battle, the Sea of Soul realm experts were still chatting. The shock brought by Yi Chen was too great. It should be known that in a certain sector, peak geniuses were the peak geniuses, and their number was around 5. But in a sector, peak geniuses weren't enough. After all, a sector had around 5 peak geniuses, and in 8 or 9 sectors, there would be 40 or 50 of them. It was simply too much and couldn't reflect their rarity. Therefore, peak geniuses were also divided into different levels. The first level was for ordinary peak geniuses. Needless to say, only geniuses with extremely high aptitude in all aspects could enter this list. Strength was not the only criterion. The second level was for true dragon-grade geniuses. The so-called true dragon had to have the potential to attack life and death realm. As for how to judge them, it was actually quite simple. Apart from reaching the peak level in all aspects, they also had to have a world-shaking ability. For example, Yi Chen had a master-grade sword intent at astral-reaching realm, which was enough to shock the world. Even if you have a master-grade sword intent, I'll still crush you. Goldwind Saint Sun roared and spread his arms, seeming as if he was hugging an incorporeal ball. Then he fiercely attacked Yi Chen. Gotcha. The ground was plowed with a curved semicircle mark. This mark was formed so quickly that it seemed to have been formed abruptly without any warning. At that moment, Yi Chen and the people around Yi Chen all felt as if time had stagnated, as if space had been frozen. The mental attack from Goldwind Saint Sun had slowed down their thinking. High-density thoughts. Yi Chen's heart tightened. The strength of Goldwind Saint Sun was truly not to be underestimated. If this thought attack landed, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. But that doesn't mean it has no weaknesses. His willpower was condensed into a ball, which had the most destructive power. But it was also because it was a ball that it could not be perfectly executed. Pushing his soul power to its limit, Yi Qin threw out a sword attack at the weakest point of the ball-shaped willpower, which was the most unstable and imperfect place. The sphere of consciousness dissipated and blasted a large pit. Goldwind Saint Sun's extraordinary strike did not pose much of a threat to Yi Qin. It was like a thunder roaring but a raindrop falling. Seeing that the first strike was effective, Yi Qin took a step forward and slashed out a second time before Goldwind Saint Sun could. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Goldwind Saint Sun flew back with a pale face. Saint Sun. Sang Qing and Bian were shocked. They were very clear about Goldwind Saint Sun's strength. He was definitely not weaker than them and could be ranked in the top 10 of the tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the #1 expert of the young generation of the Billowing Saint tribe. But now, he had been defeated by a blue-robed sword artist who was even younger than the Saint Sun. The two wanted to help Goldwind Saint Sun, but Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River were not easy to deal with. Their attacking power might be weaker than Yi Qin's, but their speed and defense were horrifying. The two could barely maintain the situation, so how could they escape? Shoot. The number of people brought by Goldwind Saint Sun surpassed Yi Qin's group in the end. Seeing that Goldwind Saint Sun was in danger, some of them took out short spears from their backs and threw them at Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not disregard the short spears. His defense could be said to be his weak point. It was worse than any Sea of Soul realm expert who had condensed a martial soul. With the amplification of his consciousness, even if these short spears could not kill him, they could still heavily injure him. It was not worth the risk. The destruction sword brandished several beams of light, chopping down all the incoming short spears. Yi Qin slightly bent his knees and suddenly shot up. In the next moment, a huge crack appeared where he was just a moment ago. The soil around the crack turned into dust, and the attacker was none other than Goldwind Saint Sun, who had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Yi Qin. With the support of his subordinates, Goldwind Saint Sun was able to withstand Yi Qin's attacks. He seized the opportunity and took advantage of the time when Yi Qin was exhausted from dealing with the short spears to quickly condense his consciousness attack, wanting to catch him unprepared. He truly didn't expect Yi Qin to react so quickly, easily dodging his killing blow. Puff 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 puff. Dodging Goldwind Saint Sun's sneak attack, Yi Qin did not immediately charge forward and fight a life-and-death battle. Instead, he followed the inertia and floated near the group of subterranean humans that had besieged him. With a shake of his right hand, a sword light shone brilliantly and blood splattered. Psyche Cage. Seeing Yi Qin killing his subordinates as if he was chopping vegetables, Goldwind Saint Sun clenched his teeth and created a psyche barrier around Yi Qin, wanting to trap him inside. Then he would gather his subordinates and launch several volleys. However, just as the psyche cage was formed, Yi Qin walked out with sword steps. That thin psyche barrier simply couldn't bear his casual sword strike. Too powerful. Is he still an astral-reaching expert? Yi Qin had killed a lot of subterranean humans, and the more he killed, the more he saved a few astral-reaching experts. These astral-reaching experts, seeing Yi Qin slaughter the subterranean humans so easily and tear apart Goldwind Saint Sun's ace attack, couldn't help but be stupefied. In their eyes, even Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River weren't this fierce. Even Master Grade Sword Intent couldn't explain Yi Qin's power. Breaking away from the psyche cage, Yi Qin's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in Murong Qingqing's direction. "You?" One of the people surrounding Murong Qingqing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and was greatly alarmed. However, before he could say a second word, his throat was slashed, and he died without any hesitation. The other two were somewhat alarmed and wanted to move closer to Goldwind Saint Sun. However, Murong Qingqing's eyes and hands were sharp. She shot out like a butterfly and slammed her palm on the chest of the person on the left. With a kacha sound, the chest of the person struck caved in. Blood and minced meat spurted out of his mouth. He immediately suffered a life-threatening injury and lost all his battle strength. The other person was overtaken by Yi Qin, who had a strange footwork and his neck was pierced. Yi Qin was just about to deal with Goldwind Saint Sun when his soul power sensed a large group of people advancing at high speed. The leader's aura was incomparably powerful. Merely his gaze gave off a soul-tearing oppressive feeling. A peerless expert is coming. Faintly changing their expressions, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing sucked in deep breaths and raised their speed to the limit. In a few blinks of an eye, they were already 1 li away. Goldwind Saint Sun thought of something and roared, "Don't let a single one of them escape." "Yes." The group of underground humans dispersed, sealing Een Demon Ancestor and the rest. Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River exchanged a glance and simultaneously abandoned their opponents, fleeing the battlefield. They were very clear that the newcomer was even more powerful than the two of them combined. In terms of will, it was at least equivalent to a Taoist grade expert. And once the will transformed into intent, it would be more than 3 or 4 times stronger, enough to sweep through everyone present. Ping ping ping. How could the underground humans encircling them be the opponents of Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River? With a single clash, a gap was torn open in the encirclement. Old Man Sky Eagle, Taoist Black Snake, and the other Sea of Soul Realm experts also saw that something was amiss. They closely followed behind Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River, frantically flying away. Rock Spirit Warrior and Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior's luck wasn't too good. Just as they were about to move, they were intercepted by Gold Wind Saint Sun. The result was self-evident and they died on the spot. Just like this, the originally anxious battle instantly collapsed as the reinforcements of the Billowing Saint race approached. Not a single person wanted to fight to the death, wishing that their parents could give them a way out so that their speed could surpass the others. Kill. Kill. In less than 5 breaths' time, the number of casualties surpassed the previous battle. Less than 20 people survived, and among these 20, there were still 7 or 8 people in the encirclement. Rumble. With a huge sound, the 7 or 8 people in the encirclement were completely annihilated. The one who acted was the white-haired old man who had just arrived. His body was similarly covered in golden fur, and his 2 eyebrows were extremely conspicuous, like 2 flying dragons. Great Elder. Sang Qing and Bayan bowed. The white-haired old man looked at Goldwind Saint Sun. How could so many people die? Goldwind Saint Sun sucked in a deep breath and said gloomily, I miscalculated. Apart from the 2 people reported by the sacred snake, there was another more powerful person. I couldn't stop him. Before departing, the clan had already received the news of the outsiders. The arrival of the Billowing Saint race's great elder was within his expectations. The white-haired old man nodded and raised his eyes to look at Yi Qin and the rest several li away. Suddenly, his brows raised and he said in a low voice, Not good. That's the conveyor gate of the sacred land. You 3 follow me. The rest of you return to the clan to rest. Swish. As soon as his words faded, the white-haired old man shot out like an arrow leaving a bow. Goldwind Saint Sun, Sang Qin, and Bayan didn't dare to be negligent and chased after the white-haired old man. The speed of the 4 was too fast, especially the white-haired old man. Under the amplification of his will, each step he took covered 200 to 300 meters. As he caught up to the Sea of Soul Realm experts, he waved his palm, and a frightening will storm instantly crushed them to death. There's a conveyor gate on that mountain. Hurry. At this moment, speed was life. If they were not fast enough, they would be caught by the white-haired old man sooner or later. With the means of killing Sea of Soul Realm experts in an instant, even if they joined hands they wouldn't be his opponent. Yi Qin pulled Murong Qingqing's hand. His sword intent surged to the limit, bringing the 2 with him. Chapter 435. Flawless. The white-haired elder's willpower was unbelievably powerful. With a thought, 2 huge mental power webs were formed instantly, blocking in front of Yi Qin and the others. It seemed like they were about to close up. Yi Qin frowned. The white-haired elder's will net could not be mentioned in the same breath as Goldwind Saint Sun's. It looked like a huge net, but in fact, it was covered by a thin layer of will without a single gap. Apart from that, these 2 will nets were not just 1 layer but 3 layers. If the 3 layers were stacked on top of each other, then it would be fine. However, these 3 layers were unique, intertwining with each other without any connection point. Yi Qin was very clear that it was impossible to cut open the will net in a short time. By the time he did so, the white-haired elder would have already caught up. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he had to break through the 2 will nets before they closed. If he was 1 step slower, then he would die. Thinking up to here, Yi Qin's forehead swelled like a diamond bead. The sword soul embryo in his soul sea blossomed with halos one after another. Surging sword intent swept out like raging waves, wrapping around Yi Qin and pushing him forward at an extreme speed. At this moment, Yi Qin's sword soul embryo was fully activated for the first time. How could Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River not see how frightening the will nets were? They also did not have the confidence to tear them apart in an instant. After all, martial will was still inferior to sword will in terms of offense, and the difference was not just 1 or 2 levels. Een Wind Escape. As a master-level expert, Een Demon Ancestor had created 2 profound sense martial skills. One was Een Demon Chop and the other was Een Wind Escape. As for using earth as sky, it was not created by him. Instead, he had cultivated the profound sense martial skills of his predecessors. Een Wind Escape, as the name suggested, was a profound sense movement art. Een Demon Ancestor had only created it in the past 10 years. Although he had lost his Zhen Yuan and could not display the essence of this movement art, he did not have too many thoughts about it at the moment. With a flash of the gray whirlwind, the figure of the Een Demon Ancestor disappeared. Master J-Driver's reaction was not slower than Master Een Demon's at all. The profound movement art he had used was thousandly in one stroke. One could tell that it was extraordinary just from the name alone. In fact, this movement art was indeed extraordinary. It was only a step away from the mid-grade profound, and was at the peak of low-grade profounds. The Jade River Spirit Master's figure paused for a moment, and his speed became more and more exaggerated. There was no obstruction along the way and even the naked eye could not catch up to him. Xiao. Yi Chen brought Murong Qingqing and broke through ahead of time. At this moment, the mental power net was about to close up. Just when the two mental power nets were about to close up, the Een Demon Ancestor slashed them apart and rushed out of the blockade with Master Jade River. The white-haired old man's face darkened when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that his all-out attack would still allow the four of them to escape. If they were allowed to enter the sacred land through the teleportation gate, where would the billowing Saint tribe hide their face? One had to know that this had happened once a year ago. The white-haired old man stretched out his left hand and clenched it. At the same time, the two spiritual power webs merged together and formed a circle, completely trapping Old Man Sky Eagle, Taoist Black Snake, Taoist Ironwood, and the others. Under their despairing gazes, the spiritual power webs suddenly shrunk, squeezing them to death. At this point, only Yi Chen and the other three were left in the underground world. They had suffered heavy casualties and even the Taoist masters had died. They were less than 50 miles away from the mountain peak with the teleportation gate. In the past, 50 miles would only take 2 to 3 blinks of an eye for a grandmaster. Unfortunately, in the underground world they couldn't break the speed of sound no matter how hard they tried. There was a huge difference. Shoo 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 shoo, Goldwind Saint Child and the other two kept attacking Yi Chen and the other three. Mental power blades, spears and hammers rained down like a torrential storm. If not for the fact that the distance between them wasn't too close, the chances of the four escaping was less than 30%. Even now, they were still in a precarious situation. 40 li, 30 li, 20 li. Seeing that the four were about to reach the peak, the white-haired old man took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Seems like we have to get serious." Hearing this, Goldwind Saint Child and the other two were shocked. They couldn't care less about attacking Yi Chen and the rest, and frantically retreated. At the same time, they set up layer after layer of mental power barriers, as if something terrible was about to happen. Taking a deep breath, the white-haired old man suddenly roared out loud. With him as the center, a shapeless mass of consciousness began to spin unbelievably, like a rolling snowball. The scope of the consciousness storm grew larger and larger, and the spinning power grew stronger and stronger. It seemed as if a void tornado that connected the sky and the earth had risen in the void, spreading rapidly in all directions, affecting the surroundings. Not good. Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River were behind Yi Chen and the other two, and were the closest to the white-haired old man. As soon as the mental power tornado formed, they felt a suction force sweeping over, reducing their speed. They realized that this mental power tornado was no different from the one they came in with. The only difference was that it was 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Bastard! Een Demon Ancestor was furious. As far as he was concerned, apart from the high and mighty Life and Death Kings, nobody had ever been able to force him into such an awkward situation. Not even the famous master-level experts could do it. After all, there was a huge difference between being defeated and being beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If we were on the surface, none of us would need to be afraid of him. Master Jade River felt both sullen and helpless. At this moment they could only think of one sentence. A tiger falling into a plane would be bullied by dogs, and a dragon swimming in shallow waters would be toyed with by shrimps. Even at his peak, the white-haired old man would be equal to them, perhaps even inferior. Come here. The white-haired old man had no interest in the two's sullenness. He continued to push his mental power, and the rotation speed of the mental power tornado suddenly increased, making it impossible for Een Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River to advance. Of course, the white-haired old man's movements were also very slow. At this critical moment, a cruel light flickered in Een Demon Ancestor's eyes. Master Jade River sensed it and said in alarm, Demon Ancestor, you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? 2 dead is better than 1 alive. Master Jade River, you can die in my place. A palm imprinted on Master Jade River's chest. Demon Ancestor borrowed the recoil to advance at high speed, while Master Jade River spurted out a mouthful of blood and was swept away by the mental power tornado without any suspense. He still wanted to resist, but the white-haired old man's mental power was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. In a few moments he was heavily injured, and his head exploded by the white-haired old man's fist. Seeing this scene, Yi Qin didn't feel anything. At this critical moment of life and death, he would have done the same. Of course, this was on the premise that the two didn't have any deep friendship. Don't even think of escaping. After killing Master Jade River, the white-haired old man looked at Demon Ancestor, Yi Qin, and the other two once again. With a thought, the tornado became more and more powerful. Even the smaller mountains were swept over, shattering into pieces. Some of the rivers even flowed back, seeming to be sucked into the tornado. Feeling that the sucking power of the tornado was getting more and more powerful, Yi Qin had no choice but to push his sword spirit to its limit, activating his sword intent to increase its speed. The good thing was that the sword intent was indeed a great weapon when it came to increasing speed. The sucking power of the mental power tornado had just reached him when it was sliced open, giving Yi Qin more space to escape. 9 li, 5 li, 3 li, 1 li. When there was still 1 li to go, Yi Qin could already clearly see the patterns and the marks left behind by the passage of time. Demon Ancestor was right behind him, and the distance between them was less than 150 meters. The 3 of them, 2 in front and 1 behind, were in a race against death. Several li away, with the aid of the mental power tornado, the white-haired old man could easily sense the 3 of them. He slightly slowed down the mental power tornado, and then suddenly increased it again. This slow seemed insignificant, even superfluous. However, the effect it had was incomparably huge. It was like fishing. If you pulled on the fishing line without letting go, the fish would be in a deadlock with you. However, if you loosened the fishing line and suddenly pulled it up, the fish would be instantly pulled up. Yi Qin and the other two's situation was similar to the fish. Under the white-haired old man's ingenious manipulation, their feet actually left the ground, and instead of advancing they retreated. Demonic palm imprint, annihilation. A black light flickered in Murong Qingqing's eyes. She turned around and struck out with her palm, and the suction force was reduced by 30%. The demonic palm imprint's annihilation could annihilate all living things, but it did not include will. Unfortunately, mental power was not will. Although mental power was many times stronger than will, it was also because of this that it was no longer pure and could be traced. Murong Qingqing's palm had directly scattered a portion of the mental power, transforming it into pure will. Naturally, the suction force was reduced by a lot. Of course, it was also because the distance was too far, and the white-haired old man's mental power was relatively weak. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Feeling his body lighten, Yi Qin grabbed the opportunity and arrived beside the passage gate with a few flashes. Then he brought Murong Qingqing into the whirlpool. You're dead for sure. When we reach the outside world, I'll make you die without a burial place. Demon Ancestor gnashed his teeth while throwing out 2 high-grade artifacts and roared, "Explode!" Rumble. The high-grade artifacts did not explode, but the Demon Ancestor's will that was stored inside exploded. This bit of will explosion did not pose much of a threat, but it was precisely because of this bit of will explosion that the deadlock situation became unbalanced. Demon Ancestor's calculation was correct. 1 high-grade artifact was not enough, and only 2 high-grade artifacts could barely break the balance. The reason why the will could explode was because high-grade artifacts had the ability to store a bit of will. Otherwise, if one's own will exploded, their martial spirit would completely collapse, and they would be deader than dead. Swish. Not caring about the heartache of losing 2 high-grade artifacts, Demon Ancestor's figure flickered, disappearing into the passage gate. The mental power tornado dispersed, and the white-haired old man flew over with a pale face. He reached out his hand to grab the somewhat damaged high-grade artifact, and said with an ashen face, "I don't believe that every outsider can pass the Holy Land's trial. If you can't, all of you will become new stone statues." Chapter 436. The Holy Land was not the Holy Land of the Billowing Saint clan, but the Holy Land of the first layer of the underground world. It was said that it was closely related to the Holy Land of the second layer. A year ago, Serenity was supposed to be married to a powerful saint son of a saint clan in the second layer of the underground world. At that time, she and that outsider young man had just left the Holy Land, causing the Billowing Saint clan to lose a lot of face. The Holy Land was very dangerous. If the underground humans entered, they would most likely die. No, not even 1 out of 100 would survive. However, what made the underground humans puzzled was that the chances of outsiders surviving in the Holy Land were much higher. At least, there were many examples of that. The greater the danger, the greater the benefits. The Holy Land had existed since the ancient times, and contained many secrets and treasures. Every 100 years, the Billowing Saint clan would organize a team to enter the Holy Land, and so would some of the surrounding Saint clans. This time it had not even been 100 years. Being alone, the white-haired elder did not dare to enter. Head elder, did they enter? Goldwind Saint's son and the other two flew over. The white-haired elder said expressionlessly, "This matter is over. Let's go back." No matter how unwilling he was, this mission had failed. Count them lucky. But I wonder how long this luck will last. Who knows, the next time we enter the Holy Land we might see their statues. Goldwind Saint's son said coldly. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. The black gale blew everywhere like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Everywhere it passed, it would let out a woo-woo sound, and the towering mountain peaks would be shaved off. The moment Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing appeared, they saw a gust of black wind blowing over. The two subconsciously strengthened their defense. What surprised them was that the Zhenyuan that had been compressed in the deepest part of their dantian broke free and formed a layer of protective Zhenyuan outside their bodies, firmly protecting them. The Zhenyuan here is not restricted. Murong Qingqing said after resisting the black wind with some difficulty. Yi Chen said, "My spirit power is still being suppressed." No wonder they did not catch up. When the spirit power was suppressed, the soul would also be suppressed. Once the soul was weakened, the will would naturally be affected. As for how much the will was suppressed in the underground world, Yi Chen did not know. Pitter-patter. As the black wind collided with Yi Chen's protective true essence, it issued a continuous series of explosive sounds. A faint feeling of dizziness suddenly appeared. Yi Chen finally noticed the black wind. After carefully identifying it, he said, "This is the soul-scattering astral wind. It is an astral wind formed from the combination of metal origin energy and dark origin energy. Not only that, but there is also a faint trace of will contained within, making this astral wind comparable to astral energy. The difference between the astral wind and the astral chi was that the former was mixed with the air, which had more impurities. Therefore its power was not as powerful as the pure astral chi. However, with the enhancement of the weird will, the astral wind's power was not weaker than the astral chi, which was powerful enough to threaten 99% of the astral-reaching realm warriors. I wonder if the Yin demon ancestor has entered? Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. He should be coming in. But there is no need to worry. Yi Chen knew what she was worried about. Since this place could not suppress Zhenyuan, then the Yin demon ancestor would be a true master-level expert after entering. Even if the two of them joined hands, they would not be able to defeat him with a single hand. However, they did not have any enmity with the Yin demon ancestor, nor did they have any conflicts of interest. Even if they met, it would not be a big deal. As for the future, they could talk about it in the future. The Yin demon ancestor had indeed entered. However, he was not in the same place as Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. The moment he came out, a strange gale faintly emitting 3 colored lights blew over. Its might was incomparable, almost the same as an all-out attack of an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert. However, the next moment, the Yin demon ancestor let out a sigh of relief. He discovered that he could finally use Zhenyuan. With Zhenyuan, what could these 3-colored gale do? Green, yellow, black. It's actually the soul-leaving astral wind. No, it contains a weird will. Its might is not inferior to the astral chi formed by the fusion of 3 kinds of yuan chi. The Yin demon ancestor was somewhat astonished. He had never heard of a will contained in the wind. Was it man-made or natural? Walking on the desolate and hard ground, the Yin demon ancestor was fearless. As long as he had Zhenyuan, not to mention his battle power increasing by several folds, his life-saving means had also increased. The only thing that made him feel a bit pained was that he had lost 2 upper-grade artifacts in order to get rid of the white-haired old man. It should be known that even if he was a master-level expert, he did not have many upper-grade artifacts. At this moment he only had 1 upper-grade artifact left. The Yin demon ancestor's brows twitched. As he retreated, he slashed out with his blade. Puchi. The huge centipede that had just popped out had its head chopped off, black juices splattering everywhere. 9th grade ancient demonic beast, Black Mountain Centipede. The Yin demon ancestor recognized the centipede with a single glance. A centipede died, but it did not stop moving. Although the centipede had its head chopped off, its lower body still broke out of the ground and swept toward the Yin demon ancestor. Courting death. The Yin demon ancestor sneered. Being chased by the white-haired old man had always annoyed him, and he had been wondering where to vent it. With a wave of his blade, dozens of sawtooth blade chi crisscrossed. The centipede was instantly dismembered, its flesh scattering in all directions. While the Yin demon ancestor had dealt with the Black Mountain centipede, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were besieged by a group of 7th-grade ancient demonic beasts, snake-scaled wolves. The snake-scaled wolf was a mutated demonic beast. His body was like a wolf, but it was several times bigger than an ordinary wolf. It was more than 2 meters tall, and it had no fur on its body. Instead, it had scales that flickered with dark blue radiance. These scales were very small compared to its huge body, only the size of a thumb. However, it was precisely because of this that the densely packed scales of the snake-scaled wolf had a very high defense, comparable to some 8th-grade demonic beasts. From time to time, the snake-scaled wolf would spit out a ball of black light, bombarding Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. Like a porcupine, countless sword chi shot out from Yi Qin's body. After a round of attacks, a large number of snake-scaled wolves died. With Yi Qin's strength, not to mention a large group of 7th-grade demonic beasts, even a large group of 8th-grade demonic beasts would not be able to do anything to him. Just as the two of them were about to eliminate all the snake-scaled wolves, the remaining one seemed to have sensed something and ran desperately in a certain direction. Yi Qin did not think that the snake-scaled wolves were afraid. He had killed so many of them before, but they were not afraid at all. Following the gaze of a snake-scaled wolf as it turned around, Yi Qin turned his head to look. On the horizon, a layer of black chi was moving towards them. The speed of the black chi was extremely fast, allowing Yi Qin to clearly see its appearance. Rather than calling it black chi, it would be more accurate to call it black mist. This black mist that covered the entire mountain was like a ghostly mist, from which ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Faintly, Yi Qin could see many blurry human faces and human bodies, as well as the vague silhouettes of some demonic beasts. Wherever the black mist went, the demonic beasts that were hidden in the depths would be swept out. Their bodies would rapidly decay, and a mass of light would merge into the black mist. Soul Devour. Yi Qin's complexion changed. Not caring about hiding anything, he took out his flying puppet from his storage ring. Yi Qin had 2 flying puppets, a leopard puppet and a rock puppet. The leopard puppet was equipped with mid-grade spirit stones, while the rock puppet was equipped with upper-grade spirit stones. This way he could change them at any time at a critical moment. At this moment, Yi Qin took out the rock puppet. Get on. Leaping onto the back of the rock puppet, Yi Qin said. Murong Qingqing was somewhat astonished and quickly jumped on. Swish. With the upper-grade spirit stones as the driving force, the rock puppet's speed was as fast as an aurora. In 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, its speed had increased to 5 times the speed of sound, then 7 times the speed of sound, and then 10 times the speed of sound. It was as fast as lightning, leaving all the snake-scaled wolves behind. This is an upper-grade flying puppet? Murong Qingqing asked. Yi Qin nodded. I found it in the ruins of a puppet sect branch. Its maximum speed is 10 times the speed of sound, comparable to ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. However, it consumes upper-grade spirit stones. The black mist speed was at least 6 or 7 times the speed of sound. The snake-scaled wolves were overtaken without any leeway to resist. Their bodies decayed one after another, and their souls floated out. The scene was extremely spectacular and horrifying, as if they had arrived at a hellish world. Half an hour later, the two of them rode on the giant rock puppet and traveled 25,000 miles away, leaving the soul-devouring black fog far behind. Putting away the rock puppet, the two landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was a wilderness overgrown with weeds. Strangely, they could see a stone statue every few meters. These stone statues were either standing, sitting, lying on the ground, or buried in the soil. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but the expressions of the stone statues were vivid and lifelike, as if they had a mind of their own. Their originally expressionless faces all had a hint of a strange smile. They don't look any different from the statues in the stoneman array. Yi Qin recalled that the stoneman array had fallen into the underground world together with the undying altar. There might be some unknown relationship between the two. Gotcha. When he passed by a half-buried statue of a stone man, a few cracks suddenly appeared in the soil beside the statue. Murong Qingqing cautiously said, "There's something inside the statue." As soon as she said those words, the statue broke out of the soil. A cold smile appeared on its stone face as it twisted its arm and punched toward the two. Heaven's rebuke. Murong Qingqing's palm met the attack, and the statue was knocked back dozens of meters by the repulsive force. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The surrounding stone golem statues all came to life, and the smiles on their faces were either eerie or demented. If it wasn't a cruel smile, it wouldn't look like a normal smile. It gave off a chilling feeling and it was incredibly evil. Sky Thunder Cut. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He threw out his most powerful sword attack. The sword light was like snow as it cut down 7 or 8 statues in a straight line. The statues were cut open and black smoke rose from the broken parts. Then the upper parts reconnected without a trace of damage. Undying body. Yichen and Murong Qingqing both thought about the undying body. They had come to the underground world because of the undying body. It was very unlikely that the undying body had nothing to do with the underground world. However, this kind of undying body was too creepy, and normal people wouldn't choose it. Of course, it was just their guess. No one knew what the real undying body was like. Chapter 437. Demonic Palm Imprint. As more and more statues rushed over, Murong Qingqing threw out a palm imprint in the direction with the most number. The palm energy contained the annihilation attribute caused all the statues in the area to float in the air. As if they had lost their gravity, they were immediately annihilated. However, in the next moment, the black smoke once again gathered the countless stone powders and reformed the statues. The undying stone statue was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Seems like I'll have to use the attributed sword intent. Back in the Sun God Palace, Yichen had used the slaughter sword intent to shave off a lot of the undying monsters' yuan qi, making them unable to recover their peak battle power in a short period of time. The more they fought, the weaker they became. At this moment, the slaughter sword intent naturally couldn't be used because the opponent was not a living being. It was the same Sky Thunder Cut, but because it contained the destruction sword intent, it was much more powerful than the ordinary Sky Thunder Cut. As the sword slashed out, the destructive aura released by the sword was enough to make people tremble in fear. The weeds in a straight line instantly lost their vitality. Not only did they wither, but they were also incinerated into black powder. The blazing sword light swept out in all directions, causing the dozen statues to pause for a moment. Several large and small sword scars appeared on their bodies. At this moment, the black smoke within the sword scars couldn't come out at all. Every strand that came out would be erased by the remnant destruction sword intent. The destruction sword intent had restrained the undying bodies of the statues. Restrained? Murong Qingqing didn't know much about attributed sword intent. She only knew that once one comprehended an attributed sword intent, one sword Dao would far surpass others. For example, a life and death king who comprehended an attributed sword intent would be stronger than a life and death king with ordinary sword intent. As for why some life and death kings couldn't comprehend an attributed sword intent, it was not only because of their comprehension ability, but also because of their soul. After all, there was a gap between people. No matter how rich a cripple was, he would still be a cripple. As far as she knew, Yichen had more than one attributed sword intent. He should have 3. One person comprehending 3 attributed sword intents was something that had never happened in the history of True Spirit Continent. If he could cultivate 3 attributed sword intents to the life and death realm, his sword Dao would be absolutely terrifying. As for whether he could surpass the ancient Sword King and become the second Sword King or the first Sword Emperor, she couldn't be sure. After all, comprehensive development was much more difficult than a single development. Even if he was 8 in every aspect, he might not even reach 10 in one aspect. Reaching the pinnacle of any aspect would be extremely frightening. However, no matter what, as long as Yichen reached life and death realm, his achievements would not be low. Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. Holding the Green Lotus sword, Yichen waved it in a circle. Immediately, a huge sword light shrouded in a destructive aura turned into a perfect blue sun, chopping all the statues in its range into 2. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the black smoke gradually thinned out. Let's go. There was no need to clash head-on with these statues. Yichen chose a direction and continued forward, with Murong Qingqing following closely behind. After walking for a long time, the two didn't encounter any new statues. Gradually, the two arrived at the side of a huge river. The river was dozens of li wide and immeasurably long. In this dusky environment, the river gave off a cold and emotionless feeling. On the riverside stood a huge stone stele with 6 large black words written on it. Demon Statue Heart, Soul Extinguishing Wave. For a moment, the two couldn't understand the meaning of these words, but they didn't pay any attention to it and continued forward along the river. After traveling for about 10 miles, the river gradually became turbulent, forming whirlpools. It turned out that this place was the intersection of 3 rivers, and on one side of the intersection stood a huge black mountain. The position of the black mountain facing the river was actually a 100 meters tall stone statue built on half of the mountain. The stone statue was built according to the mountain, and it was one with the mountain, completely indistinguishable from each other. The stone statue's color was azure with a hint of black. It was sitting there, and its hands and feet were not those of a human's, but those of a demonic beast. For some unknown reason, the two felt an extremely frightening demonic intent from the stone statue. Under this demonic intent, the entire stone statue seemed to have come to life. It was clearly a demon statue. Demon statue heart. Could it be referring to this demon statue? No matter how I look at it, this demon statue is not an ordinary one. Yichen was very clear that since the stone statue could come to life and surround them, this demon statue should be even more powerful. He just didn't know what the demon statue's heart was referring to. Sitting near the intersection of 3 rivers, the demon statue overlooked the common people. The turbulent river did not calm down because of it, but instead became even more violent and soul-stirring. If this was the outside world, it was unknown how many cargo ships would have met with mishaps here. But the demon statue's eyeballs suddenly turned, and as its eyeballs turned, the wind and clouds in the world changed, and waves rose up from the river, rushing towards the two. In the next moment, the demon statue suddenly stood up. The moment it stood up, the space around it trembled, and a terrifying demonic intent covered the sky and earth, radiating out in all directions. Demonic will. Yichen took a deep breath. He wasn't surprised by the demon statue coming to life. What surprised him was that the demon statue contained a completely different martial will. It was clearly the extremely rare demonic will. The demonic will was the same as the sword will, both originated from the martial way, but it had already formed a perfect system. In ancient times, those who possessed the demonic will were the true demons. After splitting apart the waves with a sword, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing looked straight at the demon statue. Rumble. The demon statue's body was slightly stiff when it stood up, but when it punched out, one could see how fast it was. Before the fist arrived, the fist pressure had already scattered the gray clouds in the sky. Under the enhancement of the demonic will, the majestic fist force seemed to be able to penetrate through the earth. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin met the fist force with his sword. Instant. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and everything within a radius of dozens of miles darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, pouring down thunder and lightning. The river below was directly evaporated into the sky by the explosive power of the sword chi and the fist force, revealing the pitch-black riverbed. Involuntarily, Yi Qin glided hundreds of meters away, his clothes fluttering in the wind like flags. Force field cut. Murong Qingqing's intuition told her that the demon statue would be of great use to her, so she also launched an attack. 2 completely opposite force fields clashed together, forming a horrifying cutting power, cutting towards the demon statue's head. At the same time, she pushed the sky demon power field to its limit just in case. Crack. The demon statue's reaction was very slow, and the cutting force field cut out a huge cut on its neck. Of course, compared to its body size, the cut was still a bit small, so it was not a big deal. Its eyes turned to Murong Qingqing and it threw out another punch. The sky demon power field outside Murong Qingqing's body instantly collapsed, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood, flying back several thousand meters. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, it had a different meaning. As far as he was concerned, this was Murong Qingqing's true strength or close to it. Otherwise, ordinary extreme astral reaching experts would not be able to survive this strike, even if they had condensed a martial soul embryo. Sucking in a deep breath, the sword intent on Yi Chen's body became increasingly dense, piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. His entire body seemed like an unsheathed peerless sword. Swish. Extending his body, Yi Chen shot toward the demonic statue and slashed out in the air. The might of this slash was unfathomable. Half of the demon statue's body was almost cut open. What made Yi Chen a bit surprised was that the demon statue didn't have an undying body, and the cut couldn't be healed. As for what was pushing it, it was probably the remnant demonic will. The demon statue's body swayed, but it still threw out a stiff punch. The range of the fist energy was too large and Yi Chen couldn't avoid it. Therefore he could only block with his sword and retreat several hundred meters, his blood and chi boiling. At this moment, Murong Qingqing charged over with blood staining the corner of her mouth. Facing the demon statue, she used the Sky Demon Palm Imprint Sky Rebuke. Originally, this palm couldn't pose any threat to the demon statue. However, Yi Chen's sword strike had cut open half of the demon statue's body, causing its upper body to sway, as if it would collapse at any moment. This caused Murong Qingqing's palm strike to cover its body with cracks. The demon statue, covered in cracks, didn't feel any pain. It punched out and with a swish, a finger unexpectedly fell off. It turned out that it was already falling off when it clashed with Yi Chen. Now that it punched out, the finger shot out at an unimaginable speed, containing a tyrannical demonic will. Danger! Yi Chen swung out a sword light, cutting off the demon statue's finger. However, the demon statue's finger that had lost half of its finger still hit Murong Qingqing, bringing her body several miles away. In midair, Murong Qingqing's blood stained the finger, and a shocking scene happened. The finger and the demonic will on the demon statue in the distance left the body, pouring into Murong Qingqing's soul sea between her eyebrows. Without the support of the demonic will, the demon statue suddenly collapsed. Only the right part of its chest remained, flying towards Murong Qingqing. The demon statue's heart, so that's how it is. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the entire demon statue was a demonic inheritance. In its chest there should be the soul destruction wave. Murong Qingqing cultivated the demonic cultivation method, so she naturally accepted this demonic inheritance. As the demonic will poured into her soul sea, a strange look flashed across Murong Qingqing's face. Seeing the piece of the demon statue's chest flying towards her, she reached out and caught it. The stone shattered, revealing a piece of jade, a black jade. "Are you okay?" Yi Chen flew over and asked. Murong Qingqing shook her head. "I'm fine, but my martial will has directly transformed into the demonic will, and the embryonic form of my martial soul has also become the embryonic form of the demonic soul. Furthermore, it has advanced one step, approaching the true demonic soul. The soul has its own characteristics. Since the demonic will has accepted you, it means that you are suitable for the demonic Tao." With the Battle King's vast knowledge, how could Yi Chen not know about this? Some people couldn't comprehend the sword soul. Apart from the comprehension ability, it was also related to the soul. The soul could only accept ordinary sword wills, so it would be hard for one to have an elemental sword will. Murong Qingqing's martial will had smoothly transformed into the demonic will, which meant that she was naturally suitable for the demonic Tao. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.